Arthur Dayne stood at the threshold of the Tower of Joy, dawn's light creeping across the Dornish sky. Though he was called the Sword of the Morning, that morning felt as dark as any midnight. His blade, the legendary Dawn, shimmered cold and pale in his hand. For a moment he closed his eyes, remembering the words of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the man to whom he had sworn unwavering loyalty. He remembered the last instructions, the hushed tones, the dire urgency in Rhaegar's voice before the Battle of the Trident. "Protect my wife. Protect my child." Those instructions had led Arthur to the Tower of Joy along with his sworn brothers, Ser Oswell Went and Lord Commander Gerald Hightower, each loyal to House Targaryen even as the realm collapsed around them. Ned Stark's party approached, and Arthur felt the tension coil inside him. He had great respect for Eddard Stark, that quiet wolf from the north. The bond of war had forged a strange kinship between loyal men fighting on opposite sides of a doomed conflict. Arthur would have gladly met Ned Stark on a battlefield under different circumstances, honor to honor, steel to steel. But they stood here instead, at a lonely tower in the Red Mountains of Dorne, far from the eyes of courts and armies. They were at the edge of the known world, it sometimes felt, where so few men would witness what would happen next. Stillness pervaded as the confrontation began. Ned Stark's men spread out, uncertain and on edge. Arthur could feel their fear like an electric hum under the colorless morning sky. Yet he also sensed their determination. They wanted to retrieve Lyanna Stark. They wanted an end to all the sorrows of Robert's rebellion. They wanted to go home, but there were secrets housed within this tower that must never be revealed. Arthur breathed slow and even, lifting dawn before him. When it began, the fight was quick and deadly, more like a blur of steel than any grand pageant of chivalry. Every muscle in Arthur's body remembered his years of rigorous training. He parried blades with fluid grace. He moved like the dawn itself, unstoppable and pure. He saw his brother knights fall. First Ser Oswell Went, then Lord Commander Hightower. The swirl of dust and the acrid stench of blood thickened, stealing the crisp morning air. Among Ned Stark's companions, men he recognized and respected likewise fell to the desert stones. By the end, only two still stood. Ned Stark, kneeling beside a wounded Howland Reed, and Arthur Dayne himself, chest rising and falling with exertion. Ned Stark's sword arm trembled, yet his eyes were set with that resolute northern grit. Arthur recognized the moment, the breath between life and death. He could end Ned or Ned could end him. He could sense the next fraction of a second would determine their fates. He watched as Ned's gaze flicked to the tower, to something beyond Arthur's vantage. In that moment, the man from the north sprang forward, trying to slip beyond Arthur's guard to get inside the tower, perhaps to rescue his sister. Arthur pivoted, drawing upon his last measure of strength, and the two swords clashed. Metal rang out like a death knell in the quiet dawn. Arthur almost had Ned's measure, but from behind, Howland Reed, wounded and desperate, slashed at Arthur's calf, dragging him down. The pain tore through Arthur's leg, and he fell to one knee, blood seeping into the sand. Ned's steel pressed at his neck. It would have been an easy kill. Ned Stark's face was pale with grief and purpose. Arthur only said, "Promise me you'll listen." His voice was steady, as if all the swirling chaos around them was of little consequence. Ned hesitated. Honor had always been a heavy weight on Eddard Stark's shoulders, so heavy that even in the delirium of battle, he could not shed it. Arthur's eyes, with all their famed seriousness, held Ned's. Slowly, Ned lowered his blade, and Howland Reed leaned on his own weapon, panting. Arthur, though wounded, summoned enough strength to speak again. "There is more at stake here than you know. Lyanna needs you, and someone else needs you too." Inside the tower, they found Lyanna Stark dying in a bed soaked with sweat and blood. Her face was pale, her dark hair slick against her brow. She clutched a bundle in her arms, a babe with dark tufts of hair and eyes that would one day turn the color of the storms. "Eddard," she whispered, voice raw. "His name is John. A boy. Promise me." Her hands shook as she pressed the child toward her brother. Ned cradled the infant and leaned down to catch her last words. Arthur remained behind, breathing ragged, though he managed to limp to the bedside, sword still in hand. "He is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and your sister," Arthur said softly. Lyanna's eyes flicked to him in agreement. "He is the rightful heir. Protect him." Before Ned could fully register the truth, before he could speak, Lyanna slipped away, her eyes still wet but her lips forming a final plea. "Promise me, Ned." Ned, tears carving silent paths down his cheeks, repeated her words like a benediction. When she was gone, the last of her life fleeing her body, Arthur set Dawn aside and bowed his head. "We have all failed Rhaegar and Lyanna," he said. "But this child, we must not fail him." Ned, heartbroken, clutched the baby close. Even with tears fresh in his eyes, Ned was unwavering. "He is the blood of my sister. I will protect him, but the boy must never be known as Rhaegar's. Robert would kill him on sight. I will say he is mine, my bastard, for his safety." Arthur gazed upon Ned with a mixture of gratitude and sorrow. "That is the honorable lie, Ned. But I will not stand aside and let the realm devour the last hope of my friend and prince. I swore an oath to protect House Targaryen." Ned's jaw tensed. "You would endanger him, proclaim him as the rightful heir? After the blood that's been shed, you know Robert will never allow it." Arthur nodded. "And yet, I am sworn." He paused, hissing in pain from the wound in his calf. Blood still dripped through his torn breeches. "But I am not a fool. The time is not yet right to proclaim him king." They left the tower behind. Howland Reed supported Arthur's wounded form while Ned carried the infant. The Tower of Joy was stained with the blood of knights and northern men, and the shadows of the past seemed to linger amid those red stones. With pain clouding his senses, Arthur thought only of Rhaegar, of that gentle smile when Rhaegar spoke of prophecy and the prince that was promised. Could Jon be that prince? Or was he merely another pawn on the board of powerful men? Under Ned's advisement, and indeed to protect the child, Arthur Dayne agreed to remain hidden, at least for a time. In the days that followed, the small group of survivors traveled slowly north, avoiding main roads. Arthur, once so proud and visible in the Kingsguard's white cloak, found himself cloaked in rough spun, face hidden beneath a hood. Dawn was wrapped tightly in oiled cloths, hidden lest it attract attention. They were traveling with an infant whose very blood would provoke a second rebellion if the realm discovered it. Fear, sorrow, and a sense of fragile hope shadowed every step of their journey. When they reached the outskirts of Starfall, the seat of House Dayne, Arthur was nearly delirious from infection in his wounded leg. Yet he insisted they press on after a brief, hidden rendezvous. The new head of House Dayne, Arthur's young niece, the Lady Ashera Dayne's daughter, who had only begun to learn the ways of rule, provided them safe harbor for a few days. She wept when she saw Arthur's condition but honored his wish to keep all knowledge of the child's parentage hidden from her household. Starfall was loyal to the Targaryens, but open defiance of King Robert's new rule was suicide. Arthur told her only that the child was of great importance and that he must not be discovered. When Arthur recovered enough to ride a short distance, they continued north. No southern lord loyal to the Targaryens was safe from Robert's wrath. At the same time, Ned had to return to Winterfell to stabilize the north, to bring peace under the new regime. They made a harrowing journey, forging quietly up the length of Westeros, using hidden paths and discreet loyalists whenever possible. Along the way, Arthur grew to admire Ned Stark more deeply. The man was honorable to a fault, but cunning enough to know how to survive the times. Even in the hardest nights, when they huddled around small fires or spent hours in the saddle, Ned never once wavered in caring for the child, making sure little Jon was safe and warm. For Arthur, the child's presence became a balm for his grief. When he looked into Jon's wide, curious eyes, he saw Rhaegar's earnest features and, at times, a flicker of Lyanna's fierce spirit. This child, he told himself, was worth all the sacrifices made. Yet it weighed on him that Ned planned to raise Jon as his bastard. Arthur understood the necessity, but it still twisted his heart. the rightful heir of the Iron Throne hidden away. Precious secret. When they finally arrived at Winterfell, Ned was greeted with a mixture of celebration and sorrow. News of the rebellion's end had spread swiftly, and though Robert Baratheon had claimed the throne, the North was pleased to see their lord return alive. Many asked after Lyanna, and Ned had to speak of her death. The looks of heartbreak from those who remembered her were like fresh wounds. As he had promised, Ned presented the child as his own. "This is Jon," he said, voice low and measured. He did not speak of the mother. Whispers spread throughout the castle like wildfire, speculation on the mother's identity swirling. Yet the dire, solemn expression on Ned's face quelled the more brazen tongues, and few dared ask directly. Arthur Dayne was introduced under a different name, an old ruse that Ned had devised. He was called Ser Dayne Sand, a hedge knight from the Dornish marches who had fought for Ned's life in the war. Ned told his people that Dayne had been wounded in the same skirmish that had left so many of Ned's friends dead. Although tall and unmistakably regal in bearing, Arthur's subdued manner and the healing wound on his leg explained away any oddities. Few who hadn't fought in the war or seen the Kingsguard up close would guess that Ser Dayne Sand was, in truth, Arthur Dayne, the greatest living knight in the realm. For a time, it seemed that the deception would hold. Arthur lived quietly among the Stark household. He observed the North's customs with polite curiosity, trying to blend in as best he could. Each day, he would look upon baby Jon from afar, ensuring that he was well cared for, that Ned was keeping his promise. And Ned did. The boy was treated kindly, if not lavishly, though the child of a presumed mistress could never be openly cherished like a trueborn son. Catelyn Stark's initial wariness only solidified this arrangement. The Lady of Winterfell, married to Ned just after the war, saw Jon as a blemish upon her marriage. She kept her distance, though she did not mistreat the boy. Arthur, hidden as a humble knight, could do little but watch and endure. Months turned to years. The realm settled under King Robert Baratheon's rule. Once a great friend and betrothed to Lyanna Stark, Robert sent occasional letters and even visits to Winterfell. Arthur would hide away during these visits, for if Robert recognized him, bloodshed would follow. Arthur's sense of duty, however, never relented. He reminded Ned in private that the boy was the rightful heir. Ned would usually respond with his quiet, steady tone. "Not yet. He lives. That is what matters." A few times, Arthur wondered if the opportunity might arise, some cunning strategy to secure Jon's seat on the throne. But each time, Ned simply shook his head. "Robert is beloved by most in the realm, and what we have is peace. A fragile, tender peace. If word spread of a Targaryen boy, the realm would burst into war again. I will not allow that, not yet." Arthur understood, but part of him could not quell the guilt. House Targaryen had ruled for nearly 3 centuries. Rhaegar, for all his flaws, had wanted a better realm than the one the Mad King had presided over. Now, the boy who might fulfill Rhaegar's dream was hidden away, growing up among the Starks without knowledge of his true birthright. Arthur told himself daily that keeping Jon alive was more important than any crown. Still, at times, that vow felt like a betrayal of the oath he had sworn to Rhaegar. Yet life went on. The North, though cold, had a way of fostering quiet contentment. The gray walls of Winterfell, the kindness of its people, even the hush of snow falling at night, they wove themselves into Arthur's senses. He would never abandon Jon, but he felt that maybe this was not such a terrible place for the boy to grow. He saw Ned's other children, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon. Jon was included in their daily lessons, training, and the love each child had for one another sometimes transcended the complicated question of legitimacy. While winter snows came and went, Arthur bided his time. He trained in the yard with the Stark soldiers, gradually allowing them to see that Ser Dayne Sand was a skilled swordsman. Some marveled at his ability, calling him one of the best they had ever seen. Others whispered, "Might he be Arthur Dayne reborn?" A jest, they said, for the Real Arthur Dayne had reportedly died at the Tower of Joy. Arthur would only smile and continue with his drills, mindful not to show off too much. Inside, though, each mention of his own name, no matter how joking, made his heart pound with unease. Jon Snow, as he was called, grew swiftly. By the time the boy could run and speak in halting words, Arthur noticed a determined spark in him. He was quiet, introspective, but bright. Whenever Jon passed Arthur in the halls, the boy would stare in that unabashed way children have when encountering something both familiar and mysterious. Arthur would bend down and smile. "Hello, Jon," he would say, all the fatherly warmth in his voice that he was never truly free to show. Jon would smile back, shy but genuine. When Jon was old enough to hold a practice sword, Arthur privately offered to tutor him if Ned permitted. Ned agreed, though somewhat warily, for he knew if Jon excelled too much, it might rouse questions. But Ned was a pragmatic man, and he knew that if Jon were to survive the intrigues of the world, he needed skill at arms. So Arthur would meet Jon in the quiet corners of the courtyard or in the old armory during twilight hours. With gentle guidance, he taught Jon the basics of footwork, how to hold a blade, how to parry. Jon took to it eagerly, as if some inborn grace whispered in his muscles. Arthur saw the flicker of Targaryen heritage in the boy's quick reflexes, though he also saw Ned's steady influence in how Jon channeled frustration into practice rather than outbursts. The years rolled onward like the slow, grinding gears of a clock. Jon turned 8, then 9. Arthur's hair, once a vibrant shade of brown, caught a dusting of gray at the temples. He was no longer a young knight in shining white armor but a vigilant guardian, always watchful, always half expecting a raven carrying dire news. In King's Landing, Robert Baratheon feasted and drank, enthralled in the indulgences of power. Whispers of discontent among certain lords simmered now and again, but nothing came of it. The small folk remembered the Mad King's atrocities, not Rhaegar's hopes. They remembered the tragedies of war, not the unborn child hidden in the north. No major threat to Robert's reign emerged, until the day letters from across the narrow sea whispered of Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen, children of the Mad King, living in exile. Some said they were seeking alliances, others that they had been reduced to beggars. Robert's wrath flared at such rumors. He pressed his council to consider assassins, but for the time being, no overt attempt was made. Varys, the master of whisperers, likely had his own reasons for letting them live. Littlefinger maneuvered, Pycelle deferred, and so forth. In Winterfell, Ned brushed these rumors aside. They were only children, he would say, and the war was done. Arthur, on the other hand, felt his heart pound at the knowledge. If the realm learned about Jon, he could be lumped in with them. Another Targaryen child, another threat, another reason for the realm to bleed. Still, Robert's suspicious nature did not extend to Ned Stark. He trusted Ned as an old friend, a brother in arms. Winterfell remained far from King's Landing's intrigues. Yet that distance was shattered one day when King Robert decided to ride north in grand procession, bringing half the court with him. He wanted to name Ned as Hand of the King after the death of Jon Arryn. Word raced ahead of the royal entourage, and Winterfell hastened to prepare for a king's welcome. For Arthur, this spelled danger. If Robert recognized him, the facade would crumble. More urgently, Robert's presence threatened the child's carefully guarded secret. Ned found Arthur that day in the Godswood, where the swirl of red leaves from the heart tree drifted over still pools. Arthur stood beneath the ancient branches, listening to the rustle of wind. Even after so many years, it felt strange to stand in a place so different from the warm sands of Dorne. Ned approached quietly, as was his custom, and they spoke in hushed tones. "Robert comes," Ned said. "He brings many men, many eyes. We must be certain they see no more than we wish." Arthur nodded, expression grave. "If Robert sees me—" "He will not," Ned said. "You must remain hidden. There are unused chambers below the great keep, old storerooms, or perhaps it would be best to ride out before he arrives. I can find a place for you in the mountains until he departs." Arthur frowned, glancing through the weirwood's pale limbs. "And leave Jon alone, with no watchful eye to guard him?" Ned placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder. "He is safe here, safer than any other place in the realm. Robert would never suspect that I'm harboring Rhaegar's son. You and I both know that. Jon is seen as my bastard, nothing more. Robert might chide me for fathering him, but he won't question it. You, however, any slip, any glance that betrays your true identity, and that secret will be undone." Arthur exhaled slowly. He knew Ned was right. His staying openly in Winterfell was too great a risk. For Jon's sake, he agreed. "I will leave quietly and return when Robert has gone south. But if anything seems amiss, if you sense any threat to Jon, send word." Ned promised he would. That very evening, under the cover of darkness, Arthur took his horse and rode out of Winterfell. Only a handful of Ned's most trusted guards even noticed. He traveled to a small hunting lodge deep in the Wolfswood, a remote spot where the Stark men occasionally went to gather game. There, he waited anxious for word of the king's arrival, and prayed that no harm would come to Ned or Jon. The king arrived in splendor. Robert was still broad in the shoulders, though heavier around the middle than he had been in his youth, and his laughter echoed through Winterfell's halls. He drank, he feasted, he reminisced about the war with Ned. He took passing note of Jon Snow, even remarking, "So this is your bastard, Ned? A silent one, eh?" Ned replied only with a stiff nod, and Robert, deep in his cups, laughed. If he noticed anything unusual, he was too intent on his own pleasure to remark upon it. In time, the matter of the handship overshadowed all else, and he pressed Ned to come south with him. Jon, for his part, felt the tension in the air but did not fully understand it. He only knew the castle was abuzz, and his father, or the man he believed to be his father, looked graver than ever. The swirl of courtiers, the braying horns, the tournaments and hunts, Winterfell had become a tapestry of color and noise. No one paid much attention to a quiet, dark-haired boy who watched the festivities from the sidelines. Sansa and Arya were enthralled by the royal visitors, the former dreaming of princess tales, the latter pouting at the constraints of ladylike behavior. Robb saw it all as an adventure. Bran gaped at the knights. Rickon, too young, simply ran about. Jon felt both belonging and isolation, a constant tug in his chest he couldn't define. At length, Ned agreed to become Hand of the King, compelled by duty and friendship. He would take his daughters south, leaving Robb as heir to Winterfell and Jon in the care of Maester Luwin and the castle staff. Jon yearned to go, but Ned said it was best he remain. Jon was disappointed, but he tried not to show it. The day the royal caravan departed, the courtyard was a swarm of horses, wagons, and spears. Jon stood with his half-siblings, all of them watching Ned ride away with Robert and the royal retinue. Jon did not see the tears that shone in Catelyn Stark's eyes as she bid farewell to the daughters she loved. He only felt a strange hollowness at watching his father leave. After the dust settled and the king's party vanished down the King's Road, Arthur returned, slipping into Winterfell by night. He met with Maester Luwin and Robb, who was newly thrust into responsibilities beyond his years. They informed him that Ned had departed. Arthur stifled the knot of anxiety. With Ned in King's Landing, who would ensure that Jon's secret remained safe? Robert might not suspect, but the capital was a nest of vipers. Varys, Littlefinger, Pycelle, all of them prying. If any shred of rumor emerged that Ned Stark was hiding a Targaryen boy, it could spell doom. Arthur could only trust Ned's caution. He resumed training Jon in the months that followed, forging a bond that was half mentor, half father figure. The boy's skill improved rapidly, and Arthur could see how the northern environment shaped him differently than a prince might have been shaped in the Red Keep. Jon was courteous but not pampered, thoughtful but not arrogant. The northern sense of honor was ingrained in him, as was a certain quiet brooding. Sometimes Arthur would look at Jon's serious face, see that tilt of his head that so resembled Rhaegar's introspective nature, and it would stir a pang of pride and sadness deep within. Then came word from the south. The sudden death of King Robert during a boar hunt, whispers of Lannister treachery, the imprisonment of Ned Stark, and the coronation of Joffrey Baratheon. The realm exploded in chaos. Ravens screamed with news of betrayals, of Tywin Lannister marching on the Riverlands, of lords choosing sides. When the letters finally reached Winterfell, the entire castle reeled with shock and outrage. Ned Stark, imprisoned for treason, claims that Joffrey was the rightful king, overshadowed by rumors that he was born of incest between Queen Cersei and Ser Jaime Lannister. Robb, only 14, summoned the banners. Arthur felt the world spin. If Ned were executed, who would protect Jon's secret then? And if war erupted between the North and the Crown, how long before certain truths slipped out in the swirl of rumor and propaganda? Even more dangerously, if the Targaryen exiles across the sea caught wind of a nephew in the North, that could change the entire shape of the conflict. Arthur wrestled with conflicting instincts. The vow to protect Jon by keeping him hidden versus the vow to restore House Targaryen. Perhaps this war was the opening. If the Lannisters had seized the throne, many great lords might prefer a Targaryen to a Lannister usurper. But it could also lead to Jon's death if it failed. Amid these uncertainties, Ned Stark was executed in King's Landing under Joffrey's mad whim. The news shattered Winterfell. Robb Stark, sworn to free his father, was robbed of hope, and his grief and rage propelled him to declare independence for the North. They crowned him king in the North. The War of the Five Kings erupted. Arthur felt as though the entire realm had gone mad once more. In the turmoil, Jon stood in the courtyard of Winterfell, face pale as chalk when the news of Ned's death arrived. He was just a boy of 14, but something in his eyes hardened, like iron forging in a furnace. Arthur knelt before him, wordless, resting a hand on his shoulder in shared sorrow. With Robb off to war, the governance of Winterfell was precarious. Catelyn had gone south as well, to treat for her daughter's release. Bran and Rickon were children left behind. Sansa and Arya were hostages in King's Landing. The castle whispered with tension. Jon's place was more awkward than ever. He was not a true Stark, nor was he assured of any future beyond the uncertain storms of war. Arthur tried to console him, but the boy's mourning ran deep. "If I were a true son," Jon would mutter, "maybe I'd be off fighting with Robb." Arthur wanted to say, "You are the true son of Rhaegar Targaryen," but of course he did not. Instead, he continued to train Jon, pushing him harder now that Ned was gone. At night, Arthur would watch the flames in the hearth and question everything. Perhaps now was the time to proclaim Jon's heritage. If Joffrey was not the rightful heir, if Robert was dead, would the realm accept a Targaryen with Stark blood over a Lannister bastard? The North might be swayed if Robb supported Jon's claim, but Robb had declared himself king in the North. He was unlikely to bend the knee to anyone. And would the realm accept a Targaryen after all the atrocities committed by Aerys? There were no easy answers. Events moved swiftly. The war wore on, battles won and lost. Arthur, with his mastery of the sword, joined the defense of the North when needed, though he kept a low profile. He was rumored among some to be a mysterious champion who fought like the sword of the morning, but none could confirm his name. Jon, still just a youth, was barred from the major conflicts, left to guard Winterfell with a skeleton garrison. Every letter from Robb brought new heartbreak. Men lost, alliances shifting, the Lannisters growing bolder. Then Theon Greyjoy betrayed the Starks, seizing Winterfell in Robb's absence, forcing Bran and Rickon to flee. For a time, the Bolton forces and the Ironborn caused havoc, and Arthur once more had to spirit Jon to safety, like a helpless secret. Winterfell's fall, the burning of parts of the castle, the scattering of the Stark household. These traumas weighed heavily on everyone. In the midst of that chaos, a rumor began to snake through the North. That Theon had killed Bran and Rickon, that the line of Eddard Stark was nearly extinguished, leaving only Robb, Sansa, and Arya uncertain in their fates, and that Ned's bastard, Jon, was still alive somewhere. Arthur realized with a jolt that if the Starks were to vanish entirely, Jon's position would become even more precarious. If he was discovered to be a Targaryen, would any of the Northern Lords accept him as their liege? Probably not. But what if the realm learned of Jon as the Targaryen heir? Could the North rally behind him for the sake of vengeance against the Lannisters? Still, war raged. Tywin Lannister outmaneuvered Robb Stark, eventually culminating in the infamous Red Wedding. Robb and Catelyn were murdered, an atrocity that shook the foundations of Westeros. The North was defeated, its armies scattered. One by one, the Starks had fallen. Ned, Robb, presumably the younger boys. Sansa was trapped in King's Landing. Arya vanished. Winterfell was a ruin, forcibly held by the Boltons, who had betrayed the Starks. The entire realm seemed to weep for the end of an era. And so it was that Arthur Dayne, once a proud Kingsguard knight, found himself protecting the last scion not only of House Targaryen but effectively the last of Lyanna Stark's line, in a war-torn north that had lost all hope. They hid in the wilderness, in abandoned holds, among scattered Stark supporters. Jon was now nearly 16, tall, lean, and carrying himself with a quiet strength. He knew something was amiss about his identity. He had gleaned it from snatches of conversation, from the way Ser Davin Sand treated him with almost knightly deference. One evening, after they had found shelter in a burned-out farmhouse, Jon confronted him. "I'm not just Ned Stark's bastard, am I?" Jon's eyes blazed. Tell me the truth. Why do you look at me like I'm more than who I am?" Arthur paused, breath catching in his throat. The wind hissed through the broken timbers of the old barn. He weighed the choice, the promise he had made Ned Stark. But Ned was gone, the realm in shambles, and Jon had a right to know. "I made a vow," Arthur said softly, eyes reflecting the flicker of torchlight. "A vow to your mother and father, to protect you." Jon stared. "My mother, father, who were they truly?" Arthur took a deep breath. "Your mother was Lyanna Stark, and your father was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. You are the rightful heir to the Iron Throne." The silence that followed was like a thunderclap in Jon's mind. He shook his head, shock and anger mingling in his features. "No, that's not possible. Ned Stark was my father, not Prince Rhaegar. He fought against him. Arthur placed a hand gently on Jon's shoulder. "Ned Stark was your uncle, but he raised you as his own to protect you. Robert Baratheon would have killed you if he knew you carried Targaryen blood. He hated the Targaryens with all his being. Ned lied to save your life. He died still keeping that secret." Jon's eyes welled with disbelief, grief, fury, and 1,000 questions. He paced, fists clenched, the wind swirling dust at his feet. "Why tell me now?" he demanded, voice shaking. "Why not before? Do you know what it's like to live as a bastard? To feel worthless?" Arthur bowed his head. "I do not, my prince, and for that I am sorry. But I did what I thought was best to keep you safe. The realm was not ready, and I would have taken this secret to my grave if that was still the only way to protect you. But the time for shadows is over. With the North and the realm in chaos, you deserve to know who you are." Jon stared at Arthur, heartbreak pouring from him in waves. His entire identity had been upended. For a time, he could barely speak, tears burning in his eyes. Arthur stood quietly, letting the boy, no, the young man, absorb the truth. Finally, Jon managed, "If I'm truly a Targaryen, if my father was Rhaegar, that means I have a claim to the throne, doesn't it?" Arthur nodded solemnly. "By rights, it is yours. You are the son of Rhaegar, the eldest son of the Mad King, making you the rightful heir." Jon let out a shaky breath. "A bastard boy from the North, heir to the Iron Throne, and the realm is tearing itself apart." His voice took on a hollow tone. "What difference would it make now? Joffrey's on the throne, or Tommen, or whoever the Lannisters prop up next. My father, Ned, the father who raised me, he was murdered. My brother murdered. All for a crown. What is any of this worth?" Arthur closed his eyes, recalling Rhaegar's face when he spoke of prophecy, of the need for a new dawn. "Your father, Rhaegar, believed that the Targaryen line had a destiny to fulfill. He may have been wrong about some things, but if you stand aside now, if you let the Lannisters continue to choke the realm, then all the hopes and sacrifices will have been for nothing. I can't force you, but it is your birthright to challenge their rule." Jon stood there, wrestling with a swirl of emotions. Then he said, "I can't do this alone. The North is in tatters. Winterfell is lost. The Targaryen name is despised. My mother was a Stark, but I'm not recognized as one either. I'm alone. Arthur's face softened. "You're not alone. You have me, and there may be other loyalists still in the shadows. You have friends in the north, men who followed your uncle. And if the rumors are true, you have an aunt across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen. She too might claim the throne. But perhaps together." At the mention of Daenerys, Jon looked up sharply. The idea of another Targaryen frightened him. The family he never knew, scattered to the winds. "I've heard rumors," he admitted. "She has dragons." "So they say," Arthur replied, a distant awe in his voice. "If that is true, then the Targaryen flame has been reignited, and the realm might see a power it hasn't known in a century." Jon took a moment to process that. His mind was a tempest of grief, longing, betrayal, and a reluctant sense of purpose. The Lannisters are strong. They hold the capital, the gold of Casterly Rock. The Tyrells support them. The Boltons control the north in their name. And now there's Stannis, Renly was killed, there's Balon Greyjoy. So many. It's a nest of scorpions. Arthur placed a hand on the hilt of Dawn, which he had kept hidden all these years. In that quiet, ragged barn, he pulled away the cloth that wrapped the sword's pale blade. Its surface caught the moonlight like fresh-fallen snow. "If you decide to press your claim, my prince, I will crown you with Dawn." That was Rhaegar's wish. If his son lived, you would bear the sword of the morning beside you. We can rally those who still believe in the rightful line, and perhaps, in time, the North will see you as Lyanna's son as well. But you must be the one to decide. This is not a path forced upon you. Jon stared at the sword, transfixed by the legendary steel. He had heard tales of Arthur Dayne and Dawn, how it was forged from a fallen star. He realized in that moment that the knight standing before him was not some simple hedge knight. Even the name Ser Daven Sand felt like a mocking disguise for a man of such nobility and legend. "You're Arthur Dayne," he said, voice hushed. "The sword of the morning." Arthur nodded, shame and pride mingling on his face. "I am, or I was. I failed your father at the Trident. I failed your mother at the Tower of Joy. But I will not fail you." The wind moaned through the rafters, and the flickering torch cast dancing shadows. Outside, wolves howled in the distance, an eerie chorus that spoke of the savage north. Jon looked to the darkness outside, imagining the countless people who had suffered under the wars of kings. He thought of Winterfell's burned walls, of Robb's death, of Ned's gentle lessons. He thought of how all of it might have been different if Rhaegar had won on the Trident. Then he turned back to Arthur, a storm gathering in his gray eyes. "I've lost everything," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "So if I do this, if I proclaim myself, it's not for a throne. It's for justice. For my family." Arthur nodded, tears glinting unfallen in the corner of his eyes. "Then let it be so." The next moments felt both solemn and electric, as though fate itself were swirling around them. Arthur knelt before Jon, placed Dawn's point in the earth, and bowed his head. "My prince, my king, I have guarded you since your first breath. By the blood of House Dayne, by my oaths as a king's guard to the rightful heir, I now pledge myself to your cause. Will you accept me as your sworn sword?" Jon's hand hovered over the hilt of Dawn, uncertain. Then, with trembling resolution, he placed his fingers on the pommel. "I accept," he breathed. A sense of destiny coursed through him, terrifying and invigorating. He remembered stories of Rhaegar the poet-warrior, of the tragedy on the Trident, of a realm torn apart by the hatred for the Targaryens. But if what Arthur said was true, if the realm was falling to pieces anyway, perhaps he owed it to the memory of all who had died to try and set it right. Arthur rose, and in a swift motion, he reversed the sword, holding its hilt up to Jon. "Then kneel, my king. Let Dawn's light crown you as was always meant." Jon's knees felt weak as he sank to the ground. The straw and dirt rustled beneath his weight. He thought of Ned, and a pang of guilt and longing shot through him. He should have been a Stark. Yet here he was, accepting a crown of sorts from the sword of the morning. The blade touched his shoulder lightly. "With the power vested in me by King Aerys, by Prince Rhaegar, by the old traditions of the Kingsguard, Arthur intoned, voice steady. "I proclaim Jon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, the rightful king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. May the dawn of his reign bring justice where there was injustice, and hope where there was despair." Jon swallowed hard. The words hung in the air like an otherworldly benediction. Then Arthur lowered the sword, and Jon rose, heart pounding. He did not feel like a king. He felt like a boy with a sword too large for his grip. But he could not deny the gravity of what they had just done. The realm would never be the same. In the days that followed, they kept their new resolve hidden. They were still in the north, surrounded by enemies, Boltons, Ironborn, Lannisters, Freys. They needed allies. Arthur sent out coated ravens to a few old Targaryen loyalists he believed might still be alive. He carefully reached out to the remains of House Stark's bannermen, hoping that some might remember the love they bore for Ned and might rally behind Ned's nephew. Yet trust was a fragile thing. The slightest rumor could bring an army of foes down upon them. For the name Targaryen was enough to send waves of terror and rage through half the lords in Westeros. Jon, for his part, battled with his identity. At times, he cursed that he had learned the truth. He thought of himself as a Stark. He looked more Stark than Targaryen, after all. But in the quiet moments, when he dreamt of dragons flying over fields of fire, or saw visions of the Tower of Joy in restless sleep, he wondered if some part of him had always known. The knowledge changed him, spurred him to find a purpose. He would not let the realm drown in Lannister cruelty or Bolton savagery. Even if it cost him his life, he would try to restore some semblance of justice. Word spread of the rise of Daenerys Targaryen in the east, her liberation of Slaver's Bay, her dragons grown to fearsome size. Some in Westeros scoffed at the idea of a silver-haired girl with 3 dragons, but others took the threat seriously. Jon listened to these rumors with particular interest. If Daenerys was gathering armies and claiming the Targaryen name, how would she react to news that her nephew was alive and also claimed the crown? Would they be allies or rivals? Arthur urged caution, suggesting they gather their own power before seeking out the Dragon Queen. After all, if she refused to believe Jon's claim, they might face a second war from across the sea. So they remained in the north, forging alliances in secret. A few houses that despised the Boltons or the Lannisters showed interest. They recognized Jon as Ned Stark's nephew, even if they didn't fully accept the Targaryen parentage. House Mormont, led by the fierce young Lyanna Mormont, pledged a small force. "If he's truly the blood of my cousin Lyanna Stark, we will follow him," she declared with startling boldness for a girl of 10. Other smaller northern houses, battered by war and hating the Boltons' cruelty, joined in. But the numbers were modest, not nearly enough to challenge the might of House Lannister or House Tyrell. Nevertheless, a spark of hope ignited. Secret gatherings took place in old forests or deserted keeps. Arthur Dayne, known to only a few by his real name, met with these lords alongside Jon. The presence of the famed Sword of the Morning convinced some older knights who remembered Arthur's legend. Over time, Jon began to show he possessed the calm, measured leadership of Ned Stark, combined with the quiet intensity of Rhaegar. Bit by bit, more men began to whisper that this was a king worth following. The Boltons, however, were not blind. Roose Bolton, cunning and cold, began to hear strange rumors of a boy king in the north. His bastard son, Ramsay, an even darker figure, hunted for any sign of rebellion. Soon, the hidden Targaryen loyalists found themselves harried by Bolton hunts. Some were captured, tortured, forced to reveal what they knew. Jon's fledgling alliances suffered attacks that scattered men back into the shadows. To Arthur's dismay, the north had become as dangerous for Jon as anywhere else. Faced with the Bolton menace, Jon resolved to take the fight to them. They could not openly assault the Dreadfort or Winterfell itself, not yet. But they could conduct lightning raids, free prisoners, disrupt Bolton supply lines, and gather momentum. Arthur led a small band, forging them into a disciplined strike force. Jon fought beside them, learning harsh lessons in warfare and leadership. Though young, he had courage and a sense of moral clarity that inspired loyalty. Men began calling him the White Wolf, for he wore the stark color of the north and possessed the blood of the dragon. Though he had no dire wolf of his own, people said he carried the spirit of Ghost, that bastard pup who once trailed him around Winterfell. Victory was meager but meaningful. With each success, more northern folk began to believe that perhaps House Stark was not finished, that maybe Lyanna Stark's son carried her flame. They did not all accept the Targaryen name, but they accepted Jon as a figure who might restore the North to honorable rule. The Bolton stranglehold loosened a fraction. The wars in the south also drew men away, giving the North a respite. Meanwhile, news came that King Joffrey was dead, likely poisoned, and that Tommen reigned. The Lannisters played their endless games, but the realm was fracturing. The Tyrells sought their own advantage. Stannis Baratheon marched north, proclaiming he was the rightful king by Robert's line. In a shocking twist, he took the fight to the Boltons, only to be crushed near Winterfell. All these upheavals shifted the board of power yet again. In the midst of these swirling events, Jon and Arthur gathered enough support to attempt a daring assault on Winterfell, which was now held by the Boltons. With some inside help, northern lords who despised Roose and Ramsay, they managed a surprise attack in the midst of a vicious snowstorm. Jon fought fiercely, leading a small force through the ancient walls. Arthur dueled a swarm of Bolton men, dawn flashing like pale fire in the snow. Ramsay Bolton, cornered, tried to flee, but he was dragged down by vengeful Northmen who had suffered under his cruelty. The aftermath was bloody and brutal. When dawn broke over the ramparts, Jon stood in the courtyard, exhausted, sword hanging at his side. Bodies lay strewn across the snowy ground, red staining white. Arthur approached him, blood spattering his Kingsguard armor, the old white cloak replaced with ragged furs. "It's done," he said softly. "Winterfell is yours." Jon looked around, sorrow warring with relief. The castle was half ruined, burned timbers and collapsed walls from the Ironborn occupation. The memory of his childhood here felt like a distant dream. "Then the North is free of the Boltons," Jon said, voice shaking with emotion. "But the Lannisters still rule in the South. The war is far from over." Arthur nodded. "But this is a beginning. The North stands behind you, a Stark by blood, a Targaryen by birth. If you hold Winterfell, you hold a seat of power. And if your Aunt Daenerys truly marches for Westeros, there will come a time to make common cause or to stand against her. But for now, the North can be strong again." In the days that followed, the battered northern houses flocked to Winterfell to see if this rumored new Stark prince was real. They found Jon Targaryen, who humbly called himself Jon Stark when speaking to the North. Some recognized him from years ago, the quiet bastard child. Others saw the ghost of Lyanna Stark in his gray eyes. They saw how Arthur Dayne and other Targaryen loyalists addressed him as Your Grace behind closed doors. Murmurings spread through the Great Hall. A Targaryen heir who was also a Stark? Jon, though uncertain of his own feelings about claiming the Targaryen throne, did not hide the truth from the lords of the North. He called a gathering in the Great Hall, the same place where once Eddard Stark had dispensed justice. Now Jon stood at the high seat, hair still damp from washing away the grime of battle. His voice, though quiet, carried across the hall. "My lords, you have known me as Jon Snow, the bastard of Ned Stark. But my mother was Lyanna Stark, and my father was Rhaegar Targaryen. The North has bled under Southern wars and Bolton treachery. We have lost so many. I will not force any man to declare for me. But I tell you this. I will do all in my power to protect the North, to restore justice, and to bring peace to our realm. If you will follow me, I ask only for your honest counsel and your swords when needed." The hall fell silent. Some men exchanged anxious glances. Others studied Jon's face. Lyanna Mormont, that bold girl of Bear Island, broke the silence. "My mother fought for King Robb, and he was betrayed by Southern treachery. I see in you the blood of my Lady Lyanna, and I see that you fight for the North. Bear Island stands with you." Others followed, albeit with more caution. They were wary of Targaryens. The Mad King's atrocities lingered in memory, but Ned Stark's memory was revered, and Jon was undeniably Ned's kin. His rescue of Winterfell from the Boltons, his readiness to risk his life, and the presence of the legendary Arthur Dayne at his side all played powerfully. In time, enough lords bent the knee to Jon, calling him either the White Wolf or King in the North or even King of the Seven Kingdoms. Jon accepted their fealty with humility, urging them to keep the focus on rebuilding and preparing for the next threat. And indeed, the next threat loomed far beyond politics. Whispers of the White Walkers moving south of the Wall, of wildlings fleeing an icy onslaught, of an undead army forming in the lands of always winter. The old night stories came to life. Jon, grounded by Ned Stark's teachings, recognized the signs that something far more dangerous than Lannisters or Targaryens threatened all life. His mind flashed to old words from Maester Luwin, from Benjen Stark, from the stories old Nan told. He realized that if the long night truly approached, all crowns and thrones would be meaningless. Arthur Dayne, likewise, had heard the rumors, though he had once dismissed them as legend. But standing at Jon's side, seeing the dread in the eyes of men returning from the Wall, he began to believe. War with the dead was coming. How would the realm handle a threat so vast when it was already fractured by war and betrayal? Given this, Jon resolved to send out ravens not just to Targaryen loyalists, but to any corner of Westeros that would listen. He pleaded for unity against the oncoming storm. If House Targaryen was to be restored, it might be under the banner of saving mankind from the ice and darkness. That was the vow he quietly made. Not just to sit upon the Iron Throne, but to unite the living in the face of death. Eventually, word reached Daenerys Targaryen across the sea. A nephew, the son of Rhaegar, crowned in the north. She was skeptical. She had grown used to pretenders claiming Targaryen blood. But the name Arthur Dayne carried weight. And if indeed her nephew had recaptured Winterfell, had rallied the north, then it was worth investigating. Soon enough, her ships crossed the narrow sea. She brought Unsullied, Dothraki, and 3 fearsome dragons. Instead of sailing straight for King's Landing, she turned her course north. She wanted to see the so-called Jon Targaryen with her own eyes, to test the truth of his words, to see if he was a threat or an ally. The day Daenerys Targaryen arrived in White Harbor was one of tense anticipation. The northern lords were wary of foreign troops. Dothraki riders galloped on the outskirts of the city, causing fear among small folk. The Unsullied marched with disciplined silence. Over the port, the cry of dragons shattered the sky. 2 monstrous beasts soared overhead, stirring panic and awe in equal measure. Jon rode south to meet her with a guard of loyal knights, among them Arthur Dayne with Dawn at his side, and a small retinue of northern bannermen. The meeting took place on the broad docks of White Harbor, a swirl of snow falling from gray skies. Jon, wearing black furs over simple armor, dismounted. Daenerys approached, regal in flowing cloaks, her silver-gold hair pinned back, flanked by Ser Jorah Mormont and Grey Worm. The hush was palpable as the 2 Targaryens appraised each other. Daenerys, eyes keen, studied Jon's dark hair and solemn features. Jon, equally curious, looked upon her with a mixture of wariness and kinship. They shared the blood of the dragon, though you would never know it by appearance. Daenerys spoke first, her voice echoing across the wharf. They say you are my nephew, the son of Rhaegar, that you hold the north, that you would claim the Iron Throne if you could take it. Is this true? Jon paused, glancing at Arthur Dayne, who gave him a subtle nod. Then he stepped forward, inclining his head in a show of respect. I am Jon Targaryen, also a son of Lyanna Stark. I have no desire for war with you, my aunt. The realm is in chaos. The dead gather beyond the wall. I seek allies, not enemies. She flicked her gaze to the knight beside him. And you, Ser Arthur Dayne? I remember stories of you from my brother Viserys, from those who survived the sack of King's Landing. How is it you still live? Why pledge to him and not to me? Arthur bowed, though his expression was steady. I served Prince Rhaegar. I was commanded to protect his heir. I have kept that vow. That does not mean we oppose you, your grace. If House Targaryen is to rise again, it need not be divided. I serve both of you if you will have me. Daenerys glanced up at the sky where a dragon circled, roaring thunderously. My cause has always been to reclaim the throne that was stolen from our family. If you are truly my nephew, you share that claim. You might also be a rival." Her eyes swept over Jon's northern guard. "But you speak of an enemy of the living, an enemy I have heard whispers of. If that threat is real, I will not turn away from it. Show me proof, and I will fight beside you." Jon felt the tension ease slightly. "Then let us go north. Let us see the wall, see the truth for yourself. If we stand together, we have a chance to save Westeros. And after that, we can decide who sits on the throne." She regarded him carefully, measuring the quiet determination in his eyes. She saw something of Rhaegar there, a man she'd never known but had always imagined as gentle and honorable. With a small nod, she agreed. In that moment, an alliance was born, fragile as a newborn child, but brimming with the possibility of uniting the realm's last dragon lords against the coming storm. So it was that Arthur Dayne's secret vow to protect Jon Targaryen came full circle, leading to a moment no one in Westeros could have foreseen. The forging of a bond between two Targaryens who had survived the fires of rebellion and the snows of the north. Their path was fraught with uncertainty. Many lords would resist bending the knee to any Targaryen, let alone two. The Lannisters would fight to hold on to power. The Tyrells, Martells, and Baratheons all had their own ambitions. Yet in the heart of winter, with the White Walkers looming, petty rivalries might be set aside. If a true king and queen arose to unite the realm. Arthur watched these events with a heart both heavy and hopeful. He had once believed he was merely preserving the last ember of House Targaryen, a single child hidden from Robert's wrath. Now that ember had caught a spark, threatening to burst into a flame that might sear away the old hatred and suspicion. Or it might plunge the realm into an even bloodier war. The gods alone knew which outcome lay ahead. Amid the swirling snow on the docks of White Harbor, Daenerys took Jon's hand. "I will see these undead for myself," she said softly. "And if this threat is real, I will stand by you." Jon squeezed her hand, nodding. He held no illusions that all would be simple. But for the first time, he felt the weight of destiny lift a fraction from his shoulders, shared now by one who also bore the blood of the dragon. "Thank you," he replied, voice thick with sincerity. "Together we might have a chance." And Arthur Dayne, Sword of the Morning, bowed to both of them, the faint smile on his lips a testament to the long and winding path that had brought them to this moment. In his mind's eye, he saw Rhaegar and Lyanna, Ned and Lyanna Mormont, all those who had passed. Perhaps they looked on with approval. Perhaps they recognized the seeds of a new dawn. Arthur could only hope that the vow he had kept, the crown he had bestowed upon Jon in secret, would lead not to further ruin but to the salvation of Westeros. For the realm, the final chapters of that grand and terrible saga were yet to be written. The drums of war would thunder again, but this time they might echo not just with the fury of men, but with the chill forewarning of an otherworldly enemy. And in the midst of it all stood Jon Targaryen, once the bastard of Winterfell, crowned in secret by the Sword of the Morning, now poised to challenge kings and queens alike. Whether his reign would bring peace or devastation, no one could say. But at last, he would face his destiny not as a hidden child, but as a man who carried the legacies of both ice and fire in his veins. Jon Targaryen felt a cold wind brushing against the collar of his fur cloak as he and Daenerys turned from the docks of White Harbor and made their way through the teeming streets, flanked by guards on all sides. The gathering storm clouds overhead matched the weight of the moment. Both bore the name Targaryen, and both had arrived at a crossroads that would shape the fate of the realm. Arthur Dayne walked several paces behind Jon, his gait measured and watchful. Though he wore the simple leathers and cloak of a northern knight, most of Daenerys's followers recognized something extraordinary in his bearing. He moved with the predatory grace of a man who had danced on 100 battlefields. Yet only a select few knew who he truly was, the Sword of the Morning, a ghost from the final days of Aerys II. The Dothraki, clad in painted vests and loose trousers, rode their horses through narrow streets, sometimes forcing the small folk to scatter. The unfamiliar clang of hooves on cobblestones rang out. White Harbor's inhabitants looked on in a mixture of awe and unease at the dark-skinned riders and their braided hair. Farther behind them marched the Unsullied, silent as death, their spears standing upright like a lethal forest. Overhead, 2 dragons soared in a wide spiral, announcing the arrival of their third, who had remained outside the city walls until the queen's safety was assured. The city's defenders eyed the skies warily. Many had never imagined they would see living dragons. Jon's own retinue comprised a mix of northern soldiers and scattered loyalists from small houses: House Mormont, House Serwyn, House Glover, those who had joined him in the campaign to retake Winterfell from the Boltons. Their faces were set in grim lines, still bearing the memory of suffering inflicted by Ramsay and his father, Roose. This strange procession pressed on toward the grand old mansion of the Manderleys, which Wyman Manderley had offered for the meeting. The Lord of White Harbor himself had prepared the feast hall for these 2 Targaryens, a momentous gathering that might decide the course of the war or lead to more slaughter. Daenerys walked with head held high, her expression regal. She was shorter than Jon by a few inches, yet she possessed a radiance that made her appear taller than anyone around her. Her silver-gold hair was braided back from her temples, falling in a single thick plait lined with beads of dragonbone. She wore a cloak of dark fabric trimmed with pale fur, a concession to the northern climate. At her side walked Ser Jorah Mormont, his face a study in subdued wonder. This was his homeland, from which he had been exiled years ago. Now, he returned alongside the exiled Targaryen queen he had sworn to serve. Grey Worm and Missandei followed, each alert to the city's new sights and potential dangers. Missandei's quick eyes traced the architecture of White Harbor's narrow lanes, the patterns of fish carved into stone arches, and the occasional glimpses of the wide, gray sea at the ends of cross streets. The odor of salt and fish clung to everything, mixing with the smell of snow in the air. Jon noticed the brief flicker of intense curiosity on Daenerys' face when a gust of wind brought a swirl of snowflakes around them. She had spent many of her years in warm lands, from Pentos to the Red Waste to Slaver's Bay. The chill of the north was something new, a tangible reminder that she was far from the Mediterranean warmth of Essos. He studied her for a moment. She had the poise of a queen, his father's sister in truth, though she was only a handful of years older than Jon. She had crossed an ocean with 3 dragons, an army of freed slaves, and a fierce determination that burned in her violet eyes. Near the front of the party, Lord Wyman Manderley himself waddled forward, arms extended in welcome. He was a massive man, aged and heavy-set. His richly embroidered doublet stretched tight over his belly. His thick white beard bobbed as he spoke. "Your Grace," he said, bowing first to Daenerys, then turning to Jon. "And your Grace as well. White Harbor is honored to have both Targaryens under its roof. I have prepared a feast for you, though I suspect you'll wish to speak before you dine." Daenerys inclined her head. "You are gracious, Lord Manderley. I thank you for your hospitality." Jon offered a nod of gratitude. "Your preparations are much appreciated, my lord." Manderley's eyes flicked between them, warm but curious. He was well aware of the tensions that thrummed in the air. The question of how 2 claimants to the Targaryen name would negotiate power, and the unstoppable rumor that they needed to unite against a monstrous threat from beyond the wall. "Then come," Manderley said, turning to lead them inside. "It's far too cold to stand about in the snow, even for we northerners." So they entered the Manderleys' hall, an imposing structure lined with thick wooden beams and hung with tapestries depicting ships cresting dark waves. The smell of roasting meats, fresh bread, and spiced wine drifted from the kitchens. Servants hustled about, lighting wall sconces against the gathering gloom of the afternoon. A dais at the far side of the hall held 2 ornately carved chairs side by side, one newly brought up from Manderley's stores for the occasion. Daenerys paused when she saw the twin seats, a flicker of surprise in her expression. She was unaccustomed to sharing a dais, but she said nothing and made her way forward with Jon at her side. Jon, too, felt the weight of the moment. His people, Stark loyalists, some Targaryen faithful, and many who just longed for stable leadership, observed every movement. As he took his place, the hush in the room intensified. Daenerys turned, and he realized she was waiting for him to speak. He cleared his throat and raised his voice, speaking to the hall. "We have traveled far and endured much. Today is an opportunity for us to join forces, if we can. To the north lies the wall, and beyond it an enemy that does not care for thrones or bloodlines. The living must unite, or we will all perish." His words might have seemed dramatic or outlandish under other circumstances, but many of those gathered had heard the rumors of whites and White Walkers. Some had survived battles with the undead. The North, more than any other region, knew the might of Old Man Winter. A spate of anxious muttering swept through the crowd, and Lord Manderly lifted his hands for quiet. Then Daenerys spoke. "I have seen many wonders and horrors across the sea. The enslavement of entire cities, the cruelty of kings who care nothing for their people, and the resilience of those who yearn for freedom. But an army of the dead? That defies all I thought I knew. Yet I trust my advisors who have told me that this threat is real. And I trust my nephew." At this, she cast Jon a pointed look, "who has asked me to see the proof for myself. If there is a way to prove it, I am willing to go north to the wall. I've already sent word for my dragons to be prepared for a possible flight north." Those words brought a gasp from some in the crowd, perhaps at the idea of dragons flying to the wall, or at hearing her call Jon nephew. For many, the open acknowledgement of the blood ties between them confirmed swirling rumors. Northern lords whispered, glancing at Jon with new eyes, some in awe, some in doubt. Arthur Dayne stood at the edge of the dais, silently observing. It struck him as a moment his Prince Rhaegar would have relished. The forging of alliances for the good of the realm. So many of Rhaegar's dreams had revolved around uniting the realm to face a coming darkness. Had the prince foreseen something like the White Walkers? Arthur did not know, but he felt in his bones that destiny was marching forward now, unstoppable. Lord Manderly, seeing that the formalities had been offered, cleared his throat. "We'll have time for negotiation and counsel, of course. In the meantime, please make yourselves comfortable. The evening's meal is nearly ready. We can speak at length once you've had a chance to warm yourselves by the fire and rest. Your men will be shown to suitable quarters." With that, servants ushered people from the hall to adjoining corridors and staircases. Some, like Daenerys's Dothraki bloodriders, looked distinctly out of place and were politely directed to less crowded areas of the fortress. Grey worms set about ensuring the Unsullied were suitably stationed for security. The dragons circled overhead, occasionally releasing deep-throated roars that rippled across the city. Jon and Daenerys, following Manderly's men, were escorted to an antechamber warmed by a large hearth. Inside waited a table spread with wine, cheese, and bread. A few northern lords had gathered, including Lyanna Mormont, the diminutive young lady of Bear Island. She stood by the hearth, arms folded, eyes sharp as daggers. Daenerys regarded her curiously, unaccustomed to seeing a child dressed in lordly finery and wearing such a fierce expression. Lyanna Mormont offered a cursory bow to Daenerys, then turned to Jon. "My lady," Jon said gently, "I appreciate you coming all this way." "You're the one who called and Bear Island responds," Lyanna replied. Her voice rang with surprising strength. Then, with a directness that startled those present, she aimed her words at Daenerys. "You said you'll go see the army of the dead with your own eyes. Good. We Northerners don't have time for pretty words. If you see this threat and still refuse to help, you'll be dooming us all." Daenerys blinked. She was not accustomed to being addressed so plainly, let alone by a child. Yet something in Lyanna Mormont's unwavering stare commanded respect. Daenerys offered a small nod. "I understand your urgency, Lady Mormont. If I see it, I will not turn away." Lyanna gave a curt nod, seemingly satisfied. Jon nearly smiled. Of all the northern lords, young Lyanna Mormont was among the most forthright, and the one who had first championed Jon as a Stark when many others hesitated. He sensed Daenerys was somewhat taken aback, but there was no malice in the Queen's gaze, only understanding. They settled into seats around the flickering fire. Lord Manderly took his place, and a small retinue of lords joined them. A stout man from House Glover, a tall, thin knight from House Serwyn, and a few others who had risked the journey. Ser Jorah Mormont, standing near his cousin Lyanna, kept a diplomatic silence. Arthur Dayne found a spot along the wall, arms folded, his eyes scanning the room as though expecting an attack at any moment. Missandei stood beside Daenerys, ready to interpret or advise if needed. Wyman Manderly began in a low voice. "These are strange times. We have a Targaryen who was raised in the north, a Targaryen queen come with armies from across the sea, and a threat beyond the wall that sounds like it crawled from the blackest depths of our legends. I will admit, I hesitated when I first heard the rumors. But I've seen the men who marched with Jon, men who survived encounters with things they could not explain. I've heard tales from the free folk who came south of the wall, speaking of white-eyed monsters and an endless night. So I am inclined to believe. But the rest of Westeros may not be so easily convinced." Daenerys sipped her wine. "I understand that well, my lord. On Dragonstone, my advisors tried to impress upon me the gravity of the northern threat. But until I saw it for myself, or at least had proof, I could not abandon my entire campaign in the south. Now I've come north first to see for myself, but I still have lords in Dorne and the Reach who expect me to press my claim against Cersei Lannister." A muscle ticked in Jon's jaw. He looked over at Daenerys. "And do you still intend to press that claim if you see the dead with your own eyes? Will you focus on the living war or the war against the dead?" She met his gaze without flinching. "Both wars must be fought. I have no intention of ceding the Iron Throne to Cersei. She is cruel. She's broken faith with many houses, and she will not spare the realm from further bloodshed. But I cannot defeat her while the North is overrun by an unstoppable undead host. The living war is meaningless if we all die in an endless winter. So we stand together," Jon said quietly. "We unify our forces to stop the White Walkers, and once the threat is ended, if we survive, we decide how to handle Cersei. Though from what I hear, she has few allies left who truly trust her." Manderly nodded his great head. "A wise approach, but easier said than done. The Southern Lords rarely place the North's concerns foremost. They might see this alliance as a temporary convenience, or they might dismiss it altogether. Her Grace, Daenerys, has powerful allies in the Reach and Dorne, but do they truly care what happens beyond the Neck? You'll need more than words to bring them north." Daenerys's expression cooled a fraction. "They will follow if I command it. Yet it's true that lords like Randall Tarly, who once served the Tyrells, have already betrayed me for Cersei, and others may betray me if they think this White Walker threat is mere legend. But you forget I have dragons. Once I see the truth, I can use that truth to show them the real enemy. Even a stubborn lord cannot ignore a living dragon if it insists on being heard." Lyanna Mormont smirked, impressed by the queen's resolve. Arthur Dayne, ever discreet, said nothing, though inwardly he wondered if dragons alone would be enough to face an icy horde. Regardless, it was a potent edge no other power in the realm possessed. Their discussion continued for a time, turning to logistics, how and when Daenerys might travel to the wall, how her armies would be provisioned, whether the dragons could handle the bitter northern cold. Ser Davos Seaworth's name came up several times in absentia. He had once advised Stannis and had significant knowledge of the North. But Stannis was long dead, and Davos's current whereabouts were uncertain. Jon resolved to send riders and ravens to find whatever able men might aid them. At length, Lord Manderly clapped his hands together. "That's enough talk for the moment. Let us move to the Great Hall and dine. Our cooks have outdone themselves, I promise you." He rose, gesturing to the door, and the group filed out. The feast that followed was lavish by northern standards, featuring hearty stews, salt-crusted fish from the Bight, roasted boar, spiced sausages, and sweet wines imported from Essos. Tables lined the hall, and the soft glow of chandeliers illuminated the swirl of furs, cloaks, and the glint of polished armor. The Dothraki and Unsullied were given their own sections, with Daenerys's blood riders looking ill at ease among so many pale northerners. But the Manderly staff handled it with minimal fuss. Daenerys and Jon sat side by side at the high table, with Manderly on Daenerys's right and Lyanna Mormont on Jon's left. Arthur Dayne stood behind Jon, near the dais steps, discreet but ready. From time to time, Daenerys glanced at him as if to confirm his presence, perhaps still finding it difficult to believe that the legendary Sword of the Morning had survived all these years, only to re-emerge now in service of a hidden prince. At one point, halfway through the meal, Daenerys leaned toward Jon and spoke in a low voice so the others at the table would not overhear. "I'd like to speak with you alone," she said. "There is much between us, about our family, about our claims, that cannot be said in a crowded hall." Jon inclined his head, brow furrowed. "I agree. There's a great deal we need to discuss." She nodded, turning back to the meal, though her eyes flicked to Arthur Dayne. She wondered what secrets the knight still held, what he might know of Rhaegar that could shed light on this nephew of hers. Daenerys had grown up on stories from Viserys, stories that cast Rhaegar in various lights, mostly as a noble but doomed prince. Yet she sensed that those tales were colored by Viserys' bitterness, shaped by years of wandering exile. Now here stood Rhaegar's son, living proof of a different reality. She wanted answers, and she wanted to see what kind of man her nephew truly was behind his careful mask. When the feast finally ended, the hall erupted into a cacophony of conversation. Some men singing half-drunken songs about old northern heroes. The crackling of the firelight cast wavering shadows on the tapestries. Daenerys and Jon slipped out quietly, followed by Arthur Dayne. They made their way along a corridor to a private solar that Manderly had set aside. Inside was a decent fire, a small table, and several chairs. The door closed, leaving only the three of them. Daenerys turned to Arthur, her voice calm but direct. "Sir Arthur Dayne, I would speak with Jon alone, if you please." Arthur hesitated. He was sworn to protect Jon, just as he had once guarded Rhaegar's secrets. But he bowed stiffly. "As you wish, your graces." With that, he stepped outside, stationed himself by the door, and left the two Targaryens in private. For a moment, neither spoke. They stood apart, Daenerys near the hearth, Jon near the door. She studied him. His dark curls, his steady gray eyes, the faint lines of worry etched into his forehead that made him look older than he was. He, likewise, studied her, her silver hair, the regal tilt of her chin, the confidence in her posture. Two people who, by all rights, should have been as close as family could be, were strangers. Daenerys drew a slow breath. "I imagine you have many questions for me, as I do for you." Jon nodded. "I do. But first I want to say, I'm not here to fight you for the throne. I grew up believing I was Ned Stark's bastard. Learning the truth of my birth was not a triumph. It was a burden, and if it weren't for the threat to the realm, I might never have revealed myself at all." She walked closer, the light of the fire glinting in her violet eyes. "Why did you reveal yourself, then?" He considered his words carefully. "Because everything changed. The Boltons destroyed Winterfell, my family was nearly wiped out, and the Lannisters and their allies showed the realm no mercy. I realized that if I hid who I was and let the realm tear itself apart, I'd be letting more innocents die. I had to do something. Many Northern lords refused to follow me unless they knew I had Stark blood and a rightful claim to lead them. Ironically, my Targaryen parentage gave me the chance to unite some who still remember Rhaegar fondly. But the truth is, I don't want to rule the Seven Kingdoms. I want to save them." She laughed softly, a bit of disbelief in her tone. "When I was a child, sold off to Khal Drogo, I dreamt of the Iron Throne as my birthright. I had nothing else. My brother hammered into me that it was our destiny, that we would reclaim what was stolen from us. In time, I developed my own reasons for wanting the throne. To free the oppressed, to break the chains of tyranny. It's all I've ever fought for." She paused, her gaze searching his face. "You say you do not want the throne, yet you've allowed people to call you king in the north, or king of the Seven Kingdoms. If it ever comes to it, if we defeat the White Walkers and must decide who rules, what then?" Jon looked pained by the question. "I don't know. If the realm wants you to rule, I'll accept that. If the realm wants me, that's another matter. There's a difference between being forced into leadership by circumstances and actively claiming a right to rule all of Westeros. I once told Sir Arthur that if I must fight for a crown, It's only because I refuse to see the innocent trampled by those who misuse their power." She studied him, a hint of admiration mingling with caution. "Your father, Rhaegar, was said to be a noble man who cared about prophecy and the welfare of the people. And yet he died trying to set aside my father's madness by winning a war. I was told many tales, none of which fully made sense. Did he truly abduct Lyanna Stark? Or was it something else? Everyone has a different version." Jon hesitated, a flicker of sadness crossing his face. "From what Ser Arthur told me, Lyanna and Rhaegar loved each other. It wasn't an abduction. They were star-crossed, a tragedy that ignited Robert's rebellion. I barely understand it myself, but I know my mother loved my father, and he loved her. Robert's wrath at losing Lyanna drove the realm to rebellion. So many died, all because of love or the lack of it." Daenerys felt a sympathetic tug in her chest. She had heard the rumor that Rhaegar's annulment of his first marriage and subsequent union to Lyanna Stark was based on prophecy, that Rhaegar believed their child would fulfill some destiny. "I see," she said gently. "Then neither of us truly knew our father. We have only second-hand stories. Perhaps we can piece them together to learn who Rhaegar was, to understand what we carry within us." Jon offered a tentative smile. "That might be the best we can do." He paused, the tension in his shoulders easing. "We should also speak of what's to come. You intend to go north to the Wall. The Free Folk have gathered at Eastwatch by the Sea and Castle Black. The Night's Watch is severely diminished, but they still hold a few outposts. If you see the threat, if we can capture a white or something to prove it, maybe the rest of the realm will heed your call." Daenerys tilted her head. "Capture a white? That sounds dangerous." Jon nodded grimly. "It is, but short of bringing the entire undead army south, we need tangible proof. Most southern lords won't believe a few letters or ravens. They need to see it with their own eyes. I had thought perhaps one of your dragons might give us the best chance of dealing with them in a controlled way, though even that is guesswork." Daenerys reflected on the idea. "If that's what's needed, perhaps. But I'll not risk my dragons blindly. I will go and see, first, how feasible such a mission might be." They shared a look of mutual understanding. The room was silent except for the crackle of the fire, casting dancing shadows on the walls. For a moment, Jon wondered if Daenerys could truly be as selfless as she claimed, or if ambition still drove her. She, likewise, wondered if Jon's humility was genuine, or if some hidden desire for power lurked behind his quiet resolve. Yet in that hush, each sensed a kernel of earnestness in the other, a shared desire to spare Westeros from more pointless bloodshed. Eventually, Daenerys stepped back, smoothing her cloak. "I believe we have said all we need to tonight. The morning will bring new challenges. I suggest we plan to depart for Winterfell soon. I'd see your seat for myself, and from there, the Wall is not far." Jon inclined his head. "Agreed. Rest well, my queen." He paused, then corrected softly, "My aunt." She gave a small, rueful smile. "And you as well, nephew." The word sounded strange on her lips, but it was not unpleasant. She left the solar and Arthur Dayne slipped back inside. The legendary knight said nothing, simply stood at attention. Jon turned to him, letting out a long breath, running a hand through his dark hair. Arthur quietly asked, "How did the conversation go, Your Grace?" Jon mustered a faint smile. "Better than I expected. We have a shared understanding, at least. If we can't be certain of trust yet, we at least share a purpose." Arthur nodded gravely. "It's a start." They stayed a few more days in White Harbor, enough time for Daenerys' forces to rest and resupply. Jon assisted Lord Manderley in provisioning the Unsullied and the Dothraki as best as possible. Northern fish, salted meats, grain, whatever could be spared. Daenerys' ships remained anchored in the harbor, though some were sent out to gather additional supplies. Meanwhile, letters flew back and forth across the continent. Daenerys' advisors communicated with their allies in Dorne and the Reach, instructing them to hold positions and not to engage with Cersei's forces until commanded. Rumors spread that Euron Greyjoy roamed the seas, raiding and plundering, a wild card in an already chaotic war. Jon noticed that, while many northerners were wary of the foreign warriors Daenerys had brought, they were more awed than hateful. The dragons were the biggest point of conversation. Men who glimpsed the beasts overhead returned with wild stories of their size and ferocity. More than once, a curious fisher tried to get too close, only to be frightened off by a blast of heated breath. It was said that none of the dragons were fully grown yet, but they were larger than any living creature most had ever seen. Jon felt a pang of apprehension at the thought of these dragons facing the undead in the icy wastes beyond the wall. Would their fire suffice to turn the tide? Perhaps. Or perhaps it was the only hope the living had. Finally, the day came to depart. Daenerys decided to fly with one dragon while the other two flew overhead to guard the column. The Dothraki Khalasar and the Unsullied would march north along the King's Road, while she and a handful of key advisors traveled more swiftly to Winterfell. Jon, Arthur Dayne, and a contingent of northern riders would accompany her, ensuring the route was secure. They set out on a cold morning, the sky a uniform sheet of gray. The caravans of foot soldiers and pack mules seemed to stretch on forever. White Harbor's gates clanged shut behind them, and the sounds of the city faded into the distance. As they traveled, Daenerys rode her silver mare for part of the journey, then ascended a rocky outcropping where her dragon, Drogon, awaited. The beast roared as she approached, scorching the air with a torrent of flame to show its dominance. Northern soldiers cowered, horses shying away. Daenerys climbed a makeshift ladder to the dragon's back and guided him upward with a spoken command. The windstorm from his massive wings buffeted the travelers below, nearly knocking them from their feet. Then the great reptile soared into the sky, shadow passing over the King's Road, with two smaller dragons, Regal and Viserion, flanking him. Jon watched, both impressed and uneasy. He had grown up hearing that dragons had all perished a century and a half ago, that they were gone from the world. Yet here they were, forging a new future, or perhaps reawakening an old destiny. Arthur Dayne halted his horse nearby, face upturned to track the dragons. "It's been so long since dragons graced these skies," he murmured, his voice tinged with awe. "I hope they fare better this time." Jon glanced at him. "As do I." For the next 10 days, the combined forces trundled across the north, the pace often slowed by the presence of large armies unaccustomed to winter terrain. Though autumn was officially upon them, the northern climate was merciless. Frost coated the grass at dawn, and bitter winds scoured the travelers at dusk. The Dothraki muttered that these lands were cursed, that the sun itself was too weak here. The Unsullied endured stoically, though many had never marched through such cold in their lives. Daenerys split her time between flying overhead with her dragons, searching for farmland, for signs of trouble, and riding among her men to maintain morale. Jon did what he could to coordinate supply lines, aided by Lord Manderly's men who had volunteered to guide them. Lyanna Mormont, riding a sturdy Garen, stayed near Jon's side, occasionally throwing pointed comments at the Dothraki outriders who tried to impress her with their skill on horseback. She remained unimpressed. At night, fires blazed in makeshift camps. Conversation ranged from the war to the legends of the Long Night. The Dothraki told stories of their ancient horse gods, while the Northerners recounted the last time winter had nearly destroyed them all. Daenerys often sat in her own pavilion, conferring with Yora, Missandei, and Tyrion Lannister, who had joined her cause after fleeing Cersei's treachery. Tyrion had recently arrived by ship and met them on the road, bringing news of King's Landing's unrest. He was still processing the revelation that another Targaryen lived, having once believed that Daenerys was the last. Tyrion found Jon by a campfire one evening, Arthur Dayne standing guard a few steps away. The dwarf approached with a polite nod. "Your Grace," he began, clearly unaccustomed to using the title for a man he had known only by rumor. Jon glanced up from a map he was studying. "Lord Tyrion," he replied, acknowledging the courtesy. He offered the man a seat by the fire. Arthur Dayne shifted slightly, giving them space but keeping an ear on the conversation. Tyrion settled down, warming his hands. "I've heard quite a lot about you. King in the North, secret Targaryen heir, a man raised by Ned Stark." If half the rumors are true, you're either the realm's greatest hope or its newest curiosity. Jon allowed himself a small smile. I'm no one's greatest hope, just a man trying to do the right thing. If we fail to stop the White Walkers, it won't matter how many thrones exist. The dead will claim us all. Tyrion nodded, sipping from a wineskin. A pragmatic point of view. I do believe your stories about the undead. There are too many consistent accounts, and I have no love for being proven wrong when the stakes are that high. But I wonder, how do you see the future if you succeed? Daenerys has stated she means to break the wheel, to end the tyranny of houses. She believes she can usher in a better order. Do you share that vision, or do you have a different approach? Jon considered the question for a moment. I grew up under Ned Stark. He never spoke of changing the realm. He only believed in protecting the small folk and honoring his word. I suppose my approach is simpler. Let's ensure the living survive. After that, I'd like to see the realm governed by those who care about it, not by those who see it as a prize to be won. If Daenerys truly cares about her people, if she's not another tyrant, then I'd welcome that change. Tyrion studied him closely. You speak like a man who wants no crown, yet you wear one, at least in name. Perhaps that's for the best, though. Men who crave power usually do the worst things to keep it. Jon's jaw tightened. I'll do what I must to protect the North, but I won't become the monster I'm fighting against. Tyrion half laughed, though without joy. We all start with that intention, I suppose. Let us hope the old gods and the new have mercy on us. With that, they lapsed into a more casual conversation about logistics, the nature of the northern roads, and the best vantage points for dragons to spot potential threats. Arthur Dayne remained silent but attentive throughout, content that Jon was forging ties with Daenerys' hand, a man whose cunning might serve them well. When at last they arrived at Winterfell, the castle stood in partial reconstruction. After the Boltons had burned and ravaged the halls, Jon's forces had made repairs, but a full restoration would take years of labor. Still, the towers rose against the northern sky like steadfast sentinels, and the outer walls were mostly intact. Daenerys, perched atop Drogon, circled overhead, surveying the fortress. From the courtyard, many pairs of eyes stared upward in awe or trepidation. Daenerys landed Drogon in the open field outside the walls, a swirl of snow enveloping them. Jon and Arthur rode out to meet her, accompanied by a band of northern horsemen. The wind whipped across the plain, stinging faces and making cloaks flap violently. When Daenerys climbed down from the dragon's flank, her cheeks were flushed pink with cold and exhilaration. Drogon huffed, releasing a blast of steaming breath. Jon offered a steadying hand. Welcome to Winterfell. She gazed past him at the ancient castle, the seat of House Stark for 8,000 years. I never expected to see this place, even in my wildest dreams. Nearby, Rhaegal and Viserion descended, circling wide before landing with thuds that shook the frosty ground. Several Northmen stepped back warily, hands on their sword hilts. Jon raised a hand to calm them. They had grown accustomed to him, but not to these monstrous creatures. The dragons sensed the tension, hissing softly but not attacking. Inside the gates, Daenerys and her retinue were greeted by the sight of fresh timber frames, scaffolding, and new stonework. The rebuilt sections stood side by side with old, venerable towers. Jon guided her through the courtyard, introducing some of the men and women who had overseen the restorations. She offered a kind word to each, though her thoughts lingered on how war had ravaged this home of the Starks. Arthur Dayne followed them closely. In the courtyard, a group of children gawked at him, whispering among themselves. They had heard rumors that the tall knight in fur-trimmed armor was the greatest swordsman alive. One boy even mimicked a sword swing, eyes wide with hero worship. Arthur caught the movement and smiled faintly, remembering a time when he was simply a knight of the Kingsguard, admired by many in King's Landing. The world had changed so much since then. A stable yard off to the side had been cleared for the dragons, though they would not stay put for long. They prowled the skies above the castle walls, occasionally landing outside to rest. The stables could never truly house them, So men began setting up a feeding station near the godswood, stacking large slaughtered animals to keep the dragons fed. Daenerys instructed a few of her blood riders to stay vigilant, reminding them that the dragons should not be disturbed or cornered. The Northmen offered uneasy nods, as if faced with an impossible task. That evening, Daenerys gathered with Jon, Arthur Dayne, Lyanna Mormont, and other key figures in the Great Hall. The fires blazed, offering warmth against the biting cold. Jon stood by the high table, so reminiscent of the gatherings under Ned Stark in years gone by. Now, with Ned gone, Robb gone, and so many scattered, it felt both comforting and melancholic to see Winterfell once again lit with hope. Daenerys addressed the assembly. "I will go to the wall. I must see with my own eyes what threat looms beyond. My dragons will come with me, but I will leave the majority of my army here to rest and prepare. Winterfell shall be our muster point. If the threat is as real as we fear, we will rally and move north to face it. And if we must, we will bring proof south. The living must unite. Cersei's intrigues can wait, for the dead do not." A murmur of assent filled the hall. Lyanna Mormont spoke up, fiery as ever. "Bear Island stands with you. I don't have many men left, but those I have will fight. If we fail to gather the realm, we'll stand alone until our last breath." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Jon said gently. He turned to Daenerys. "The Night's Watch at Castle Black should be informed of your arrival. We'll send a raven. We can also coordinate with the Free Folk. Tormund Giantsbane leads them now at Eastwatch, I believe. He'll want to meet you." Daenerys nodded. "I look forward to it. It said they were once the sworn enemies of the North, yet you've made peace with them. That alone speaks volumes." Jon's gaze flicked to the windows, where a swirl of snow battered the glass. "Enemies no more. We realized we had a far greater enemy beyond the wall." Early the next morning, they prepared for the journey. Daenerys would fly with 2 of her dragons, leaving the 3rd behind to watch over Winterfell and her armies. Jon would ride north with a small party, including Arthur Dayne, Lyanna Mormont, who refused to be left behind, and a handful of seasoned warriors who had faced the Whites before. Tyrion chose to remain at Winterfell to manage the logistics with Ser Jorah and Missandei, forging ties with the Northern Lords and ensuring that the Dothraki and Unsullied were provisioned. The flight north was swift and breathtaking. Daenerys soared on Drogon's back, with Regal trailing like a ghostly shadow, while Jon and the others rode below on horseback. A few times, Daenerys circled back to check on their progress, the rush of wings and the roar of dragon lungs overwhelming the howling wind. The King's Road turned stony and desolate as they approached the gift, that region gifted to the Night's Watch thousands of years ago. Snow drifted in thick flurries, sometimes obscuring the path. Yet the wall rose above them eventually, a colossal barrier of ice spanning the horizon. At Castle Black, the Black brothers stood atop the ramparts, horn blasts echoing. They had been warned by Raven of Daenerys' approach, but seeing dragons was another matter entirely. More than a few men quailed at the sight, half believing they were under attack. The castle courtyard erupted in frantic movement. But as Daenerys settled Drogon down onto the frozen ground outside the walls, men began to gather in amazement rather than hostility. Jon and his riders arrived shortly after, trudging through snowdrifts. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, an older man named Edison Tollett, whom Jon knew from his earlier days as a volunteer on the wall, stood gaping. Jon had to explain quickly that these were allies, not foes. Ed, pale as the snow around them, stared up at the dragons and merely said, "Can't say I ever thought I'd miss the old days when we only had to worry about ice monsters. Now we've got dragons too. The world's gone mad, truly." Still, Ed welcomed them as best he could, bringing them inside the courtyard. Daenerys dismounted with practiced ease, but the cold blasted her face, making her eyes water. She held her head high, refusing to let the bitter wind humble her. Jon introduced her to Ed, explaining that she was here to see the threat beyond the wall. Ed raised a skeptical eyebrow. Well, you won't have to wait long if you plan on traveling past the wall. The dead have been quiet these last weeks, but the Free Folk Scouts say they're massing in the haunted forest. Tormund Giantsbane, wild red hair and beard brimming with ice crystals, emerged from the guard hall with a raucous laugh. "Jon Snow, you're back, and you bring dragons?" He scratched his head, staring at Daenerys. "This the dragon queen you were talking about?" Jon grinned at the big man's confusion. "She is. Tormund. Meet Daenerys Targaryen." Tormund snorted. "Does she bite?" Daenerys arched an eyebrow, uncertain if she should be offended or amused. "Not usually," she quipped. Tormund threw back his head and laughed. "I like this one, Jon Snow. More interesting than that boy King Stannis." Daenerys tried to hide her curiosity. "And you're the leader of the free folk?" Tormund nodded, puffing out his broad chest. "Aye. We've got a few thousand scattered around the forts and villages. Some are patrolling near Eastwatch, but we can't hold back the dead alone. We lose a few men every time there's a skirmish. They don't stay down when you kill them." The conversation grew grim. They moved inside to discuss their plan, leaving the dragons outside the wall, where they rested on a patch of open ground, occasionally taking flight to scour the area. In the drafty common hall, they spread out tattered maps. Ed and Tormund explained that scouts had spotted large gatherings of whites near a frozen lake a few days' ride north. The White Walkers themselves were rumored to be among them, commanding the dead with that eerie power. Daenerys listened intently. "I wish to see them for myself, but I won't risk an all-out confrontation. If what you say is true, their numbers are massive." Jon nodded. "Then we pick a small team, go north, try to isolate a white, and bring it back. With dragons overhead, we might be able to manage a quick strike. But it's still an enormous risk." Ed pointed a gloved finger at the map. "You can head out from Eastwatch, less open ground to cross than if you head straight north from here. The free folk know some hidden approaches. If you're determined to do this, that might be the best route." Tormund's eyes gleamed. "I'll go with you, obviously. The dead fear dragonglass, and we've got some stockpiled. Still, we've lost good men on these raids. You'd best be ready to run when you see them, not stand and fight, or you'll end up joining their ranks." Daenerys folded her arms, expression resolute. "I have my dragons. If it goes poorly, we'll signal them and burn the whites." Ed muttered, "Just don't burn us in the process. The Night's Watch is short on manpower as it is." Jon cast a glance at Daenerys. "We must be swift and careful. If the White Walkers sense we're trying to capture one of their dead, they might trap us." Daenerys, outwardly calm, felt a tremor of excitement and fear deep inside. This was a far cry from the siege of a city or the negotiation with a lord. They were taking dragons into an icy wasteland to snatch a creature out of nightmare. It seemed almost absurd, yet the realm demanded proof. She steeled herself. "We'll do it." Arthur Dayne, standing quietly behind Jon, cleared his throat. "I will accompany you, of course. My sword is yours to command." He rested a hand on Dawn's pommel. The pale blade seemed to glow even in the dim hall, as though resonating with the swirling currents of fate. Thus, they agreed on a plan. Tormund would lead them to Eastwatch, from which they would launch this daring mission north. Daenerys would ride Drogon with Regal and Viserion following. A small group of skilled fighters, including Jon, Arthur Dayne, and several free folk veterans, would travel under that aerial protection, seeking to lure out a small pack of whites to capture one. They would then retreat to Eastwatch with the captive, presumably loading it on a ship or somehow containing it, and sail it south for demonstration. 1,000 things could go wrong, but no one proposed a better plan. The White Walkers would not come south for the realm's convenience. They would come on their own time, when the realm was weakest. 2 days later, the group set forth across the rugged eastern stretch of land leading to Eastwatch by the sea. The watchers on the wall prepared harnesses and ropes to help the dragons if they needed to land on the wall's summit. An unsettling thought, given that the ice might not hold such weight. Daenerys flew overhead, scanning the terrain, while Jon and Tormund led a small troop on foot. Arthur Dayne stayed close to Jon, watchful, while Lyanna Mormont fumed at being left behind at Castle Black. Jon had insisted she remain. He could not risk the young lady of Bear Island in such a perilous mission. She had protested vehemently, but Jon had remained firm, employing every bit of authority he possessed to keep her from following. At Eastwatch, the air grew sharper and the wind howled ceaselessly off the shivering sea. They spent the night behind its walls, finalizing preparations, sharpening weapons of dragon glass and Valyrian steel. Daenerys set up camp outside the walls, the dragons forming a perimeter around her tent. The next morning, the sky dawned heavy with clouds, hinting at a coming snowstorm. They wasted no time. The mission began as a slow, tense march into the frigid northern expanse. Ice crunched underfoot. The wind's wail masked the sound of their labored breathing. Daenerys soared overhead on Drogon, the other two dragons prowling the skies behind her. Arthur Dayne, Jon, Tormund, and a handful of free folk crept through frozen ravines and across cracked lakes. Their eyes scanned for any sign of movement among the icy drifts. Hours passed, each step an effort in the deepening snow. Finally, near a jagged ridge of ice that rose like a row of broken teeth, Tormund signaled them to halt. He pointed, and Jon squinted through the swirling snow. Movement. A cluster of figures shambled across the frozen ground, wights, their bodies twisted and blackened by decay, jaws slack, eyes burning with eerie blue light. There were perhaps 10 of them, drifting aimlessly, as if patrolling the endless white waste. Jon's heart pounded. Daenerys, high above, circled lower, Drogon roaring to signal she'd spotted them as well. Arthur Dayne gripped on, knuckles white. Tormund whispered, "We take one, quietly if possible. The rest, well, that's what the dragons are for." They spread out in a half-circle, approaching from downwind. The wights did not appear to notice, continuing their slow, mindless trudge. Then, from behind the ridge, a tall silhouette emerged, far more menacing. A white walker, its icy flesh and armor glinting, pale hair trailing in the wind. It carried a spear of ice in its bony hand. Jon halted, cursing under his breath. "If that one's here, they'll sense us. The wights are under its control." Tormund glared. "We can't fight a walker quietly. The moment we kill it, the wights might drop or go into a frenzy." "Which is it going to be?" Daenerys, from above, motioned for them to retreat behind an outcrop. She circled Drogon, preparing for a strafing run. If they could eliminate the White Walker from the sky, perhaps they could isolate a White quickly. The plan unraveled in seconds. The White Walker seemed to sense the presence of dragons overhead. It jerked its head upward, the blue glow in its eyes intensifying. Suddenly, the Whites turned as one to face the direction of Jon's party. A hollow moaning sound escaped their throats. Jon cursed. So much for stealth. Dragons now. He waved an arm, signaling Daenerys. Drogon swooped down, roaring, exhaling a torrent of dragon flame that melted the snow and scorched the ground in a wide swath. Several wights were engulfed, disintegrating under the intense heat. The White Walker leapt aside with impossible agility, rolling behind a pillar of ice. Arthur Dayne charged forward with a band of free folk, determined to snare one of the wights that had not been incinerated. Jon sprinted after them, flaming sword in hand. He'd wrapped the blade with an oil-soaked rag, lit it to gain a slight advantage, but the cold wind threatened to snuff the flames. Tormund bellowed, hacking at a wight that lunged. Overhead, Rhaegal and Viserion roared, diving in to strafe the area. The White Walker emerged, raising its ice spear. Quick as lightning, it hurled the spear upward at Viserion. The spear streaked through the air with a shriek. Daenerys, astride Drogon, shouted a warning, but it was too late. The spear pierced Viserion's flank. The dragon screeched in agony, twisting in midair, blood and fire erupting from its wound. A shocked cry burst from Daenerys's lips, carrying over the roar of battle. Jon, seeing Viserion plummet, felt dread coil in his stomach. The wounded dragon struggled to stay aloft, beating its massive wings frantically. Spreading an arc of blood, the beast crashed into the ice near the far side of the ridge, sending snow and shards of ice flying. The ground trembled. Daenerys urged Drogon to climb, fear gripping her. Rhaegal roared furiously, diving at the White Walker. The icy creature dodged nimbly, its face a mask of malevolent calm. Another spear of ice formed in its hand, conjured by some unholy power. It readied a second throw. Jon shouted, "Kill it before it throws again." He sprinted over the uneven ice, brandishing his sword. Arthur Dayne was faster, crossing the distance with the grace of a hunting cat, dawn shimmering in the half-light. He met the White Walker's spear thrust with a parry, Dawn's pale blade ringing with an otherworldly chime as it clashed with the enchanted ice. Sparks of frost hissed in the air. The White Walker hissed, a sound like cracking glaciers, and battered away with chilling strength. Arthur slid back, adjusting his stance, eyes narrowed. The creature swung the spear in a wide arc, aiming to knock him aside. Arthur ducked beneath the blow, pivoted, and brought Dawn around in a slash. The blade sliced into the walker's icy torso, fracturing it. The walker let out a shriek of anguish, reeling. Arthur pressed the attack, delivering a final strike that shattered the creature into shards of ice, which dissolved into blowing snow. Simultaneously, the wights it controlled collapsed, lifeless, except for one that had somehow not been under that walker's direct thrall. Tormund saw it staggering away and tackled it, wrestling the writhing corpse to the ground with the help of two free folk. They quickly bound its limbs in thick chains, ignoring its snapping jaws and frantic thrashing. Daenerys, high above, finally urged Drogon to swoop down near where Viserion had fallen. Rhaegal circled overhead, roaring, uncertain if Viserion was living or dead. Jon, Arthur, and Tormund sprinted after Daenerys, hearts pounding from the battle. The captured wight howled behind them, struggling in vain. When they reached the crash site, they found Viserion lying in a jagged crater of ice. One wing twisted, the spear's wound pouring thick, steaming blood. The dragon's sides heaved, each breath labored and weakening. Daenerys slid off Drogon and rushed forward, heedless of the freezing slush that soaked her boots. She placed a trembling hand on Viserion's scaled neck, murmuring something in High Valyrian. The dragon opened a huge golden eye, filled with pain, and let out a weak rumble. Jon approached slowly, horror and pity welling inside him. "Is there anything we can do?" he asked, voice subdued. Daenerys shook her head, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. I don't know. Dragon wounds can heal, but this spear..." She tried to pull it out, but the spear was lodged deep, and the dragon roared in agony at the attempt. Rhaegal landed nearby, shrieking. The swirl of wind from his wings scattered ice shards, and the watchers flinched. Tormund, Arthur, and the free folk stood at a distance, not wanting to provoke the other dragon. Daenerys' heart clenched. Viserion was dying. She could feel it, sense it in the faint telepathic bond she shared with her dragons. The blood was too copious, the wound grievous. She smoothed her hand gently over Viserion's muzzle, tears falling. "No, no," she whispered. Dracarys, Dracarys," she pleaded, as if urging him to fight the cold with fire. But only a weak cough of flame flickered from Viserion's mouth. Then his great eye slid shut, and the life left him. A hush fell, the wind howling its mournful dirge. Daenerys pressed her forehead to Viserion's still warm scales, tears freezing on her cheeks. Drogon roared in shared grief, the sound echoing across the frozen wasteland. Rhaegal pressed closer, nudging Viserion's limp form, letting out a whine like a wounded animal. Jon looked away, his chest tight. He had known the risk, but seeing a dragon, one of the only living dragons in the world, die here, in this desolate place, was a bitter blow. Arthur Dayne exhaled shakily, dawn still in his hand, the blade flecked with bits of ice from the walker's remains. Tormund and the free folk exchanged grim looks. The cost of capturing a single wight had been steep indeed. Daenerys finally stood, turning to face Jon, sorrow etched in every line of her face. "We have what we came for," she said, her voice hollow. "And I've seen enough. The White Walkers are real. Their power is real. This is what they can do." She gestured at Viserion's corpse, voice trembling with anger and heartbreak. I will fight them, no matter the cost. Jon nodded, heart heavy. I'm sorry for your loss, he said quietly, though the words felt woefully inadequate. Daenerys swallowed hard, steeling herself. She stared out at the endless white, the swirling snow. We must return to Eastwatch with the white. Then we sail south, show the realm what's coming. Even if it means striking a truce with Cersei. Tormund grimaced at the mention of a truce with Cersei. Truces with lions rarely end well. But if it's the only way, then so be it. They carefully loaded the chained white onto a crude sledge. Rhaegal stood sentinel over Viserion's body, keening softly. Daenerys knelt by her fallen dragon a final time, whispering her farewell. Then, with tears still fresh on her cheeks, she climbed onto Drogon. The surviving dragons roared in lament, the sound reverberating across the ice. Jon and the others trudged alongside, forging the return path to Eastwatch. The storm worsened, flakes of snow swirling so thickly they could barely see. Yet they pushed forward, driven by the knowledge that the realm needed proof of this threat. Daenerys clutched the spines of Drogon, each beat of his wings carrying her heartbreak. Arthur Dayne led the ground party, forging a trail through the drifts. Once, he glanced over his shoulder at Jon, who marched silently, face pale. Arthur read the anguish and determination in Jon's eyes. This fiasco had cost them dearly, but the plan was done. Now the realm might finally listen. They reached Eastwatch near dusk. Word of the dragon's death spread quickly among the Watchers and the free folk, sowing dread. If a White Walker could slay a dragon, what hope did ordinary men have? Daenerys refused to linger. She commanded that the white be secured on a ship bound for White Harbor, from where they would travel south. She would accompany it by sea, while Rhaegal and Drogon flew overhead. Jon insisted on sailing with her. They would present the white together, offering a united front to the lords and ladies of Westeros. Tormund, Ed, and most of the free folk and Night's Watch remained behind to guard the wall, bracing for the inevitable onslaught. The White Walker threat would not remain idle. They had lost one of their own, and the Night King, if rumors of such a being were true, would not be pleased. The day of departure dawned bleak. Low gray clouds pressed down on Eastwatch's towers. The sea, churned by icy winds, clashed against the cliffs with violent force. Still, they had no choice. The small ship bearing the caged white set sail, flanked by two other vessels carrying Daenerys' retinue. Rhaegal and Drogon flew overhead, though Rhaegal's mournful roars reminded all of Viserion's absence. Daenerys stood at the ship's bow, hair whipped about by the salt spray, her expression carved from stone. Jon joined her, wearing a heavy cloak lined with gray fur. The waves rocked the ship, but he kept his balance easily. "I know this hurts," he said softly, forcing his voice to carry over the wind. "If there was a better way." Daenerys shook her head, cutting him off. "No, you warned me the threat was real, and I refused to believe until I saw it. Now I've seen too well. I can't blame you or anyone else for Viserion's death. The fault is with the White Walkers, and with me for not heeding the signs sooner." Jon's gaze lingered on her, sympathy welling in his chest. "We can only move forward," he said at last. "We'll show the realm the white, and then we'll stand together. The White Walkers won't stop with the North. Eventually, they'll come for all of Westeros." Daenerys' eyes narrowed, sparked with resolve. "Then all of Westeros must answer this call. Even Cersei Lannister, even if we must treat with her. Once she sees the truth, she'll have no choice but to join us or reveal herself as an enemy of the living." Jon exhaled. "Cersei is cunning and cruel, but perhaps the demonstration will be enough. Otherwise, we might have to fight a war on two fronts, against the dead and the Lannisters." Daenerys' voice hardened. "I have no fear of war with Cersei, but first the dead." Arthur Dayne stood at a discreet distance, near the main mast, scanning the horizon for any sign of trouble. His cloak flapped in the gale, and sea spray coated his cheeks. He thought of Rhaegar, of how the prince had dreamed of uniting the realm against a looming darkness. Perhaps this was always the shape of that dream, the Stark-Targaryen alliance bringing fire to meet ice. And yet the cost was already staggering. A dead dragon, a realm in chaos, the promise of an even greater confrontation to come. Days passed at sea, cold and relentless. The captive wight rattled its chains below decks, sometimes shrieking in the night, haunting the crew's dreams. No one ventured near it except for a few brave souls who fed it small scraps just to keep it moving. If it became too weak to stand, their proof would seem less dramatic. So they let it keep enough strength to thrash and snarl. The crew whispered that it was an abomination, an insult to the drowned god or the seven or the old gods. Take your pick. But the mission demanded it. At last they reached White Harbor. The Targaryen forces still stationed there greeted them, though many stepped back with alarm when they heard about the dead dragon. Daenerys commanded that no time be wasted. They resupplied the ships, readied the White's Cage for land travel, and set out again, bound for King's Landing. Jon sent ravens ahead, hoping to arrange a parley with Cersei. They had to present the White in front of as many lords as possible, to force a temporary alliance against the undead. The journey south felt surreal. Daenerys flew with Drogon and Rhaegal overhead, flanked by a fraction of her Unsullied and Dothraki. Jon traveled on horseback alongside Arthur Dayne, Tyrion, and a contingent of northern men. The caged White rode in a sturdy wagon, covered with thick canvas to prevent panic. People along the road gawked as the war party passed, swirling with rumors that dragons were headed to King's Landing. Some fled, fearing an invasion. Others stared with wide-eyed fascination, cheering for the rumored Targaryen queen who had come to dethrone the Lannisters. The party did not tarry long in any town, their mission too urgent to delay. Tyrion, riding a stout horse, found opportunity to speak with Jon again as they neared the Riverlands. "My brother Jaime wrote to me in secret," Tyrion confided. "He claims that Cersei is willing to meet you both in the Dragon Pit, that ancient ruin in King's Landing. She wants to see this proof for herself, but do not be fooled, she'll have her own agenda." Jon stared at the passing fields, once green, now turning brown under the approach of winter. "That's more cooperation than I expected from her." Tyrion shrugged. "It might be a trap, or it might be genuine. Cersei knows how to put on a performance. She might even pretend to join us, only to betray us when it's most advantageous." Jon's jaw tightened. "We'll be on guard. But if she's truly decided to help us fight the dead, that could save thousands of lives." Tyrion sighed. "There's a saying, when you think Cersei might do something honorable, remember who she is. Still, I hope you're right. For once, perhaps she'll surprise me." It took them nearly a moon's turn to reach the outskirts of King's Landing with such a large host, especially given the poor condition of roads battered by war. The weather grew a bit warmer the farther south they traveled, but winter's chill still clung to the wind. Daenerys often flew ahead to scout, ensuring there were no Lannister ambushes. She and Rhaegal would sometimes return near dusk to set up camp with the main force, while Drogon circled overhead like a living storm cloud. At long last, the city of King's Landing appeared on the horizon, sprawling along the Blackwater Bay, its walls and towers rising from the gloom. Smoke drifted from thousands of chimneys, and the gold of the lion's standard adorned the outer gates. The sight churned Jon's stomach. He had never been here as anything but a child passing through in his imagination. Now he approached as a Targaryen king, or so some called him, armed with proof of an undead threat. The city had seen the downfall of the Mad King, the coronation of Robert, the cruelty of Joffrey, and the cunning of Cersei. It had never seen two Targaryens arrive with dragons to negotiate a truce. The next morning, Daenerys soared Drogon over the city walls, circling the old Targaryen stronghold of the Red Keep. Word had reached Cersei of their arrival, and presumably, she had prepared for the meeting in the Dragon Pit. The great ruin perched on the Hill of Rhaenys, once used to house the Targaryen dragons of old, now a hollowed shell. Lannister guards lined the outskirts, bristling with bows and scorpions, large siege weapons designed to kill dragons if needed. Jon rode in with Tyrion and Arthur Dayne. The Unsullied formed a disciplined column behind them. The Dothraki flanked them on either side, horses snorting and stamping. Daenerys's banners, black with a three-headed red dragon, fluttered in the cool breeze. Alongside them, some northern standards flew, bearing the direwolf of House Stark. People in the city craned their necks, climbing rooftops to see the spectacle. The hush that settled over King's Landing was eerie. Cersei's party awaited at the entrance to the dragon pit. She stood at the forefront, clad in black and gold, her pale hair short against her scalp, a cunning gleam in her eyes. Beside her was Jaime Lannister, his face tight with unresolved tension. The mountain loomed behind them like a silent monstrosity, face hidden behind dark steel. A scattering of Lannister guards bristled with weaponry, their expressions wary as they saw the size of the Targaryen entourage. Daenerys soared in last, descending on Drogon to land behind her lines. The ground shuddered, and the Lannister guards balked, some stepping back instinctively. Cersei held her ground, though a flicker of fear crossed her face. Jaime's eyes darted to the scorpions perched on the walls. As Daenerys dismounted, a tense silence fell. Jon stepped forward with her, Arthur Dayne trailing a pace behind. Tyrion edged to the side, scanning the Lannister formation for his siblings' reactions. Cersei's lips curved in a thin smile. So the rumors were true. 2 Targaryens, one from across the sea, one from the north, come to treat with the crown. My, how the world has changed. Daenerys inclined her head a fraction, her posture regal. It has, and it will change further. This meeting is not about who sits the Iron Throne. It's about the living versus the dead. Cersei's gaze flicked to Jon. Ah, the bastard who turned out to be Rhaegar's whelp. I remember when Eddard Stark brought you to court as a boy, though that was quickly overshadowed by all the other chaos at the time. Congratulations on your newfound name. Jon kept his voice steady. I'm not here for your congratulations, Your Grace. I'm here to show you what threatens your realm. Cersei raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the small company of men struggling with a heavy wooden crate on a wheeled cart. I assume that's your demonstration. You're lucky I even agreed to let it pass the gates. If this is some mummer's farce, I'll have you all executed for mocking me. Jaime shifted uncomfortably at her words. Tyrion frowned but said nothing, waiting for the critical moment. Daenerys gestured for the cart to be opened. 2 unsullied warriors unlatched the metal fastenings, then slid aside the wooden slats. Inside, the caged wight howled, a horrifying, guttural sound that sent a chill through everyone present. It lunged at the bars, snapping its jaws. Its eyes glowed with that unnatural blue. Gasps escaped the Lannister soldiers. Cersei's face went pale, and Jaime took a step back, hand on his sword. Even the mountain seemed momentarily transfixed. Jon stepped closer to the crate, drawing a dragonglass dagger from his belt. This is one of many, he said, voice resonating in the open air of the ruined amphitheater. Tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. They are coming for us all. They do not tire, do not feel pity or remorse. They only serve the White Walkers. He plunged the dagger through the cage's gap, severing one of the White's arms. It fell to the ground, still twitching, fingers scrabbling against the dust. A hush of horror swept over the watchers. Jon then poured a small vial of fire onto the arm, setting it ablaze. The limb twitched a final time, then ceased movement. Fire destroys them. Dragonglass destroys them. But we need men, united men, and resources to stand against them. Cersei's expression was a mixture of revulsion and calculation. Her eyes flicked toward the scorpions, then back to Daenerys and Jon. She hissed through gritted teeth. You bring this abomination into my city? If it breaks free. It won't, Jon said firmly. Not unless someone opens the cage. Cersei studied the White for a long moment, her expression twisting. This is monstrous. But how do I know it's not the only one? Daenerys stepped forward. You have my word there are far more. Ask your scouts, your ravens, your allies in the north if you still have any. They all confirm the rising tide of undead. They can only be stopped if we unite. Lay down your arms for the moment. Help us defeat the dead. Afterward, we can resume our contests for the throne. A quiet tension built, suffocating. Cersei's gaze passed over Jaime, over Tyrion, over the White, and finally back to Daenerys. Then she forced a thin smile. "Very well, I agree. We will set aside our quarrel. House Lannister will march north to aid in the war against the dead. Once the threat is ended, we can discuss terms of peace or submission, or whatever is left." Jon blinked, surprised it was that easy. Tyrion narrowed his eyes, suspecting a trick. Jaime appeared equally astonished. But for now, the words were spoken. Daenerys let out a breath of relief. "Thank you," she said softly. "The realm thanks you." Cersei nodded stiffly. "I'll have my generals work out the details. We must move swiftly, I take it." Jon gave a curt nod. "Every day we delay gives the White Walkers time to advance." "So be it," Cersei said. Then she turned on her heel, Lannister guards parting to let her pass. Jaime paused, sharing a loaded glance with Tyrion, then hurried after her. The group from the north and Essos stood in the hush of the dragon pit, uncertain whether to celebrate or plan for betrayal. Daenerys turned to Jon, a cautious smile on her lips. "We did it. That was easier than expected." Tyrion's mouth tightened. It was indeed too easy. Arthur Dayne placed a hand on Dawn's hilt, scanning the departing Lannister soldiers. "We must remain vigilant. If she betrays us, she could strike when we're focused on the threat in the north." Jon nodded, heart still pounding from the tension of the demonstration. "We'll move forward with the alliance, but keep our guards up. If she's sincere, good. If not, we'll be ready." And so, under the fractured arches of the old Targaryen dragon pit, a fragile truce was born. The realm held its breath, uncertain if this alliance of necessity would last. Far to the north, the White Walkers marched relentlessly. In the hush of that ancient ruin, the living resolved, however tenuously, to stand together against the coming darkness. Yet none knew the next moves of fate. None could see the wheels turning in Cersei's mind, or what the Night King intended after slaying a dragon. The ephemeral nature of alliances in Westeros weighed heavily on Jon Targaryen and Daenerys Stormborn. But for the moment, they clung to hope that perhaps this time the realm would unite, that perhaps this time the living would not be so easily sundered by pride and ambition. Arthur Dayne, standing in the dust of ages, remembered Rhaegar's voice in his mind. "Promise me you'll protect our child. He may be the key." The old knight had done all in his power to uphold that promise, crowning Jon in secret and guiding him into the wide world. Now, with the realm on the brink of salvation or destruction, Arthur felt that promise resonate as never before. And so the stage was set for the living to make their stand, for Targaryen blood to blaze a path through ice and death. The final chapters of the war for the Dawn had begun. Whether they would end in the triumph of life or the eternal night of the dead, only time, and the hearts of those most tested, would decide. From the high walls of the dragon pit, where broken arches and shattered pillars spoke of grander days long past, the gathered forces dispersed into tense murmurs. Daenerys Targaryen stood with Jon at the center of the ancient ruin, the caged White still snapping at the bars behind them. The demonstration had been an unqualified success in one sense. No one present could doubt the menace of the undead after seeing that horrific, snarling creature. Yet a bitter taste lingered, for Cersei Lannister's swift acquiescence felt more like a performance than a genuine commitment. Tyrion Lannister, who had hovered near the back of the meeting with watchful eyes, let out a long breath when he saw his sister exit under heavy guard. The hush of the aftermath pressed on him, turning his mind to 1,000 questions. Would Cersei truly send Lannister banners to the north? Would she instead plot a betrayal the moment the northern armies and Daenerys' legions were committed against the White Walkers? And what of Jaime? Tyrion caught a glimpse of his brother's face as he followed Cersei away, hard, conflicted, older than Tyrion remembered. Jon Targaryen wore an expression of guarded hope, scanning the departing Lannisters and the uneasy soldiers who had remained behind. At his side, Arthur Dayne rested one hand on the pommel of Dawn, the pale blade that had so often shone under desert suns and northern snows. Dayne's gaze flicked between Lannister crossbowmen in the distant stands, Scorpion artillery perched menacingly above, and the hard line of Cersei's retreating shoulders. He was no stranger to courtly maneuvers or false promises. He whispered to Jon, "We should plan for treachery, Your Grace." Jon let out a tired breath. "You, Tyrion, everyone keeps warning me about Cersei's duplicity. We'll be prepared. But there's no turning back. If we can gather even a fraction of her strength to stand against the dead, it might save countless lives." Arthur nodded gravely. "Agreed, but let us not blind ourselves. The realm has often been undone by false alliances." Daenerys, overhearing, turned. Grief still clung to her like a shroud. The memory of Viserion's death weighed heavily on every breath she took. She met Arthur's gaze, then Jon's. "We press on. If Cersei truly joins us, good. If not, we fight without her. Either way, the undead aren't waiting." Jon offered her the barest flicker of a consoling smile. "We'll gather our own allies. The North, the Riverlands, Dorne if they can rally, and your armies. We can't rely on King's Landing alone." She nodded, lips tightening. "Then we depart as soon as we can. My men can camp outside the city while we finalize whatever formalities remain. If Cersei cooperates at all, that means the use of the Rose Road for troop movements. If not, we may need to sail north again from Dragonstone." Nearby, the caged white frothed and hissed, rattling its prison. Tyrion stepped forward, eyeing the thing with disgust. "We should keep it under guard until we decide what next. The damned creature's proven its point, but letting it loose again would be folly." Jon signaled to Unsullied, who carefully shoved the cage shut. "We'll keep it locked," Jon replied. "If Cersei wants to examine it further, she can do so in the presence of our best fighters." Arthur Dayne, brow furrowed, asked quietly, "What if she demands it destroyed as a token of good faith? The men who have seen it are enough to spread the tale, but perhaps she might fear we'd use it again against her in some twisted way." Daenerys considered the question, then shook her head. "I doubt she'll press the issue. She's had her shock. But if she does, we'll yield. We've accomplished what we came to do." Soon, under the watchful eyes of the Lannister guards, Daenerys and her entourage led the caged white out of the dragon pit. Drogon and Rhaegal soared high above the city, their passing shadows making the crowds below cry out in alarm. Even after the demonstration, King's Landing had not grown used to the roar of living dragons overhead. Small folk clutched children to their chests, street vendors hid behind carts, and whispers spread like wildfire. "The Targaryens are here. The dead walk. The world is ending." Despite the tension, Daenerys's presence near the city walls was carefully negotiated that afternoon. Cersei allowed her armies to camp beyond the gates, so long as they did not attempt to enter King's Landing in large numbers. Tyrion, mindful of all they had to lose, agreed. The Unsullied formed their disciplined ranks along the main roads. The Dothraki pitched tents and lit fires, cooking horsemeat and spicing the air with foreign scents. Northern soldiers, a smaller contingent, set up near the Targaryen banners, quietly watching their exotic allies. Daenerys herself arranged a large pavilion for strategy meetings, with the battered Targaryen sigil snapping in the wind. That evening, Jaime Lannister arrived unexpectedly, escorted by a handful of men. He requested an audience with Daenerys, with Jon, and with Tyrion. Arthur Dayne stood guard at the tent flaps, scanning Jaime's retinue. Jaime's face was a study in tension as he entered, golden hand glinting in the torchlight, the weight of regret pulling at his features. Tyrion, arms folded, waited to see if Jaime would speak first. The older brother cleared his throat. "I've come on behalf of Cersei. She confirms that the crown will support this truce. We'll dispatch a portion of our armies north by the King's Road as soon as they can be mobilized." He seemed to swallow a lump. "She also insists that if we are victorious over the undead, the realm will remember House Lannister's loyalty, and that the Targaryens will not seize King's Landing by force." Daenerys regarded Jaime with cool composure. "I cannot speak for the entire future. If we are forced to endure further treachery, we will react accordingly. But if the Lannisters stand beside us in this war, I will not forget it." She glanced at Jon, who nodded in agreement. Jaime hesitated, steeling himself. "She wants the same from you, Snow, if I should call you Targaryen now, that your northern bannermen and their Targaryen king will not harass Lannister lands while we fight side by side." Jon took a measured breath. "I have no desire for southern conquests. My only priority is stopping the dead." A flicker of relief passed through Jaime's eyes, though it was tainted by cynicism. "Then it seems we have an understanding." He paused, gaze drifting to Arthur Dayne. "I never thought I would see you again, Ser Arthur." His voice tightened, memories of a blood-stained throne room and a mad king swirling behind his eyes. "I was told you died at the Tower of Joy." Arthur inclined his head, features schooled to neutrality. "I nearly did, and you were a young man when I saw you last, Jaime. Now the realm depends on all of us, no matter what we once were." Jaime exhaled, a ghost of shame flickering across his face. "If half the stories are true, we'll need every sword. My father always said you were the finest knight in the realm. I'm glad you're here now for the realm's sake." He turned stiffly, not wanting to betray more emotion. "I must return to the Red Keep tonight. The city is uneasy." Before Jaime left, Tyrion stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Brother, is she genuine? Has Cersei truly agreed to this?" Jaime's expression flinched. "She told me so herself. But you know how she is, Tyrion. She'll scheme for advantage. If she can send a token force north while holding the bulk of her army back, she might do it. We'll see." He squeezed Tyrion's shoulder briefly, then brushed past him and left the tent, men in tow. Daenerys, watching him depart, realized her entire plan. Indeed, the realm's fate rested on a vow from a queen infamous for treachery. The strangeness of it all weighed on her. She had come to conquer, but instead she was forging a fragile alliance with the very house that had dethroned her father. Nearby, Jon looked equally unsettled. They locked eyes, each reading the other's doubts. Yet neither voiced them aloud, for the alternative was unthinkable. A war in the south while the Night King advanced in the north. That night, as the moon rose over the spires of King's Landing, a damp wind blew from Blackwater Bay. Within the Targaryen pavilion, Arthur Dayne stood a silent watch while Jon and Daenerys conferred with their close advisors, Tyrion, Missandei, Grey Worm, and a handful of northern bannermen who had traveled south. Candle flames danced in the drafty interior, illuminating the lines of fatigue on everyone's faces. Tyrion gestured to a map spread across a low table. "Even if the crown truly marches, we're talking about a few moons at least before a sizable Lannister host can reach the neck, let alone the north. The roads are poor, and winter creeps south. If we wait for them, the White Walkers may already be upon us." Jon tapped the stylized outline of the neck. "We can't wait too long. The Night's Watch sends ravens almost daily about undead activity beyond the wall. The free folk are pulling back, preparing for a siege of the wall itself if the dead swarm. We have to move as soon as possible to bolster the wall's defenses." Daenerys frowned, a flash of sorrow crossing her features. "Drogon and Rhaegal have flown long distances these past weeks. Rhaegal still mourns Viserion. He's restless, unpredictable. I need to be certain of his strength before I commit them to a major battle. But if the wall is where we must fight, I'll bring them, no matter the risk." Grey Worm, arms folded behind his back in the disciplined stance of an unsullied commander, nodded. "We can sail your troops to White Harbor again, then march overland. It's still faster than taking the roads from here, especially for the Dothraki, who can ride north if they wish. But many ships will be needed." Tyrion gave a grim half-smile. "Which means we will rely on the Red Keep's goodwill to allow our ships to dock unmolested. Or we could go back to Dragonstone and gather what remains of our fleet. Euron Greyjoy still prowls the seas, though." Daenerys's jaw clenched at the mention of Euron. That twisted crow of the Iron Islands had pledged himself to Cersei, bringing with him a brutal navy. If Euron remains loyal to Cersei, we risk attacks on our transports. We'll need an escort, but we have little choice. We cannot remain idle in King's Landing waiting for the apocalypse. Jon let out a slow breath. Then we divide our forces. Those best served by traveling by land can do so. The rest come by ship, guided by your fleet. We converge on Winterfell as quickly as possible. Whether or not the Lannisters join us in time, that's up to them. Tyrion nodded, glancing around the circle of tense faces. It seems we have a plan or the beginnings of one. Let us hope it's enough. Arthur Dayne spoke for the first time that evening, his voice low yet resonant. The realm has rarely stood so precariously. If we fail to unite, we face oblivion. But I have faith in your graces. He included both Daenerys and Jon in his gaze. Let us proceed without hesitation. They dispersed to rest for what few hours remained of the night. The next morning, Daenerys sent word to the Red Keep, informing Cersei of her departure and inviting her to send an advance force north immediately if she so wished. The Raven carried polite phrases about the dire threat, the ongoing truce, and Daenerys' intention to sail. Then she and Jon prepared to pull up camp. The caged wight, no longer needed in King's Landing, was hauled onto a wagon to travel north. Though the demonstration was over, they feared losing so potent a piece of evidence if things soured again. Within 2 days, the Targaryen-led force packed their tents, loaded supplies onto ships, and departed from the nearby ports at the mouth of the Blackwater. Daenerys flew overhead with Drogon and Rhaegal to keep watch for Euron's fleet, while Tyrion and Grey Worm orchestrated the loading of men, horses, and siege equipment. Jon's northern soldiers boarded several cogs, uneasy about sea travel. Arthur Dayne helped maintain order, his calm presence guiding men too anxious to climb onto unfamiliar decks. A handful of Dothraki Khalasars elected to ride overland, reasoning that they trusted their horses more than wooden ships. They would follow the King's Road north, skirting past Harrenhal and the Trident. Some northern bannermen also chose to ride the roads, preferring firm ground. Jon entrusted a few of his best trackers to lead them, warning them to avoid any Lannister entanglements. With luck, they would reach the neck around the same time the ships arrived at White Harbor. Thus began a second great voyage for Daenerys' combined forces, heading back to the cold that waited in the northern latitudes. The sea was not friendly, though the storms were mild compared to some. Days of endless gray water and bitter wind wore on the men. The caged wight moaned below decks, unnerving the sailors who refused to sleep near it. Yet no sightings of Euron's fleet came, and after nearly a fortnight, the coastline shifted, revealing the headlands near White Harbor. A heavy snow began to fall just as the ships glided into the port. Lord Wyman Manderly's banners flapped in the frigid breeze, and watchfires burned on the piers to guide the battered flotilla in. Once ashore, Daenerys, Jon, and their allies regrouped. The columns of Unsullied once more took formation, disciplined as ever, though they had grown used to the north's chill. The Dothraki who had come by ship disembarked with wary eyes, scanning the snowy streets. A few northern houses, grateful for new allies, offered what provisions they could spare, though winter's approach had already cut into their stores. Daenerys could not help but recall the day she first arrived in White Harbor, when the notion of capturing a white and forging a truce with Cersei was still an uncertain dream. Now they returned with a partial success, carrying the deep wound of Viserion's death and the bruising knowledge that the war for the Dawn was imminent. Her heart remained heavy, but an undercurrent of fierce resolve sparked inside her. She would not lose another dragon without extracting a deadly price from the Night King and his minions. Jon noticed her pensive mood as they rode side by side from the docks toward Manderly's keep. "We'll keep pushing," he said softly, voice muffled by the swirl of snow. "We have to." She nodded, set her jaw. "Yes, we do." When they entered the courtyard of Manderly's keep, they found Wyman Manderly himself waiting with a retinue of knights and sworn swords. The plump lord offered them a respectful bow, though his eyes shone with worry. "Your graces, we receive more ravens by the day. Skirmishes beyond the wall. Tormund's men reported that the undead grow bolder. The watch is preparing for a siege at Castle Black, Eastwatch, and the Shadow Tower. They need reinforcements." Jon dismounted, rubbing cold, stiffened fingers together. Then we waste no time. We'll gather here for a day or two, just long enough to rest and let stragglers arrive. Then we march on Winterfell. From there, we'll send men to the wall. Daenerys's breath crystallized in the frigid air as she pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders. I'll take the dragons to Winterfell immediately. We can move them to the wall whenever necessary. I want them rested and ready. Wyman Manderly's triple chin bobbed as he nodded. We've done our best to bolster supplies, but with so many mouths to feed, we'll need to consider rationing. The king in the north, if I may call you that, your grace, knows the strain of provisioning such large armies here in the cold season. We'll manage, but it's going to be tight. Jon forced a grim smile. Thank you, my lord. Do what you must. We'll ensure our men cause as little burden as possible. This is about survival now, not comfort. That night, the keep rang with the bustle of renewed war preparations. Armorers worked by lamplight, hammering out breastplates for men who once wore only furs. Seamstresses sewed thick quilts, linen wrappings, anything to stave off the lethal chill. Daenerys hosted a small war council in Manderly's audience chamber, featuring Tyrion, Grey Worm, and the northern lords who had traveled with them. Jon sat at her side, with Arthur Dayne standing watch near the door. Maps of the north lay stretched across a wide table, weighed at the corners by heavy candlesticks. Tyrion traced his finger along the route from White Harbor to Winterfell. We can make the journey in under a week if conditions hold. The real question is whether we move from Winterfell to the wall or stay put to build a strong defense line there. Jon glanced at the map, at the ragged boundary of the gift and the looming wall. The best place to hold is the wall itself if we can. But if the dead break through the wall, the open fields between the gift and Winterfell will be a killing ground. The plan might be to station a strong force at Winterfell while reinforcing the watch. If the dead breach the wall, we give them battle somewhere with more fortifications. Daenerys's voice was measured but held an edge of urgency. I've lost one dragon to the White Walkers, and I will not lose another carelessly. Yet I also know the dragons are our best weapon against the undead hordes. We must use them where it counts most. If the wall can hold until I arrive by air, then we stand a chance to annihilate a major portion of the army of the dead. Fire is our greatest ally here. The idea of a pitched battle on the icy battlements of the wall, with dragons soaring overhead, lit the imagination of every person in the room. Some wore expressions of excitement or awe at the possibility of such a spectacle. Others, like Jon, felt only cold dread. Tyrion cleared his throat. One question remains. If the Night King can kill a dragon, can he do more? How did he do it the first time? Jon rubbed at his temples, tension knotting in his neck. He used a spear of ice or the White Walker equivalent. It struck Viserion's side, and we lost him. But the Night King himself was rumored to be more powerful than the typical walker. We must assume he can replicate that feat. A weighted silence settled over the gathering. Finally, Grey Worm spoke in his quiet, precise manner. Then we must use the dragons carefully. Lure the Night King into a position where you strike from behind or above. If he can be destroyed, perhaps the rest will fall. Daenerys inhaled slowly. Perhaps. Rhaegal and Drogon respond to me, but I cannot promise we'll get close enough for a sure kill. We'll see what the battlefield offers. They discussed possible strategies well into the night, how to coordinate the arrival of reinforcements, the best ways to quickly dispatch whites using fire or dragonglass, and the question of whether the Lannisters would ever arrive. Tyrion pointed out that if a single Lannister banner marched into the north, it might serve to reassure Daenerys and Jon that Cersei's promise wasn't a ruse. Yet none had received word of any Lannister contingents nearing Moat Cailin or crossing the Neck. Before dawn, the council ended. Daenerys, exhausted, retired to a modest chamber provided by Manderly's household. Jon and Arthur Dayne returned to their own rooms, though they found little comfort in the lumpy straw mattresses and the howling wind outside. The next day, the armies departed again from White Harbor, forging the final leg of their journey to Winterfell. As they advanced inland, the cold deepened. Snow swirled in near blizzards at times, forcing the columns to halt. Scouts reported frozen streams and half-buried roads. But the hardened Unsullied pressed on without complaint, and the Dothraki accepted the discomfort with stoic, if reluctant, determination. At least they had open land to gallop through, even if it was blanketed in snow. Daenerys flew overhead often, sending Regal to scout. The black silhouette of Drogon flapping against a gray sky became a familiar sight, a harbinger of Targaryen might brought north. At last, Winterfell rose on the horizon, its walls partly restored after the Bolton depredations. Smoke curled from the tower's chimneys, and men manned the battlements. Jon felt a strange mix of relief and grief every time he saw those ramparts. So many memories bound him to this place. Eddard Stark's quiet presence, Robb's laughter, Arya's fierce tomboy grin, Sansa's songs, even little Bran's scampering in the courtyards. Most of them were gone now, scattered or dead. Only ghosts lingered. Winterfell still stood, a testament to the resilience of the North, but it felt emptier than before. They entered the gates in a swirl of activity. Men inside rushed to greet them, some crying out with excitement at the sight of dragons overhead, others stepping back in fear. Daenerys led her horse into the courtyard, dismounting with practiced ease. She gazed upon the old keep, the battered but proud architecture. She had been here once already, but it struck her more powerfully this time. This was to be the bulwark of the living, the seat from which they would attempt to save the realm. Ser Davos Seaworth emerged to meet them, face lined with fresh worry. He had arrived earlier, traveling with a group of northern loyalists who straggled in from the Riverlands. "Your Grace," he greeted Jon, voice husky. "Good to see you back safe. And you, Your Grace," he added, turning to Daenerys. Jon clasped his forearm in greeting. "Ser Davos, it's been too long. How's the situation here?" Davos grimaced. "We've done what we can. More wildlings arrived, free folk I should say, though they haven't heard from Tormund in a fortnight. No sign of the Lannisters, if you can believe it. A few small houses from the Riverlands sent word they might come, but we'll see if the snows let them pass. The men are training with dragonglass weapons, but they're not used to fighting such creatures. And Winterfell's food stores are running low. We're rationing carefully." Daenerys glanced around, noticing the tired faces of the garrison. "We'll share what supplies we have from the ships and the caravans. I'll direct Grey Worm to distribute them wisely." Davos nodded gratefully. "Aye, that might keep us going for a time. I'll show you to the Great Hall. Might be the warmest place we've got now." That evening, a more somber gathering took place in Winterfell's familiar Great Hall, the walls lit with torches, the old banners of House Stark and House Targaryen draped side by side. Lyanna Mormont sat at a table near the dais, arms folded, face as grim as any older lord. She gave Daenerys a curt nod, silent acknowledgement of the Queen's earlier display of competence. Maester Wolkan, taking over many of the late Maester Luwin's duties, reported new arrivals. Small groups from House Glover, Serwyn, and Mormont herself had trickled in. The total force at Winterfell's command swelled beyond anything the North had mustered in generations. Yet for all their numbers, the sense of dread was palpable. Jon, seated in Ned Stark's old seat, gazed out over a hall full of uncertain faces. Daenerys sat at his left, her expression set. Arthur Dayne stood behind them, silent sentinel. It was an image that might have seemed impossible just a few years prior. A Targaryen queen and a Targaryen king, both present in Winterfell, forging an alliance for the realm's salvation. Rumors whispered among the men that the two Targaryens had more than just a political bond, that something in their shared sorrow and determination drew them closer, but none dared speak it openly yet. Jon cleared his throat. The hall quieted. "My lords, my ladies, and those sworn to House Stark and House Targaryen, our enemy does not rest. The White Walkers gather beyond the wall, preparing to breach it. We must be ready, both here and at the wall. Anyone who cannot fight will remain behind these walls, protected by a garrison. The rest of us will split into two forces. One will reinforce Castle Black, Eastwatch, and the Shadow Tower. The other will stay here and prepare for a second line of defense if the wall is lost." Daenerys spoke next, her voice echoing in the hall. My dragons and I will move between these forces as needed. Fire is our greatest weapon against the undead. We must strike quickly and decisively if they breach the wall. I've summoned any loyal bannermen from the south, but so far, the snows make travel perilous. We cannot count on fresh reinforcements. A restless energy filled the hall as men shifted, exchanging uneasy glances. Lynna Mormont stood, small and fierce. House Mormont will stand with you. We have few men left, but each is worth 10 from the south. Tell us where to go, and we'll fight. A few others murmured agreement. Lord Glover, stiff-necked as ever, glowered but finally sighed. We're with you, too. It's no secret I disliked bringing foreign armies to the north, but we've got no choice. Jon thanked them, relief flickering in his eyes. At least some measure of unity remained, despite the precarious alliances. Yet the question of the Lannisters loomed large. Word had come that no large troop movements were reported south of Moat Cailin. Perhaps they were delayed. Perhaps Cersei had sent only token forces. Perhaps none at all. So the days wore on. Winterfell's courtyards rang with the clash of weapons. Unsullied sparred with Northmen, Dothraki taught riders to shoot arrows from horseback, and the forging of dragonglass arrowheads continued ceaselessly under the watchful eye of skilled blacksmiths. Daenerys roamed the ramparts, cloak whipping in the icy wind, scanning the skies for any sign of ravens carrying dire news. Jon spent hours with the quartermasters, rationing barley and turnips. Sometimes, they met in the Godswood, that quiet, ancient place of snow-laden weirwood branches, to share updates and anxieties in private. One dusk, as the pale sun dipped behind Winterfell's walls, Daenerys found Jon beneath the heart tree, where red leaves rustled in a faint breeze. The carved face in the trunk seemed to watch them, old as the north itself. Daenerys stepped carefully through the snow, her boots crunching softly. Jon turned, and she saw lines of weariness etched around his eyes, but also that stubborn determination that refused to yield. He inclined his head in greeting. "My queen," she offered a small smile. "We've traveled too many leagues and faced too many perils for such formality. Call me Daenerys, at least here." Jon hesitated. "As you wish, Daenerys." She looked up at the branches overhead, the last of the sunlight glinting on patches of crimson. "I see why the Starks hold this place sacred. There's a sense of timelessness here, even after all the devastation." Jon glanced at the pale bark. This tree has stood for thousands of years, seen kings rise and fall. Now it witnesses 2 Targaryens at Winterfell. Daenerys turned back to him. "You've spoken little of how you feel about that. Once you learned the truth, that you're Rhaegar's son, did you ever imagine you'd return to this place at the head of an army? Or sharing power with another Targaryen?" He shook his head slowly, memories drifting through his mind. "When Arthur Dayne told me the truth, my world turned upside down. Part of me still thinks of myself as Ned Stark's son, a bastard or not. I never yearned for a throne. I only wanted to do my duty. And now the realm looks to us." She studied his face. "Rhaegar was my brother, though I never knew him. But from what I've heard, you resemble him in more ways than one. His sense of duty, his gentle nature mixed with iron resolve. I often wonder if he foresaw any of this." Jon let out a slow breath, cold air pluming before his lips. If he did, it must have been part of that prophecy he believed in. The prince that was promised. "I'm not sure I believe in such things. I only believe in what we can do here and now." Daenerys stepped closer, searching his eyes. "Then let us do what we must. End this threat. If we survive, well, we can decide what happens next. Whether we rebuild Westeros together, or if one of us claims the throne." Jon gave a weary half-smile. "I only hope we have that choice." They stood in a companionable silence for a moment, a hush broken only by the wind in the weirwood's branches. The possibility of a future beyond war and death hovered between them, fragile and uncertain. Without another word, they turned and left the Godswood, returning to the bustle of preparations, each lost in thoughts of what might come. 3 more days passed with no sign of the Lannisters, No word from the south. Then a single raven arrived, bearing Cersei's seal. Tyrion, reading it in Winterfell's great solar, felt dread coil in his gut. It said that a regiment of Lannister infantry, some 2,000 men, had just begun the march north, but the rest would remain behind to guard the capital. Tyrion relayed the contents to Jon and Daenerys, voice dripping with cynicism. A paltry force. She might claim it's a gesture of goodwill, but 2,000 men is nothing compared to her full army. She's keeping the rest to see if we survive, or perhaps to take advantage of whatever's left after the war. Jon's shoulders sagged. 2,000 is better than none. They might arrive in time to help. If not, it changes nothing about our plan. Daenerys simply nodded, face set like stone. At least now we know where Cersei stands. She's gambling with our lives, hoping the dead will eliminate her enemies. No further tidings came. Winterfell's war councils continued. The day soon arrived when scouts from the Night's Watch galloped through the gates, half frozen, bearing dire news. The army of the dead had reached the fist of the first men, scattering any free folk who lingered. Thousands upon thousands of whites were rumored to march under the cloak of endless night. The White Walkers led them, and sightings of a monstrous shape in the sky, something that flew on ragged wings, plunged the watchers into terror. Jon read the scroll with shaking hands. Something that flies. They must have found Viserion's body. His eyes rose to meet Daenerys's. The Night King has your dragon. He's reanimated it. Daenerys's face went white, her hand tightening around the arm of her chair until her knuckles showed. No, she whispered. Viserion is lost to us. Tyrion cursed under his breath. Then they have an ice dragon or something akin to it. If it breathes some kind of frost, it could be unstoppable. Silence reigned, stunned and horrified. Arthur Dayne pressed a fist to his chest, remembering the heartbreak of Viserion's death. Now the dragon rose as an undead horror. Missandei covered her mouth, tears glistening at the thought of such a travesty. Grey Worm's calm cracked for just a moment, and he muttered a prayer in low Valyrian. Lyanna Mormont, present at the council, looked grave but resolute. Then we face 2 living dragons and 1 undead. If we cannot kill that monster, it might bring down the wall. Jon set the letter aside, face grim. We must assume the dead will use that dragon to breach the wall. We have no time to lose. Daenerys, we have to fly there. Now. She nodded, standing abruptly. I'll take Drogon and Rhaegal. We'll attempt to protect the wall, or at least evacuate the watch if it's beyond saving. Jon, gather the forces. March north. I'll meet you at Castle Black or wherever the fight is joined. Jon hesitated, a tangle of worry in his chest. I should come with you. You'll need help. But Daenerys raised a gloved hand. We cannot risk you or me both being slain at the same time if this fails. Bring the armies north. I'll try to hold them back, but if the wall falls, you have to be prepared to defend Winterfell. If I survive, I'll join you there. If, she faltered, swallowing the words. Jon's expression hardened. If the wall falls and you can't hold them, I understand. Tyrion spoke hurriedly. At least take a small escort, your grace. Arthur Dayne, for instance, might. Daenerys shook her head. He's needed to coordinate the armies with Jon. Drogon can carry only a few men swiftly, and time is everything now. My blood riders and a handful of Unsullied can accompany me if they wish, but the fewer we are, the faster we can fly. She steadied herself, trying to quell the swirl of fear and fury. I will not let my child remain in the Night King's clutches, not without a fight. Moments later, outside the castle gates, she prepared for departure. Rhaegal and Drogon soared in low arcs above the battlements, their roars echoing over the courtyard. Soldiers rushed aside to clear a space. Daenerys, wearing thick leathers lined with fur, clutched the reins on Drogon's harness. Grey Worm approached, half inclined to insist on coming, but she motioned him away. Remain with the army, Grey Worm. You've kept my people safe all these years. I trust you to keep them safe now. He bowed with a fist to his chest, stoic but clearly troubled. Yes, your grace. Jon stood near the gate, wind whipping his cloak. "Be careful," he said simply, voice taut, "and trust that we will come with all our strength if you need us." She nodded, eyes lingering on him in silent understanding. Then she climbed onto Drogon's flank. Two of her blood riders mounted regal, though the green dragon shifted restlessly, snarling with inner turmoil. Daenerys murmured words of reassurance in Valyrian, and at last both dragons took flight, buffeting the courtyard with a gale of swirling snow. The watchers shielded their eyes, and the silhouette of Daenerys's figures soared northward, a small wedge of riders behind them, perhaps half a dozen at most. Within minutes, they vanished into the leaden sky. Jon felt a hollow ache in his chest as he watched them go. The last time they faced the White Walkers so directly, they lost Viserion. Now Daenerys risked it all again. He turned to Arthur Dayne, eyes blazing. "We prepare the army. If the wall still stands, we'll meet her there. If it falls, we fortify Winterfell and brace for the storm." Arthur bowed, but there was a grin set to his mouth. "Then let us see to it." Within hours, ravens flew from Winterfell to every outpost in the north, summoning all able fighters to converge on Castle Black or Winterfell. The courtyards of Winterfell erupted with frantic energy. Men secured supply wagons, blacksmiths hammered out swords of dragonglass-laced steel, and the Dothraki readied their horses for the final, brutal push into the frozen wilderness. The plan was twofold. A portion of the forces would march directly to Castle Black, if the roads permitted, while the remainder would dig in at Winterfell. As the host prepared to move, Tyrion approached Jon, voice subdued. "We're gambling that Daenerys and her dragons can hold that monstrous white dragon at bay. But if the Night King has grown even stronger with an undead dragon, I shudder to think of it." Jon's eyes flicked to the gray sky. "She's strong, Tyrion, and she has Drogon and Regal by her side. But you're right, no matter how strong, it might not be enough. We must be ready if she fails." Thus a new dread took hold. The entire north seemed to hold its breath, waiting for word from the wall. Days passed in a swirl of frantic departure. Jon personally led a column north, accompanied by Arthur Dayne, Grey Worm, Tyrion, and Lyanna Mormont, who refused to stay behind. They struggled through snowstorms that slowed their wagons to a crawl. The Dothraki, frustrated by the icy roads, pressed ahead, scouting for safe paths. Unsullied marched in disciplined ranks, silent as tombstones in the swirling snow. A bleak hush covered the land, broken only by the mutter of thousands of boots tramping through drifts. One morning, not far from the last hearth, the seat of House Umber, a rider on a lathered horse appeared on the horizon, galloping toward their vanguard. Alarmed, Jon ordered his men to form up. The rider, an older man of the Night's Watch, slumped in the saddle, breath steaming, eyes wild. He nearly fell into Jon's arms as he dismounted. "The wall," the man gasped, eyes brimming with horror. "Eastwatch has fallen. The ice, it collapsed. The dragon, it breathed this blue flame, tore a gap in the wall. Tormund and many others, gone. We don't know if they escaped. The army of the dead is coming. They're heading west along the ruins. Castle Black might hold them off for a while, but they're moving, unstoppable." A stunned hush fell over the column. Men paled, some crossing themselves or muttering prayers. Tyrion's face went ashen. Grey Worm gripped his spear, knuckles white. Arthur Dayne closed his eyes a moment, steeling himself, and Jon stared at the rider in mute shock, the enormity of the news slamming into his heart like a hammer. He swallowed, voice barely above a whisper. "Daenerys? Was she at Eastwatch when it fell?" The man bowed his head. "I didn't see her, M-Lord. Heard dragons overhead. Saw a flash of them fighting the undead one. Couldn't see the outcome. Everything was confusion and ice. I fled as the wall cracked." Jon clenched his fists. He had known it was possible. He had prepared for the worst. But hearing it, the final barrier shattered, left him staggered. The dead were now free to spill into the north. There was no time to gather more forces or flee to safer ground. The battle that once might have been fought at the wall would now be fought closer to Winterfell. if not here and now. And Daenerys's fate was unknown. Lost in the chaos of that cataclysmic battle, Arthur Dayne laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. We must press on. This is what we trained for. Better to meet them in the open fields than to let them surprise us. We'll try to find survivors. Perhaps Daenerys survived. She might already be heading this way. Jon closed his eyes, drawing a shuddering breath. Then he nodded. You're right. We push forward. Tyrion swallowed thickly. If they're heading west from Eastwatch, they'll likely aim for Castle Black or break south around it. The terrain is rough, but if they can breach anywhere, they will. We have to intercept them before they gather too much ground. So the army marched north still, hearts heavy with dread. Snowstorms battered them, and the temperature plummeted. Along the way, they passed scattered groups of frightened small folk, fleeing from remote villages with carts of meager possessions. Jon ordered them escorted south to Winterfell, but some refused to abandon what little they had. Fewer and fewer glimpses of the sun broke the gray gloom overhead. After another punishing week of travel, the combined forces neared the area south of Castle Black, a rugged stretch of land dotted with stunted forests and frozen rivers. Scouts brought back reports of a massive white host moving in this direction. Worse yet, no sign of Daenerys. Jon felt the knot in his gut tighten with each passing day, a litany of silent prayers echoing in his mind. Let her be alive. Let her have escaped. Finally, they encountered a scattered band of survivors from the Night's Watch and the Free Folk. A half-burned torch in hand, Tormund Giantsbane stumbled into camp, half frostbitten, but alive. He collapsed at Jon's feet, hissing in pain. We fought them at Eastwatch. The dragon, gods, Jon. The beast is a horror made of ice and death. Daenerys was there. She and her living dragons tried to hold the breach, but the Night King. They fought in the sky. I don't know the outcome. I saw them vanish behind the swirling storm. Then the wall came crashing down around us. Jon crouched, pressing a hand to Tormund's shoulder. Breathe, Tormund. It's all right. You're safe now. Did you see her fall? Did you see Drogon or Regal come down? Tormund coughed, spitting blood and snow. No, I saw nothing after that final clash. A blizzard swallowed everything. We fled. Eastwatch is overrun. The army of the dead pours in. He gave Jon a desperate look. We have to warn you. The undead might be here any day. Arthur Dayne helped Tormund to a healer's tent. Jon exchanged grim glances with Tyrion and Grey Worm. We set up a defensive line here, Jon said, pointing to the terrain on a map. There's a ridge that might give us some advantage. We dig trenches, place dragonglass stakes. If Daenerys survived, she'll see the fires or the columns from above. So the next 2 days, the Allied forces built a makeshift defensive camp, a ring of trenches studded with sharpened stakes and coated in oil so they could be set ablaze if needed. The Unsullied formed the core, disciplined ranks behind the trenches. The Dothraki cavalry readied their swift horses for flanking maneuvers, though the snow posed a challenge. Northern spearmen, archers, and any wildlings who survived gathered along the ridge. Tyrion helped orchestrate the layout, ensuring that if the undead poured in from multiple angles, they could funnel them into kill zones. The final sunrise before the battle was pale and wan, offering little warmth. Jon stood atop the ridge, scanning the northern horizon. Grey Worm tested the siege weapons, catapults loaded with barrels of burning pitch. Lyanna Mormont led a contingent of her Bear Island men to man the palisade. Tormund, battered but resolute, insisted on fighting, and Arthur Dayne silently roved the lines, offering advice to men on how to handle themselves when faced with unyielding foes that felt no pain. Late that afternoon, the wind picked up, howling across the wasteland. Snow whipped about, stinging eyes. Scouts in the distance suddenly sounded horns. The warning passed along the lines. The dead are coming. Dim shapes emerged from the swirling white, ranks upon ranks of whites shambling forward, some stumbling in the snow, others moving with eerie single-mindedness. The watchers on the ridge gulped in unison, hearts pounding. The horde stretched farther than they could see, a sea of ragged forms, jaws open in silent moans. Here and there, Faint glints of armor showed White Walkers commanding them, tall silhouettes in the drifting snow. Jon exhaled, stepping forward in front of the lines. He gripped the hilt of Longclaw. "Archers, prepare!" he shouted over the wind, voice carrying across the anxious hush. "Light your arrows with dragonglass or fire if you have it. Wait for my command." Men scrambled, passing flaming torches, hooking pouches of dragonglass arrowheads. The Dothraki, uneasy about waiting, muttered among themselves. Tyrion moved along the lines, urging discipline. Grey Worm commanded the Unsullied to stand firm. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air, a shriek that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The undead lines parted, and there, emerging from the gloom, the shadow of a dragon soared overhead, wings ragged and flesh half-rotted. Blue fire rippled from its jaws, scorching the sky. An unholy chill descended on the battlefield as the white dragon circled, its once cream scales now the color of deathly frost. The Night King, perched on the creature's back, was barely visible through the swirling snow, but his presence exuded dreadful power. Men quailed at the sight, some crying out in terror. Even the fearless Dothraki reined in their horses, wide-eyed. Jon forced the lump from his throat, shouting, "Steady! Stand your ground!" Before the archers could loose a volley, the undead Viserion released a torrent of blue flame that crashed against the trenches below, freezing them solid. The oil-laced timbers and stakes turned brittle under that supernatural cold, fracturing like glass. The carefully laid trap was undone in moments. Whites poured forward with renewed speed, stepping over the broken trenches. The Watchers unleashed arrows, some of which found their marks, felling a portion of the horde. But they just kept coming, a relentless tide. Then, from the southwestern sky, a roar split the heavens. Two dragons appeared, black and green silhouettes twisting through the snow-laden winds. Drogon and Regal. A collective cry of hope rose from the defenders. Daenerys had returned. The living dragons swooped in, unleashing gouts of orange flame that tore into the ranks of the Whites, scorching them by the dozens. Jon's heart soared at the sight. She was alive. He could see her perched upon Drogon's back, hair whipped in a frenzy by the wind. Regal roared beside them, vengeful green fire cutting a swath through the undead. For a moment, the lines of the living cheered. Perhaps they could turn this tide. High above, Daenerys guided Drogon in a dive toward the undead Viserion. The twisted corpse of her fallen child shrieked in an unearthly sound, the Night King's eyes gleaming with unnatural light. Blue flame met orange in a fiery collision, ice and fire swirling. The shockwave rippled across the sky, sending gusts that nearly knocked men off their feet. Regal flanked undead Viserion, spewing flames at the creature's flank. For a heartbeat, it seemed the combined might of Drogon and Regal might overpower the abomination. Then the Night King hurled a lance of ice, aimed at Regal's neck. The green dragon barely dodged, roaring in fury. He twisted away, losing altitude. Daenerys seized her chance. Drogon spun around Viserion, snapping at the undead dragon's wings with savage fangs. Black claws raked rotting scales, tearing away chunks of necrotic flesh. Viserion howled in a shrill, pained wail, but it fought back, exhaling blasts of blue flame that brushed Drogon's hide. The black dragon roared in agony, but still pressed the attack, determined to tear Viserion apart. On the ground, the armies clashed. The Whites slammed into the unsullied shield wall. Men screamed and steel clashed. Dragonglass-dipped spears found unholy flesh, but for each White that fell, two more pressed in. The Dothraki charged, horsemen swirling around the flank, slicing with the rocks, some coated in flaming pitch. The northern archers loosed arrow after arrow. The White Walkers advanced more slowly, using their chilling powers to freeze men in place, to shatter weapons. Arthur Dayne cut down half a dozen Whites in a flurry of pale steel, dawn blazing like a thing of legend. Tyrion huddled behind a line of pikemen, rallying any who wavered. Jon waded into the thick of it, sword blazing with the faint reflection of the fires around him. The stench of decay made him gag, but he pressed on, hacking at skeletal arms and rotten torsos. He bellowed commands, trying to keep the lines from crumbling. As the undead advanced, the living were forced to yield ground, step by bloody step. Above, the dragons fought a more desperate battle. Regal had recovered, circling overhead, but the Night King's throwing arm was deadly. Another spear of ice streaked upward, narrowly missing Regal's belly. Daenerys guided Drogon in an aerial assault from the side, blasting Viserion's flank with scalding fire. The undead dragon screeched, blackened flesh flaking. Sensing Daenerys' threat, the Night King directed Viserion into a violent spin, smashing into Drogon in midair. The two dragons entangled, biting and clawing, rolling through the swirling blizzard as if locked in a death spiral. On the ground, men screamed in horror as the two dragons crashed among them for an instant, smashing a line of wights and living soldiers alike. Drogon staggered to his feet, shaking off the daze, while Daenerys clung desperately to his harness. Viserion uncoiled, battered and scorched, undead wings beating. The Night King, perched on the creature's neck, raised his pale hand toward Daenerys. A wave of frost crackled across the earth, freezing men in place, tearing the breath from their lungs. Daenerys gasped at the surge of cold, feeling it bite into her very bones. Suddenly, Regal descended with a thunderous roar, ramming Viserion's hindquarters. The undead dragon reeled, losing balance. Drogon seized the opening, unleashing a torrent of flame that engulfed Viserion's chest and right wing. The Night King withstood the flames, but the battered corpse of the dragon beneath him convulsed in agony. Pieces of wing tore away in the firestorm, and the creature screeched a hideous lament. Then, with a last shrill cry, Viserion collapsed under the onslaught, half its body rendered to ash and bone. The Night King jumped clear, rolling across the snow in a swirl of tattered black garments. The watchers on the ridge shouted in triumph, seeing the undead dragon fall. But the battle was far from over. Wights and White Walkers still raged. Regal roared, descending to finish off the remains of Viserion, scorching what little life or unlife might be left. Daenerys, chest heaving, guided Drogon closer to the ground where the Night King stood. She intended to drown him in dragonfire. If he died, maybe the entire undead horde would collapse. "Dracarys!" she screamed, voice raw from the cold. Drogon spewed flames that melted the snow in a great arc, sending steam billowing into the air. The Night King vanished in the inferno. For a heartbeat, Daenerys dared to hope. But as the flames receded, the tall, inhuman figure still stood, ice crystals swirling around him, his flesh unscorched by the fire. His cold blue eyes locked on Daenerys, malice unbound. He lifted a new spear of ice, forming it from the frigid air. With terrible speed, he hurled it at Drogon's flank. The black dragon roared in pain, though the spear merely grazed him, lodging itself in the thick hide but not piercing a vital organ. Blood spattered across the snow. Daenerys nearly lost her seat as Drogon lurched. She spotted the Night King reaching for another weapon, a second spear forming. If he struck Drogon again, it might be mortal. From behind, Regal swooped in, mouth open wide. Green fire bathed the ice-wielding fiend. But again, the flames parted around him as if repelled by an unseen force. The Night King stepped back, scanning the battlefield, as if measuring how best to deliver a final blow. On the ground, Jon realized the danger. Breaking away from the melee, caked in blood and snow, he sprinted across the field toward the Night King. Wights loomed in his path, but he cut them down with frantic slashes of long claw, ignoring the ache in his limbs. Arthur Dayne, noticing Jon's desperate charge, fought his way clear and followed, dawn flashing. They reached the perimeter of the inferno that Drogon had unleashed, steam rising in sheets. The Night King was just beyond, poised to finish Drogon or turn that deadly spear on Regal. Daenerys struggled to hold onto her wounded mount, shouting at him to rise, to take flight, but Drogon was half-stunned. Jon plunged forward, roaring, "Over here!" He raised Longclaw, daring the Night King to face him. The tall figure turned, ice-blue eyes narrowing. Arthur Dayne flanked Jon, pale blade at the ready. The Night King sneered, a horrifying mimicry of a grin, and advanced, conjuring a sword of crystal from the frost. Jon attacked first, swinging Longclaw in a fierce overhead strike. The Night King parried with supernatural strength, forcing Jon back. Arthur struck from the side, hoping to catch the foe off guard. Frost exploded where dawn met the ice blade, sending shards glittering. The Night King moved with inhuman grace, weaving between them, each blow carrying lethal force. Jon reeled, barely blocking a slash that could have sheared him in half. Arthur, for all his legendary skill, found himself pressed to his limits by the creature's speed. Daenerys, seeing Jon and Arthur in mortal combat, tried to coax Drogon to launch another wave of fire, but the dragon bellowed in pain, pinned by the spear lodged in his flank. Rhaegal soared overhead, but the swirling mass of whites hindered him from swooping close. On the battlefield, thousands fought and died, the living and the dead locked in savage conflict. Jon and Arthur orchestrated a desperate pincer attack, fighting with perfect coordination. Arthur's fluid artistry complementing Jon's raw determination. The Night King, though partially encircled, moved like a specter, avoiding the worst of their strikes. Where they landed glancing blows, the ice covering his limbs cracked, but quickly reformed. His sword cut Jon's side, sending blood spraying. Jon fell to one knee, gasping. Arthur lunged, driving dawn at the Night King's chest. Steel met ice with a thunderous crack. For an instant, Arthur thought he saw a fracture run through the Night King's torso. But then the White Walker Lord twisted, grabbing the blade's edge with a bare hand. Frost erupted along the metal, creeping toward the hilt. Arthur felt the chill burrow into his bones. A savage cry tore from Jon. He mustered the last of his strength, springing up to slash at the Night King's exposed back. Longclaw bit deep, cleaving into the icy torso. A piercing wail ripped through the storm, and the Night King staggered, disoriented. Dawn broke free of his grip, trailing shards of ice. Arthur stumbled away, arms numb with cold, now bleeding a strange black ichor from the rent in his back. The Night King glared at Jon, fury incarnate. He raised an arm. Power pulsed through the air, as if he were calling forth a new wave of frost to crush them. Jon braced himself, certain he was about to die. Then Drogon, with a monumental roar, pounced. Despite his wound, the black dragon lunged forward, jaws snapping around the Night King's torso. Daenerys, still clinging to Drogon's harness, felt every tendon quiver as the dragon tore the foe from the ground. A deafening shriek echoed. Without hesitation, Daenerys shouted, "Dracarys!" And Drogon's maw erupted with flame, consuming the Night King at point-blank range. The hideous scream peaked, then abruptly cut off. The Night King's form shattered in Drogon's jaws, fragments of ice crumbling to the trampled snow. At once, a ripple passed through the battlefield. Whites collapsed, twitching, eyes extinguished. White Walkers still standing disintegrated into shards of ice. A hush fell, broken only by the crackle of fires, the moans of the wounded, and the gale of the wind. For a long moment no one moved. Men looked around in disbelief, weapons raised half-heartedly at whites now lying inert. The once shambling horde had simply ceased. Tyrion, trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion, stood among the battered ranks of unsullied, eyes wide. Lyanna Mormont sank to her knees, tears of shock streaming down her face. The Dothraki lowered their araks, scanning for more foes that did not come. Jon, clutching his side, stumbled to where Arthur Dayne leaned on Dawn. "Are you all right?" Jon rasped. Arthur nodded numbly, though he looked pale, breath ragged. "I'll live." "You?" Jon grimaced, pressing a hand to his bleeding ribs. "I think so." His gaze flicked to where Drogon was sinking down, exhaling steam. Daenerys slid from the saddle, staggering on shaky legs. He rushed to her, ignoring the pain that flared with every step. She nearly collapsed into his arms, face streaked with ash and tears. Drogon let out a low rumble, flapping his wings once before settling painfully to the ground. "You did it," Jon whispered, voice raw. "You killed the Night King." She pressed her forehead to his shoulder, trembling. "We all did. You and Arthur, Drogon, Rhaegal, everyone." A swirl of snow blew across the suddenly silent battlefield. The hush was eerie after such violent turmoil. Bodies littered the ground, whites and men alike. The stench of burned flesh mingled with the acrid tang of cold steel. Rhaegal circled overhead once before landing, keening in distress at Drogon's injury. Across the field, men began to cheer in hesitant, disbelieving voices, a wave of relief and euphoria washing over them as they realized the undead truly had fallen still. Arthur Dayne, hearing the cheering, managed a faint smile. Dawn felt warm again in his grip, as though the presence of the Night King had cast a pall over everything. Tyrion limped through the snow, accompanied by Grey Worm and Tormund, approaching Jon and Daenerys. Tyrion's face was streaked with soot, a shallow cut on his forehead. "It's over," he gasped, as though barely believing his own words. "It's really over." Daenerys swayed, exhaustion threatening to take her. The army of the dead is done. If the Night King perished, the rest cannot persist. Gods be good." Her tear-filled eyes fixed on the black shape of Viserion's broken corpse in the distance, charred and collapsed. "My child is free now," she murmured, voice catching. Jon supported her, mindful of his own injuries. "We need to find the wounded, and see who else we lost." But even as he spoke, the cheering intensified. Men embraced, horses whinnied. A feeling of unbelievable deliverance swept the battered survivors. Grey Worm quietly saluted Daenerys, eyes reflecting a complicated mixture of pride and sorrow. "We have victory," he said simply, in that stoic tone that once delivered only battlefield reports. Tormund spat bloody spittle in the snow. "Victory, but by the gods, what a price. The North is soaked in blood. Let's hope the living can find peace now." So the war for the dawn ended on a field of ice and fire. The living stood victorious, exhausted, grieving, but victorious. Snow continued to fall, covering the broken remains of the White Walkers and their whites, burying them as if they had never existed. In time, men would tell stories of that final stand, of dragons tearing an undead beast apart in the sky, of a Targaryen queen who risked everything to save the realm, of a hidden Targaryen king who fought side by side with her, and of a legendary knight named Arthur Dayne who swung a sword of pale fire. It took days to burn the dead, whites and men alike. The survivors formed long funeral pyres. Those who had known no family or name in life, who had traveled from Essos or the Free Folks' lands, were honored with the same rites. A hush settled over the battered camp. Among the thousands who had come, fewer than half remained to see the sunrise on the third day after the battle. Arthur Dayne, bandaged and pale from his own injuries, quietly helped gather bodies. Jon, bruised and stitched at the ribs, walked amid the funerals, offering comfort. Daenerys presided over the mass burnings, wearing a cloak to hide her trembling shoulders. She turned to him, eyes red-rimmed but calm. "I know. For all we've done, the realm remains fractured. My father's legacy, the rebellion, the countless betrayals. It all still lingers. But perhaps now, after what we've done together, we can convince the realm to unite under a better rule." She paused, swallowing. "I spoke often of breaking the wheel. This victory might give us a chance, if we use it well." Jon nodded, remembering the vow he made to protect the realm above all else. "You've more than earned your place as queen. And the North, well, the North might accept a Targaryen queen now, seeing all that you've sacrificed." She exhaled softly, searching his face. "And you? You are Targaryen as well. Some lords might see you as the rightful heir. Do we risk another conflict over who claims the throne?" Jon met her gaze, sincerity pouring from him. "I told you before, I never wanted it. I only want peace. If the realm would have me step aside for you, I would gladly do so, if it means a fair and just rule. But if the realm believes we should rule together, then perhaps we could do that." He hesitated, the words feeling too big for a battlefield's aftermath. The days of conquest by fire and blood must end. We can begin a new era. Daenerys took his hand, the snowfall drifting around them in gentle flurries. A new era, she repeated, her voice quiet. If the realm sees us as hope rather than a threat, we could shape a better world. They shared a moment of profound understanding. Behind them, Grey Worm watched with a faint, respectful nod. Arthur Dayne, from a distance, saw the two Targaryens clasp hands, the burden of destiny finally shifting into something that resembled genuine partnership. He recalled the night he crowned Jon in a silent barn, the oath he took to Rhaegar, the illusions of the Mad King's reign. Now, it felt as though all that had led here, to this fragile dawn over a field once choked with death. Within the week, the battered host began a slow march south. There were wounded to carry, pyres to maintain, and many free folk who chose to remain in the far north, returning to their newly reclaimed lands. Jon and Daenerys led what was left of their combined armies, heading first to Winterfell for rest. Word spread of the victory, carried on swift ravens. The news stunned the entire realm. The undead threat had been real, and it had been defeated by the alliance of North and Targaryen. When the exhausted army finally reached Winterfell, the gates opened to them like a sanctuary. Survivors from the initial muster cheered, tears of relief shining in their eyes. The nights that followed were spent tending to the injured and burying the lost. Daenerys saw to Drogon's recovery, while Rhaegal perched watchfully atop the castle's highest tower, as though guarding them from any lingering shadow of darkness. In that lull, the question of Cersei Lannister loomed. Did they press south to dethrone her? Or would she remain behind her walls, content to rule whatever was left of the south while the Targaryens shaped a new order in the north and beyond? Jon argued for a measured approach, offering negotiations. Tyrion insisted that, if left unchecked, Cersei would eventually strike. Daenerys, tempered by loss, wanted to spare more bloodshed if possible, but she would not allow Cersei's cruelty to continue unchallenged. The invitation for peace talks was sent, and in a shocking turn, Jaime Lannister replied that he had seized command from Cersei after her betrayal became clear. She had planned to let the White Walkers destroy the Targaryens, then pick off survivors. Jaime, horrified by her willingness to doom the realm, conspired with certain loyal officers to stage a coup in King's Landing. Cersei vanished in the chaos, rumored to have fled the capital. Jaime offered the city's gates to Daenerys and Jon, requesting a formal arrangement for stable governance. Thus began a slower, more delicate campaign. Daenerys, Jon, and their key advisors decided to ride south with a smaller force, leaving the bulk of the armies to rest in the north. Winter would remain harsh for months, if not years. But at least now, men need not fear the undead. Arthur Dayne accompanied them, unwavering in his oath. Tyrion traveled as well, eager to see the city that had once exiled him. The journey was marked by uneasy anticipation. Rumors placed Cersei in the Westerlands, possibly rallying loyal bannermen. Some said she had been captured by the Faith militant, who held a grudge. Others claimed she sought refuge with Euron Greyjoy. Whatever the truth, Jaime remained in the capital, controlling what was left of the Lannister regime. Upon arrival, Daenerys and Jon found the city subdued, its populace exhausted by war and famine. Jaime knelt before them in the throne room of the Red Keep, offering the keys of the city. He spoke of wanting to atone for the sins he once committed in Aerys' name. Daenerys accepted his pledge with solemn grace. Jon, though uneasy about Jaime's past, recognized this as a chance to unify the kingdom. It was decided that until a formal Great Council could be called, Daenerys and Jon would rule together, stabilizing the south with minimal bloodshed. Jaime Lannister was stripped of his Golden Lion regalia but allowed to serve in the new governance, offering insight into how best to repair the devastation. Tyrion, ironically, resumed an advisory role in the city of his youth, albeit in a far more hopeful context. Weeks turned to months. The combined efforts of Targaryen loyalists, northern lords, and reformed crown officials gradually restored a semblance of order to King's Landing. Daenerys issued decrees banning slavery outright in the Seven Kingdoms, reaffirming the freedman's status from the wars in Slaver's Bay. Jon worked with Arthur Dayne to ensure the city's defenses were restructured to rely less on cruelty and intimidation. The city watch was purged of corruption, replaced with men who swore loyalty to the realm rather than any single house. The small folk, though wary of dragons, slowly came to appreciate the new, gentler order taking hold. Beyond the capital, the rest of Westeros reeled from the news that winter might last for years, but the undead were destroyed. Word of the Targaryen-Stark union, 2 monarchs, each with a rightful claim, spread like wildfire. Some balked at a divided monarchy. Others, reeling from the horrors of war, welcomed the arrangement. The Lords of Dorne, the Vale, and the Reach dispatched envoys to treat with the new government, each hoping to secure favored status in a realm that had known only instability for so long. It was in this atmosphere of cautious hope that Daenerys and Jon were finally crowned in the ruins of the Dragon Pit, the same place that had once hosted the harrowing demonstration of the White. Nobles from every corner of the realm gathered, uncertain but curious. The day was cold, but the sky was startlingly clear, as though the realm itself felt relief from the vanquished darkness. Regal circled overhead, Drogon perched on a distant tower, each living symbol of House Targaryen's return. With Tyrion officiating in a half-serious, half-wry tone, he had never imagined himself a master of ceremonies. Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Targaryen were crowned as joint rulers. She is Queen of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men, with her seat in the Red Keep. He is King of the North and co-ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, bridging the old feuds that once tore them apart. In truth, their arrangement was still fluid, subject to negotiation with each lord who arrived. But in that moment, the realm glimpsed a possibility of unity under ice and fire intertwined. Arthur Dayne stood by, watching with a mixture of pride and profound relief. He had upheld his vow to Rhaegar, protected the prince who would be king. He had seen the darkest threat to the realm undone, fighting side by side with men and women from every corner of Westeros. As the cheers rose in the Dragon Pit, hesitant at first, then swelling as lords and small folk alike accepted the new order, Arthur felt a weight lift from his heart. Dawn, sheathed at his hip, seemed to hum with silent satisfaction. When the final oath had been spoken, Jon and Daenerys turned, facing the crowd. The hush that fell was charged with anticipation. Daenerys, her silver-gold hair braided with small dragonbone ornaments, wore a half-smile, the weight of the new crown pressing on her brow. Jon, clad in dark leathers and the cloak of a king in the north, but now bearing the Targaryen sigil alongside the Stark direwolf, looked out at the gathering with humble determination. They had survived impossible trials, lost loved ones, and saved the realm from an enemy beyond mortal comprehension. Now came the harder task, forging a realm that would not devour itself anew. Daenerys stepped forward to speak, voice carrying across the ancient stones. She spoke of the hardships endured, the bravery of the living, the sorrow of war. She spoke of how dragons and wolves had united, how she and Jon would strive to break the cycle of bloodshed that had defined the realm. Then Jon added his voice, a quieter but resolute cadence, reminding all that the threat of winter was not just the undead, but famine and cruelty. He promised the North would not stand apart if the rest of the realm needed aid, so long as the realm offered the same care to the North. When they finished, the applause surged. It was not the raucous cheer of conquering armies, but a heartfelt, almost tearful wave of hope from weary men and women who had seen too much horror. Tyrion wiped at his eyes surreptitiously. Grey Worm stood stoically, arms folded, though a flicker of pride shone in his gaze. Ser Davos muttered a prayer of thanks to whichever gods might be listening. Lyanna Mormont, near the front of the stands, nodded in approval as though to say, "About time." Afterward, in the shadow of the Dragon Pit, Arthur Dayne made his way to Jon and Daenerys, who were greeting well-wishers. He bowed, placing a hand over his heart. "Your Graces," he said softly, "you have restored House Targaryen, saved the realm from darkness, and united North and South in a way not seen since Aegon's conquest. I am proud to have served you." Jon clasped Arthur's arm in a soldier's grip. "Ser Arthur, your guidance made all this possible. I can never repay the debt." Daenerys, touched by the knight's sincerity, rested a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You carried Rhaegar's last hope into the future, and you helped me keep my faith when all seemed lost. The realm owes you a greater debt than you know." Arthur inclined his head, a rare smile tugging at his lips. "For so long, I feared I had failed Rhaegar, but I see now that his dream lives on, not in madness or tyranny, but in justice and hope. I thank you both for vindicating his memory." Jon exchanged a glance with Daenerys. She gave a subtle nod, and Jon turned back to Arthur. "Ser Arthur Dayne, Sword of the Morning, will you continue to serve? We would have you as Lord Commander of a new Kingsguard, or Queensguard, if you will. Your loyalty and honor would guide a new generation." Arthur hesitated, eyes clouding with emotion. "I am old, though perhaps not so old as some. My bones ache from years of war. Yet, if it is your wish, I'll serve until I can serve no more." Daenerys extended her hand, expression warm. "Then rise, Lord Commander Dayne, sworn sword to the crown of the Seven Kingdoms. We will need your wisdom as the realm moves forward." He sank to one knee, head bowed, the final act of a vow begun decades ago. When he rose, cheers rose with him. Knights from across the realm, seeing the storied figure of Arthur Dayne honored, murmured in approval. Tyrion smirked, leaning towards Ser Davos. "Now that's a Kingsguard worth having," he quipped. Davos only nodded, eyes reflecting the swirl of gratitude and awe. In the weeks that followed, the newly crowned pair began the painstaking process of forging peace. Lands ravaged by war and famine required healing. The North, battered by the White Walkers, needed seeds and supplies for the extended winter. The Riverlands, so often the battleground of every conflict, cried out for relief. Dorne, the Vale, and the Reach each negotiated their terms in King's Landing, some pressing for independence, others satisfied with reduced taxes or local autonomy. Slowly, a patchwork consensus emerged. The question of Cersei Lannister's whereabouts still loomed, but rumors placed her in a distant part of the Westerlands with a handful of loyalists. Some said she died on the road. Others claimed she planned a vengeful return. Yet as the months wore on with no sign of her, the realm's focus shifted from fear of the old queen to hope for the new monarchy. Jaime Lannister kept a careful watch, regret etched in his every move, but he pledged to serve as a cautious mediator for the Lannister bannermen to ensure no further rebellion. Daenerys worked tirelessly to reform the capital's governance, guided by Tyrion's cunning and Missandei's measured counsel. Jon traveled frequently between King's Landing and Winterfell, ensuring the North's needs were not forgotten. Each time he arrived, the people hailed him as a king who had fought in the snows to save them. The scars on his side reminded him daily of that final stand against the Night King. The realm might never truly understand the depth of that horror, but they knew enough to respect the sacrifice. Even the faith of the Seven began to reconcile with the presence of dragons, seeing them now as saviors rather than instruments of tyranny. The High Septon declared that the long night had been a divine trial, cleansed by the union of Targaryen fire and northern resolve. Quietly, the old controversies about Rhaegar's marriage to Lyanna Stark faded in the face of the living heirs who carried both lines to new heights. In time, Daenerys and Jon began to formalize the question of succession, a matter neither had wanted to contemplate during the war. If they ruled jointly, would their children inherit the throne as Targaryens, or would the North remain separate? Counselors debated for months, but eventually, a compromise was reached. The child or children of Jon and Daenerys, should they have any, would be recognized as the rightful heirs to both the Iron Throne and the North, pending the Northern Lord's approval. A great council in Harrenhal ratified it, marking the first time all the great houses recognized a single lineage that united Stark and Targaryen. So the seasons rolled on, the realm healing in fits and starts. Hunger remained a concern, but trade routes reopened. The city's crumbling infrastructure was slowly rebuilt. Dothraki roamed the Riverlands, eventually integrating or returning to Essos at Daenerys' invitation. The Unsullied, many of whom had no home to return to, settled near the Blackwater, forming a disciplined guard that protected travelers from brigands. The ghost of war still lingered, but each day, A small step was taken toward stability. Through it all, Arthur Dayne served with unwavering devotion. As Lord Commander, he recruited knights of unimpeachable character, forging a new White Cloak order that learned from the mistakes of the past. Where once the Kingsguard had been used to enforce a mad king's will, now they stood as protectors of the people as much as the monarchs. Arthur's presence, gray streaking his hair, reminded Westeros of an older code of honor, a code revived under the Targaryen Stark rule. Years later, songs would be written of that final victory over the Night King, of the heartbreak and the triumph, the forging of an unprecedented alliance. The young would hear ballads telling how dragons soared against an undead dragon in a sky of swirling snow, how a hidden prince from the north revealed himself to be the rightful heir, how a queen from across the sea gave everything to protect the realm she had never known. And at the heart of these tales, Arthur Dayne shone, the knight who survived beyond his time to crown the child of Rhaegar and Lyanna, who stood at his side in the greatest battle of an age, and who helped guide the newborn realm to a fragile but lasting peace. In the twilight of his life, Arthur sometimes visited the God's Wood in Winterfell, where the old weirwood stood silent vigil. There he would reflect on the swirling events that had shaped his destiny, recalling the dusty dunes of Dorne, the locked tower where Lyanna Stark had died, and the day he knelt to crown Jon Targaryen in secret. He would remember the heartbreak of losing Rhaegar, the improbable triumph on the frozen battlefield, and the new dawn that followed. Often, he would bow his head and say a quiet thanks to the old gods and the new, certain that somewhere, Rhaegar and Lyanna smiled to see their son, and the realm they'd shaped, finally at peace. And so, in a way, the story ended as it began, with a promise. But unlike that desperate oath whispered in the Tower of Joy, "Protect him, Arthur. Keep him safe," this final promise was one of hope. A realm once broken by war had found renewal in the union of ice and fire, guided by the devotion of a legendary knight who refused to let the last Targaryen heir fade into darkness. In that promise, Westeros found a chance to break free from the old cycles, to heal the scars of centuries of strife, and to look upon the sunrise without fear of what lay beyond the wall. For the first time in living memory, the living need not dread the shadows. The dawn had come at last. The coldest winds of winter still haunted the north in the aftermath of the final battle, even though the greatest threat ever to face the living had been destroyed. Where once the frozen tundra shook with the march of the dead, now it fell silent, revealing only churned soil and the half-buried remains of the fallen. Here, where the snowdrifts rose as high as a man's chest, a sense of solemn awe permeated the very air. Jon Targaryen stood upon a slight rise just south of the collapsed remnants of the old ice ramparts, staring at a vast expanse once occupied by countless whites. His breath curled into mist before his face, and though he felt the sting of old wounds, he pressed a gloved hand against his side and forced himself to inhale the crisp air. On the horizon, orange sunlight fought to penetrate a curtain of clouds. It was the first glimpse of unblemished sky many had seen in weeks. The war had ended, and the living had triumphed over the Night King, but the world still bore scars that might never fully heal. He turned to Arthur Dayne, who stood quietly nearby, a bandage wrapped around his right arm. The once legendary sword of the morning, now older and marked by the hardships of battle, still carried Dawn strapped across his back, a pale shimmer in the thin light. Though weary, the knight's eyes retained a measured vigilance, as though expecting some remnant of the walkers to spring up from beneath the snow. When he felt Jon's glance, he inclined his head, gray hair ruffled by the wind. The two men exchanged a mutual acknowledgement, gratitude for surviving, sorrow for those lost, and relief that the realm was no longer teetering at the edge of annihilation. Farther down the slope, Daenerys Targaryen stood wrapped in a thick white fur cloak, her silver-gold hair braided tightly. She surveyed the lines of survivors, Northmen, Dothraki, Unsullied, scattered Riverland's bannermen, and even a handful of free folk who had chosen to remain for the aftermath. In that motley collection of faces, she recognized the shape of a new Westeros, one not defined by old hatreds but forged in the desperate crucible of the recent war. Many gazed at her with an awe that transcended titles. They had seen her atop Drogon, unleashing fire against a legion of the undead. Some had believed the stories of Targaryen madness, or the untrustworthiness of foreigners, or the savage ways of the Dothraki. Yet now they stared at her as one who had risked everything to save them. Her own heart bore a heavy mixture of mourning and determination. She had lost Viserion to the Night King, only to watch his resurrected form fall once more to her living dragon's combined onslaught. Though the final confrontation had cost uncounted lives, she found solace in the knowledge that her child's tormented corpse no longer roamed the skies under that icy abomination's will. Holding the cloak tighter around her shoulders, Daenerys found her gaze drawn to Rhaegal and Drogon, both perched upon a damaged ridge at the perimeter of the battlefield. Rhaegal's wings were flecked with cuts and frost burns from the final clash, but he stood guard over his larger brother, who nursed a deep spear wound in his flank. They had survived, though battered and scarred, just as she had survived, along with Jon Arthur Dayne and the thousands who had formed the Alliance of the Living. A ragged cheer broke through the hush as groups of soldiers discovered more pockets of survivors buried in makeshift dugouts. Jon and Daenerys began walking down the slope, meeting among the swirling snow at the center of the newly erected war camp. Fires burned within hastily constructed pits, warming exhausted men and women who crouched with blankets drawn close to their chins. Grey Worm, stiff-backed despite a slash across his brow, directed unsullied to distribute rations that remained in the supply wagons. Tyrion Lannister, limping from an ankle sprain, leaned against a broken spear as he spoke quietly to a group of northern bannermen, each one hunched over from cold and weariness. When Jon drew close to Daenerys, he saw the bruise-like shadows under her eyes, a reflection of his own fatigue. She extended a gloved hand to him, and he held it for a moment. The swirl of wind carried a mingled scent of ash and icy dampness, the remains of funeral pyres that had burned through the night. Their small moment of solace was interrupted by a pair of Mormont soldiers, one of whom nodded respectfully at Daenerys. "My queen, the White Walker's remains are fully disintegrated," the soldier said, voice cracking. "Only ice shards and dust. The men are finishing the last pyres for our own dead." "Thank you," Daenerys answered quietly. "Do we know how many we've lost?" The man's expression stiffened. "Many thousands, Your Grace. The count is still uncertain, but at least half the forces who stood against them. Could be more." Jon lowered his gaze, swallowing a knot in his throat. Even with the victory, it was a harrowing toll. But it could have been far worse. Had the Night King prevailed, no one would have survived. "See that we do what we can for the wounded," he said softly, "and ensure no one is left without warmth or shelter. If you find anything resembling provisions or decent firewood, gather it." The soldier nodded, eyes hinting at gratitude for the instruction. Then he and his companion headed off. Daenerys exhaled, turning her attention to Tyrion, who limped over with a face locked in grim lines. Although the cunning mind that once juggled the intrigues of King's Landing had served them well in orchestrating alliances, no strategy could fully stave off the horrors of war. Tyrion's left arm was wrapped in a sling, and a dried gash ran across his cheek. He offered a small bow. "Your Graces," he muttered, wincing at the motion. "I wanted to inform you that I found Tormund Giantsbane with a group of free folk near the eastern edge of camp. They're half frozen, but alive." "Is he all right?" Jon asked, voice tinged with concern. "As well as can be expected for a man who single-handedly took down half a dozen whites with nothing but a pickaxe." Tyrion's lips quirked, almost forming a smile. "He's complaining about the cold, which we can take as a good sign. He mentioned that many free folk have retreated beyond the field, looking for shelter in the foothills. We'll need to consider how to integrate or resupply them, or we risk them perishing." Daenerys glanced around. "We must ensure no one is turned away. We may not have enough to feed them, but we can't abandon them either. Tyrion, coordinate with Grey Worm and the Northern Lords. Let them know we must unite in our relief efforts, for everyone." Tyrion gave a tired nod. "Of course, Your Grace." He cast a look toward the line of scraggly Dothraki picking through debris. "And the Dothraki? Many of them want to roam. They're uneasy with the idea of building new camps or staying in one's place. We might lose them if we don't offer them a path forward. Daenerys considered that, pressing her lips together. They have fought bravely, far from their homeland. Let them ride if they wish, but I'd rather keep them close until we know what remains of Westeros's political landscape. In the meantime, remind them that they're free to choose their next course. I owe them that much. Jon sighed, feeling the weight of the realm pressing from all sides. We should gather an assembly of all the leading captains, lords, and representatives. We'll plan a route south. The north is battered, and the folk here will need rebuilding, but we can't ignore the rest of the kingdom. Winter hasn't spared the other regions either. Tyrion bobbed his head once more, turning to carry out the orders. When he was gone, Jon and Daenerys exchanged a long look. The dead are gone, she said softly, but in many ways our tasks have just begun. The sky darkened with a gathering swirl of clouds, heralding another wave of snowfall. As the day wore on, the Allied camp bustled with quiet desperation. Funeral pyres were lit in careful intervals, casting flickers of light across the faces of those who stood vigil. People huddled around small fires, rationing the last of the dried meats and hardtack. Northerners, Dothraki, Unsullied, Riverlords, and free folk formed an uneasy tapestry of survivors, thrown together by necessity and overshadowed by shared grief. At intervals, distant roars signaled Rhaegal or Drogon shifting position, as though ensuring no threat remained. Late in the evening, Jon retreated to a battered command tent erected from mismatched bits of canvas. Inside, he found Arthur Dayne, Grey Worm, and a handful of lords from minor houses, House Serwyn, House Mormont, House Glover, leaning over a roughly sketched map. Bran Stark was not present, having remained at Winterfell for safety during the final clash, and Sansa and Arya had last been reported in the Riverlands. The North's leadership thus rested primarily with Jon and those bannermen who had pledged loyalty when the threat of the dead became undeniable. Daenerys joined them a moment later, accompanied by Missandei, who bore a stack of records detailing supply distribution. Arthur Dayne's voice was low but resonant. We need to think about how we deploy our forces. The Night King is gone, so we don't face an immediate existential threat. But the realm is fragile. Cersei's location remains uncertain. We have heard no word of her armies, save that 2,000 Lannister infantry were supposedly marching north. They never arrived, either lost in the storms or recalled by her. Grey Worm's face hardened. If she betrayed us, she might hope the dead would kill us all, leaving her unchallenged. But now that we have survived, she could still be preparing an attack. Daenerys inclined her head. Precisely, and the Iron Throne, though hardly my foremost concern anymore, remains a symbol of power. If we allow Cersei or any other rival to exploit this post-war chaos, we risk plunging the realm into yet another conflict. Jon lifted his gaze from the map, raking a hand through his hair. We can't wage another massive war. Our men are exhausted, half our allies are wounded, and winter is upon us. We need time to heal, but it may be that we have no choice if Cersei makes a move. One of the northern lords, old and gray-faced, spoke up. We can't be sure the southern lords will welcome a Targaryen presence any more readily now than before. They might see you both as conquerors, albeit ones who saved the realm from the dead. Still, the memory of Robert's rebellion lingers, and southern alliances can be fickle. Daenerys gave a cool nod. I understand their hesitations, but we've proven our commitment to the living. If that is not enough, I will do what I must to ensure stability. Arthur Dayne flexed his injured arm carefully, wincing. There is another possibility. Perhaps the Southern Lords, seeing how you two overcame an impossible threat, might be inclined to negotiate. We could call a great council at Harrenhal or the Trident, inviting every major house to confirm a new order. That way, we can formalize the peace without another war. Daenerys's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You propose that we call the lords to meet, so they can either swear fealty or declare opposition? Something like that, Jon said. But we must be mindful that traveling to a single location in winter might be difficult. Even so, A great council could be the best chance for a peaceful resolution. We have no illusions that everyone will simply bend the knee. But if we present them with a realm free of the undead and an opportunity to avoid further bloodshed, we might persuade most. Grey Worm looked uneasy. And if Cersei resists, or if any lords side with her? Daenerys answered, her voice firm. Then we respond quickly with minimal force. No more city scorching. We use the dragons only as a deterrent, if possible, and rely on negotiations. I've no desire to burn down the realm I fought to save. A long silence settled over the tent. Firelight flickered across weary faces and the battered table. Finally, Jon nodded. We'll attempt the council. In the meantime, we march south slowly, helping each region we pass. The north is still my home, and it's battered. But if we bring what order we can, perhaps by the time we reach the Riverlands we can gain more support. The name Targaryen may hold fear, but it also carries weight. Daenerys leaned over the table, glancing at the map, finger trailing from their location to Winterfell and beyond. Very well. We'll spend a short time here ensuring survivors are safe, then move to Winterfell, gather more resources, and continue south. If the realm sees us aiding villages and caring for the wounded, it may sway hearts. And if not, at least our consciences will be clear. So the plan formed. The next day, the funerals continued, the final pyres burning away any last vestiges of the whites. With each pillar of smoke that rose into the sunless sky, men and women whispered prayers of gratitude or sorrow. Once the final duties at the battlefield were discharged and the wounded stabilized, Daenerys, Jon, and their battered armies began the slow trek to Winterfell. Northmen guided them along half-frozen roads, through drifting snowbanks. Now lacking the sense of frantic urgency that had marked the approach to the final battle, the columns moved at a careful pace, ensuring that none were left behind. The journey took a week of difficult travel, broken by nights spent in makeshift camps. Arthur Dayne rode near Jon for much of it, scanning the horizon, mindful that even if the dead were gone, bandits or stray pockets of hostility might still pose a threat. Daenerys flew overhead on Drogon or Rhaegal for short scouting intervals, but the dragons themselves needed rest. They had been gravely wounded, though Rhaegal's injuries were lighter than Drogon's. When the bitter winds threatened to ground them, she remained on horseback, traveling among her people, her presence a steady reassurance. Upon entering Winterfell's gates, the returning army was met with heartfelt cheers from those who had remained behind. Torches lit the courtyard as horns announced the arrival of the living heroes. Weary men and women dismounted, their boots crunching against the snow-laden stones. The battered battlements told the story of how the Boltons and subsequent upheavals had nearly ruined the fortress. Workers toiled even now, repairing walls and rebuilding the collapsed towers. The warmth of the great castle's internal hot springs was a welcome balm for those half-frozen from the trek. Jon lingered near the stables, overseeing the care of the horses, patting one mare's flank before turning to greet Lyanna Mormont, who emerged from inside. The young lady of Bear Island wore a battered breastplate and still carried herself with fierce pride, despite a heavy limp. She met Jon's eyes. "Your Grace," she said gruffly. "Welcome back." Jon's lips curved in a ghost of a smile. "Good to see you again, Lady Mormont. When last we met, we feared half the North would be lost. We've managed to save it, though the cost was terrible." Lyanna nodded solemnly. "Bear Island stands ready to rebuild. We lost many, but we shall not complain. We're alive, thanks to you and the Queen." She glanced past him, eyes glittering. "It'll take time, but our loyalty remains. The houses that doubted you should see reason now." "I hope so," Jon answered, tone soft. "We aim to help, but we'll eventually move south. I'd ask you to continue holding the North in our stead, ensuring the people have enough to survive the rest of winter." Lyanna squared her small shoulders. "Of course, Bear Island may be small, but we've proven our worth. I'll do all I can." They parted, each lost in thoughts of how to rebuild a land ravaged by both the war of the living and the dead. Meanwhile, Daenerys and Arthur Dayne conferred with Maester Wolkan in the Great Hall, discussing the dire matter of supplies. Houses Serwyn and Glover had mustered what provisions they could gather, but it was pitifully short of what was needed for an extended occupation. If the Targaryen and Stark forces lingered too long, they risked putting a dire strain on Winterfell's ability to feed its own people. Even the hot springs, while a boon for warmth, did nothing for empty bellies. That night, Daenerys and Jon reconvened in the Great Hall for a quieter council. Men of note from across the north attended, along with the highest-ranking officers from the Unsullied and a handful of Dothraki chieftains. Torches lit the hall, and though the castle's repairs remained incomplete, the atmosphere carried a subdued hope. Arthur Dayne, his sword resting against a stone pillar, stood to one side like a silent guardian. Tyrion, leaning on a small staff to ease the ache in his leg, joined them near the head of the table, where a meal of boiled turnips and tough bread was served. It was hardly a feast, yet no one complained. Victory had come at a cost that made such trivialities pale in comparison. Jon rose to address them all. Brothers and sisters, we have endured trials that once seemed impossible. We now look ahead. The north is not fully safe. Winter is harsh, and many have lost their homes. But there is no more threat from the undead. That frees us to turn our attention south, to ensure the rest of Westeros does not fall into chaos. Queen Daenerys and I propose a journey, not as conquerors, but as restorers. The Dothraki present exchanged cautious glances. The concept of restoring, rather than conquering, was new to some of them, but they had followed Daenerys through literal death and ice, so their loyalty remained. One Dothraki chieftain, wearing a wolfskin cloak as a concession to the cold, rose. We have traveled far from the grass seas, fought the corpses of ice. Now you say we ride south, to more war or peace. Daenerys inclined her head. I cannot promise there will be no battles. Cersei Lannister betrayed us, and other lords might challenge the new order. But I have no desire to wage further destruction. If they come at us with swords, we will defend ourselves. But if they are wise, they will see that we saved this realm and that we want peace. The chieftain nodded, though his expression remained unreadable. The northern lords then spoke, raising concerns about bandits, about whether they should stay to safeguard their own lands. Jon assured them that not all must march south. Any house that wished to remain for defense and rebuilding would be welcome to do so, as the realm's restoration would require strong leadership here. Grey Worm pointed out that the Unsullied could provide a disciplined corps of soldiers to protect Daenerys on the journey, while the Dothraki cavalry could scout. Meanwhile, many Northmen could remain to secure Winterfell and the outlying villages. As the night wore on, the plan crystallized. Daenerys would lead a moderate force south, with Jon at her side. The rest, northern lords, certain Dothraki, and a portion of Unsullied, would remain to safeguard the north and ensure no immediate famine or chaos overtook the battered region. Only once they stabilized each area they passed would they move further, possibly calling a great council if the major lords agreed. There was no illusions about the difficulty of traveling in winter, but the limited forces might manage better than the full might of all their armies combined. In addition, once spring's thaw began, more northern support might follow. 2 days later, under a heavy gray sky, the smaller expedition set forth from Winterfell. Perhaps 500 Unsullied marched in perfect ranks, joined by a few hundred Dothraki horsemen. Tyrion rode in a simple wagon, protecting his injured leg. Arthur Dayne accompanied Jon, both men wearing cloaks lined with thick fur. Daenerys alternated between riding a mare and flying short distances on Regal. Drogon, still healing from the spear wound, was confined to restful flights around Winterfell, deemed too vulnerable for a long journey. The departure was a somber affair, with many goodbyes and uneasy well-wishes. Even so, the sentiment among the people was that their queen and king were setting out to forge peace, not subjugation. Leaving the broad fields of the north behind, they made their way toward the Neck, that swampy isthmus dividing northern Westeros from the Riverlands. Snow clung to the edges of the wetlands, creating a slushy mire. Word traveled ahead of them by Raven, announcing to the lords of the Riverlands, the Vale, and other regions that an important delegation was en route, calling for unity after the defeat of the White Walkers. Some ravens flew to the Crownlands as well, informing any Lannister loyalists that an armistice was sought. provided no aggression was shown. Yet none could predict the response. On the 10th day, as they trailed along the outskirts of Moat Caelin's ancient ruins, a group of travelers approached from the southern road. The watchers tensed, expecting a skirmish, but soon recognized House Tully banners. Edmure Tully himself, flanked by a half-dozen knights, arrived, greeting Jon and Daenerys with both relief and trepidation. Having heard tales of the final battle's outcome, Edmure wasted no time in praising their victory and offering aid. In turn, Daenerys and Jon assured him that they did not come to seize the Riverlands. Edmure, somewhat abashed, admitted that the region had been torn by the War of the Five Kings, the subsequent conflicts, and the infiltration of bandits. Even House Frey's downfall at the hands of the Stark loyalists had left a power vacuum along the Trident. Jon considered the complexities of banditry and lawlessness. If the Riverlands can muster men to restore order, we'll help as we pass through. Perhaps that act alone will convince other lords we mean well. Edmure Tully nodded. You'll find many of the smaller houses ready to embrace peace, if only out of exhaustion. Some might balk at Targaryen rule, but your name, Stark or Targaryen, carries new meaning now that you have saved us from the dead. Daenerys thanked him and asked about any word of Cersei or any loyalists who might stand in open opposition. Edmure shrugged. I've heard rumors that pockets of Lannister forces remain in the Westerlands, unsure whether they should still follow the queen who vanished. Jaime Lannister may or may not have turned on her. The capital itself is said to be restless, with no firm leadership. There are stories that Qyburn, her old advisor, tried to seize power, but the Gold Cloaks refused him. The truth is unclear. Hearing that, Tyrion's face twisted with concern. My sister was never one to fade quietly into the night. If she still lives, we cannot underestimate her. She might attempt to rally mercenaries from Essos or form pacts with any unscrupulous lords. Daenerys set her jaw. Then we must move decisively but carefully. We continue to the Riverlands, help quell any unrest, and see if we can coax the realm into a great council. If Cersei emerges to challenge us, we'll face her then. So they advanced, with Edmure Tully joining their ranks. Along the way, they cleared a nest of outlaws near an old watchtower, where a group of desperate men and women had resorted to raiding travelers. Instead of slaying them outright, Jon insisted they be given a chance to lay down arms and receive fair judgment. The outlaws, starving and ragged, surrendered when they realized the queen and king did not come to slaughter them. This act of measured mercy spread through the local villages, stirring hope that the new power could be neither weak nor needlessly cruel. Sometimes, Daenerys would circle overhead on Regal, scanning the countryside. When she landed in a hamlet to greet frightened villagers, her gentleness with the children, and the presence of a tamed dragon that did not burn the huts, won hearts more effectively than any royal decree. Meanwhile, Arthur Dayne quietly ensured that discipline remained tight among the Unsullied, and that the Dothraki did not revert to pillaging. His calm authority and legendary reputation silenced more than one would-be troublemaker. Of course, traveling through the bleak winter terrain remained treacherous, but at least they encountered no organized resistance. By the 20th day out of Winterfell, they reached the banks of the Trident, a broad river partially frozen in thick flows. Several riverlords came to greet them, among them members of House Bracken and House Blackwood, houses known for their deep-seated feud. Yet, in the face of the realm's changed circumstances, each had arrived to see if their rightful king and queen could bring about a new peace. A precarious truce formed, with men from both houses forming a caravan escort that guided Daenerys and Jon across the tricky river crossing. The scene itself, bitter rivals working together, felt like a testament to the unifying effect of the victory against the dead, or perhaps to the weariness that overshadowed old feuds. Days blurred into weeks, and the royal delegation found itself forging deeper into the Riverlands, distributing small stores of grain to starving hamlets, punishing banditry when discovered, and persuading local lords to attend the proposed Great Council. The simple act of meeting hungry small folk, listening to their grievances, and offering tangible relief worked wonders for Daenerys' image. Tyrion often commented in half-jest that if she hadn't already saved the realm from an undead scourge, she now proved herself the most approachable monarch in living memory. Jon's presence, too, radiated a quiet authority that balanced Daenerys's fiery passion. Some who still clung to the old tales of the Mad King found their fears easing when they saw how the pair cooperated, upholding justice rather than tyranny. Word reached them that Jaime Lannister had seized control of King's Landing after discovering that Cersei had vanished, possibly fleeing for the Westerlands or even Essos. The city, battered by riots and short on resources, hovered on the brink of famine. Jaime had publicly denounced Cersei's betrayal of the alliance, claiming her disappearance was tantamount to abdication. He swore he would surrender the capital to Daenerys and Jon once they arrived, provided they guaranteed the city's safety. Rumors suggested Qyburn had been executed by an enraged mob or had fled, leaving Jaime as the only surviving Lannister of high rank in the Red Keep. Tyrion, upon hearing this, wore a complicated mix of relief and sadness. His brother's act of seizing power might prevent further bloodshed, yet the Lannisters' downfall was an inevitability that weighed heavily on him. Close to the city of Harrenhal, Daenerys suggested that they pause and consider whether it might serve as the site for the Great Council. The massive fortress, though partially in ruins, possessed enough space to host a large gathering of lords and ladies, if they dared travel in winter. The presence of ghosts and local legends about the castle's curse deterred some, yet its central position and size made it an appealing option. Arthur Dayne quietly recommended that they conduct a thorough inspection of Harrenhal's security first. Rumors of looters and lawless men abounded. Accordingly, the delegation reached Harrenhal one cold morning, the towers looming like jagged black teeth against a leaden sky. Steam rose in faint wisps from the watery moat. Inside the courtyard, they found a band of scrawny squatters who claimed to have lived in the fortress since the War of the Five Kings. Rhaegal's arrival overhead scattered most of them in terror, but a few braver souls stayed, insisting they meant no harm. Daenerys dismounted, confronted them gently, and said that if they kept the castle in order and guided the expected guests, they might remain. The group, half-starved, seized upon the offered food and expressed gratitude. Thus, Harrenhal was, in effect, reclaimed as a royal holding, pending a final settlement of governance. During a brief council session in one of the fortress's less crumbled halls, Daenerys, Jon, Tyrion, and Arthur Dayne weighed the practicality of hosting a great council there. The winter storms showed no sign of abating, and travel remained dangerous. Many major lords might hesitate to come. Yet Harrenhal's location was central enough to encourage attendance from the Vale, the Westerlands, the Stormlands, and the Crownlands. Tyrion argued that if Jaime Lannister's hold on King's Landing was tenuous, having a secure neutral location might be best. After some debate, they agreed. Ravens would be sent across the realm, inviting every great house, from Dorne to the north, to gather in the early spring. This decision made, the delegation moved on, covering the last stretch toward King's Landing. The closer they came to the capital, the more they encountered refugees fleeing the city's shortages. Soldiers wearing the Lannister sigil on tattered cloaks appeared now and then, some in ragged shape, kneeling in submission as soon as they recognized the Targaryen banners. Daenerys and Jon did not punish them, instead offering a chance to join in the city's reformation if they swore loyalty. Many took the offer, having lost faith in Cersei's vanished leadership. A handful of unscrupulous mercenaries melted into the countryside, apparently unwilling to face any new regime. When at last the spires of King's Landing came into view, the entire column paused on a hill that overlooked the approach. Smoke clung to the skyline, presumably from thousands of hearth fires rather than warfare. The farmlands nearby looked barren in the harsh winter, dusted with snow that had fallen in drifts across neglected fields. Daenerys exhaled at the memory of her first arrival on these shores, determined to conquer the capital. Now, after so many tribulations, she returned not as a conqueror but as a liberator, or so she hoped. Grey Worm ordered the Unsullied to tighten formations, while the Dothraki scout outriders galloped ahead to ensure there were no hidden ambushes. They made camp near the Blackwater Rush for a night, while ravens flew to Jaime Lannister, announcing their arrival. Jaime responded by sending an escort under a white flag. The next morning, Daenerys and Jon led their forces through the same city gates that once braced for her invasion. People thronged the streets, many wearing tattered clothing and anxious expressions. Murmurs of Dragon Queen and Stark King rippled through the crowds, an undercurrent of both awe and fear. This was the first time many had glimpsed a living dragon, let alone two. Regal flew overhead, casting a vast shadow over the cramped rooftops. Soot-stained faces looked upward, uncertain whether to cheer or cower. Inside the city, tension built, but Jaime Lannister made sure his men stood down, forming a corridor of half-armored Lannister troops who watched the Targaryen host pass. Tyrion rode at Daenerys' side, noticing the hollow eyes of the small folk. Many had lost family to hunger or unrest. More than one face turned away, unwilling to put hope in yet another monarch. Others reached out, desperate for a morsel of bread or a sign that this new rule might be kinder. Daenerys' heart constricted at the sight. She and Jon had seen suffering in the Riverlands, but the capital's miseries were concentrated, a reminder of how swiftly tyranny or neglect could destroy lives. They entered the Red Keep in a subdued procession, the echo of boots resounding against ancient stones. Jon remembered this keep from fleeting childhood visits, overshadowed by the war. Daenerys studied the corridors where, generations ago, her ancestors had walked. Servants, fearful or simply exhausted, peered from behind half-open doors. In the throne room, Jaime Lannister waited, flanked by a handful of guards who wore the colors of House Lannister but carried no drawn swords. When Daenerys and Jon approached, Jaime removed his golden hand, placing it at his chest in a gesture of surrender or respect, and knelt carefully, bowing his head. "Your graces," he said, voice tinged with weariness. "I relinquish the city and the Red Keep to your rightful command. The people suffer. They need leadership. I pray you will show them mercy." Daenerys regarded him with solemn eyes. "Rise, Ser Jaime. You have taken a risk by defying your sister. What became of her?" He looked pained. "I wish I knew. Rumor claims she fled west. I remain here because I can't abide further bloodshed. The city teeters. If you can help feed and stabilize it, you'll likely earn the loyalty of the small folk, if not all the lords." Jon studied Jaime, recalling the man's complicated history. "Then we accept your surrender. You have our word we won't punish the small folk or the soldiers who stand down. But any who resist or harm innocents will face justice." Jaime inclined his head. "I expect nothing less. The gold cloaks are mostly under my direction now, but the city watch has grown lax. You'll find the dungeons and royal treasury in disarray. Qyburn's leftover experiments remain unknown. I suggest caution." Tyrion interjected, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. "And the Iron Throne, for what it's worth, stands unoccupied. Are we to seat ourselves upon it immediately?" He glanced at Daenerys, then Jon. Daenerys, drawing in a slow breath, surveyed the throne room. The Iron Throne loomed at the far side, twisted swords fused into a seat of grim design. Her father, the Mad King, once sat there, and it had been the obsession of so many contenders in the wars that ravaged Westeros. She shared a look with Jon, recalling that they intended to hold a great council to formalize the realm's governance. "The throne is not my immediate priority," she said. "People are starving. We must ensure they live first. If the city stabilizes, the realm might accept a new order without more war." Her voice echoed, and each guard or servant who overheard seemed to exhale with relief. Over the next days, Daenerys and Jon turned the Red Keep into a provisional seat of administration, not an emblem of tyranny. They deployed unsullied to guard granaries and quell riots without indiscriminate violence. The Dothraki patrolled the roads around the city, scaring off bandits who preyed on supply wagons. Tyrion worked with Jaime to reorganize the city watch, weeding out corrupt officers. Arthur Dayne personally led a contingent to search the deeper bowels of the keep for any leftover monstrosities Qyburn might have concocted. In each measure, they strove to show restraint, hoping to foster trust rather than fear. Word spread that the Targaryen queen and the Stark king had returned victorious, that the dead were ended, and that the city would not be burned or ravaged. Hungry crowds waited as grain shipments were distributed. Daenerys walked among them when possible, flanked by Grey Worm or other guards, but always unarmed, offering comfort and the promise of survival. Some jeered, venting years of frustration upon any who claimed power. Others wept in relief. Step by step, King's Landing began to settle, though the stain of old battles and trauma could not vanish overnight. A month passed, and the winter remained fierce, but the city's meager stores, along with new shipments from the Riverlands, kept people alive. Ravaged farmland outside King's Landing stood as a bleak reminder of the chaos that began when Cersei refused to join the war against the dead. Now, that farmland was being replanted or turned into carefully managed winter gardens under the supervision of local septas and maesters. Daenerys received occasional ravens from Winterfell reporting slow progress, but no major catastrophes. She also heard from Harrenhal, where a trickle of lords arrived despite the cold, intrigued by the prospect of a great council. The seeds of a new era were taking root. During the second month of their presence in the capital, a battered vessel docked in the Blackwater Bay, carrying half-frozen sailors who claimed to have encountered Euron Greyjoy. These sailors reported that Euron was wounded and in retreat to the Iron Islands, with rumors that Cersei had joined him or else perished en route. No one could confirm. Regardless, no large Ironborn raids threatened the coast for now, possibly due to the crushing defeat in the north and the uncertain state of Euron's leadership. It appeared that, for the first time in recent memory, the realm might be on the verge of relative stability, an uneasy calm, but calm nonetheless. In a quiet ceremony at the Red Keep, Jon and Daenerys recognized Arthur Dayne as Lord Commander of a reformed Kingsguard, bestowing upon him a pristine white cloak, symbolic of a reimagined guardianship. The ceremony took place in the presence of Northern Lords, Riverlands representatives, and even a handful from the Reach who had braved the winter roads. When Arthur knelt and swore to defend both the king and queen, a ripple of hushed awe permeated the hall. Here was a living legend, long believed dead, publicly dedicating his sword to a new Targaryen order. The significance of that gesture reverberated through the Watchers, many of whom had grown up on tales of the Sword of the Morning's unmatched skill. For Daenerys, the vow carried poignant echoes of Rhaegar's legacy. She remembered how Arthur had once pledged his life to protect her brother and nephew, guiding Jon to safety in the darkest days. Now, under the pillars of the Red Keep, that vow extended to her as well. Jon felt a swell of gratitude, recalling how Arthur had guided him from the shadows, teaching him the truth of his parentage and silently standing guard while the realm tottered. This moment formalized an unspoken debt of honor. When Arthur rose, applause filled the chamber, a hopeful sign that old divisions might be mended under the stewardship of such venerable figures. The time drew near to depart for Harrenhal, where more lords were gathering. Ravens had confirmed that representatives from Dorne, the Vale, the Stormlands, and even Bravos intended to send observers. The city would not be left defenseless. Grey Worm and half the Unsullied would remain in King's Landing, assisted by Jaime Lannister to keep order. Tyrion and Missandei would accompany Daenerys and Jon to Harrenhal, as would a fraction of the Dothraki. The plan was to present a united front at the council, inviting debate on the future shape of Westeros. Would the Seven Kingdoms remain under one crown? Could the North remain autonomous? Did Dorne desire independence? All these questions merited open discussion. Daenerys was resolved that if an arrangement preventing further bloodshed could be reached, she would embrace it, even if that meant rethinking the old Targaryen traditions of absolute rule. Shortly before leaving, Daenerys walked the battlements of the Red Keep at dusk, accompanied by Jon. Lanterns glimmered along the city walls, and the air was cold enough to sting the lungs. She paused at a high vantage point, gazing down on the sprawl of King's Landing, a city still crammed with impoverished refugees and scarred by neglect. Jon joined her, also silent for a long moment, both remembering how their dream to defeat the dead had led them here, beyond all reason. Together, they had accomplished the impossible. And now, another impossible task loomed: forging a lasting peace in a land where war had become commonplace. "I never imagined the throne would feel like this," Daenerys said quietly. "I've yearned for it since childhood, because my brother hammered into me that it was my birthright, stolen from us. Yet after all we've suffered, The idea of ruling through fear or force seems hollow. Jon nodded. Ned Stark taught me that a ruler's duty is to serve, not to exalt themselves. I think your experiences in Essos taught you the same in a different way. The realm might accept a queen who rules with compassion, if only we remain vigilant against those who'd exploit that compassion. She let out a soft breath, white puffs escaping her lips. And you, Jon? If the lords say that you, as a male heir of Rhaegar, should sit the throne alone, would you take it? He shook his head, meeting her gaze. No, I've told you I want no part of that. If the realm decides otherwise, we'll cross that bridge. But for now, I trust what we've done together more than any single monarch. We can be stronger side by side. The next dawn saw the delegation depart, leaving Jaime and Grey Worm with enough men to maintain order. Arthur Dayne led the column this time, wearing his pristine cloak, with dawn sheathed at his hip. Rhaegal soared overhead, carrying Daenerys part of the way, while Jon rode below. The roads out of King's Landing were muddy from melting snow, but the travelers pressed on. Each league brought them closer to Harrenhal, closer to the council that might reshape the Seven Kingdoms for good or ill. As they approached the broad waters of the God's Eye Lake, Harrenhal loomed once more in the distance, its broken towers black against the horizon. Smoke drifted from some of the keeps and outbuildings, a sign that delegates had already arrived. Indeed, upon crossing the drawbridge, Daenerys and Jon observed a smattering of banners. The crescent moon of House Arryn, the sun and spear of Dorne, the golden rose of House Tyrell's remnants, the black and white sails of Braavos, and even an envoy from the Iron Islands. It was an assembly the likes of which Westeros had not seen in generations. Inside Harrenhal's largest courtyard, dozens of tents and pavilions stood, forming a messy tapestry of houses and factions. Lords, ladies, and their retainers wandered the grounds, some shivering in the chill, others wearing grim expressions as they eyed potential rivals. A few recognized Daenerys and Jon and bowed in an uncertain mixture of awe and relief. The hush that spread at their arrival was reminiscent of that hush on the battlefield, though tinted now by curiosity rather than terror. Among the crowd, Daenerys spotted a contingent from Dorne, noble-born representatives, since the Martell line had been left in disarray. From the Vale, Lord Yohn Royce stood in heavy furs, exchanging stiff words with a Tully man. Across the yard, a pair of Tyrell cousins, newly recognized as the head of their fallen house, conferred with a Braavosi banker in a subdued manner. Clearly, negotiation had already begun, informally, behind tents and in quiet corners. Arthur Dayne guided Rhaegal to a roped-off area where the dragon could perch without alarming the entire camp. Many gazed on in unease at the sight of a living dragon so near. Daenerys patted Rhaegal's scaled flank, whispering soft Valyrian phrases to reassure him. Tyrion joined them, scanning the throng. "We'll need a systematic approach," he muttered. "The squabbling might become deafening if we just let them all bicker. Perhaps we can designate a time and place for each region's delegates to speak." Daenerys agreed, though she looked overwhelmed by the sheer number of claimants, each with personal grievances or demands. Jon, stepping forward, raised a hand to garner attention, and a hush fell. "My lords and ladies, you have our thanks for braving the winter to come here," he began, voice steady. "We stand at a crossroads. The White Walkers are gone, thanks to the unity we forged. Now we must decide how Westeros shall be governed, so that never again do we tear ourselves apart while ignoring a greater threat." Daenerys echoed that sentiment. "I fought in Essos to free slaves, fought in Westeros to end the threat of the dead, and I refuse to see these lands descend into the same cycle of bloodshed. We have asked you all here so that we may settle our differences through words, not blades." A ripple of uncertain agreement spread. Some remembered the Targaryen dragon's destructive power. Others remembered how the North had once claimed independence. Still others eyed Braavosi bankers, or Dorne's rumored desire for sovereignty. Yet none dared challenge Daenerys or Jon outright, not after their victory against an unimaginable enemy. Thus began the Great Council at Harrenhal, an assembly that would stretch over weeks in the heart of winter. Lords from the Vale insisted on the old feudal structure, while Dornish envoys demanded full independence. The north itself was split between those who wished to remain under Jon's Targaryen claim and those who urged him to maintain a separate crown. The Iron Islands muttered about old rights. The Tyrell cousins asked for restitution for their lands sacked by war. Braavosi bankers insisted on debts repaid. It was, in many ways, the messy forging of a new era, an argument-laden, occasionally fractious gathering that tested Daenerys and Jon's patience. Through it all, Arthur Dayne remained an ever-present guardian, reminding participants of the new monarchy's protective might. Tyrion deftly navigated endless negotiations, forging compromises. Daenerys and Jon worked tirelessly to ensure that no single region felt trampled. They recognized that heavy-handed tactics would only breed new rebellions, so they strove for consensus, forging a settlement that allowed the North limited autonomy under the Targaryen-Stark Union, recognized Dorne's long-standing cultural independence while retaining nominal fealty, mandated fair trade with the Iron Islands, and appointed local leaders in the Reach to oversee replanting. It was not a perfect solution, but it came closer to addressing ancient grievances than any arrangement in centuries. Some cynics doubted it would last. Others saw the potential for an unprecedented stability. At last, with negotiations winding down, Daenerys and Jon announced that any lords who remained unsatisfied could appeal personally, but that the broad framework would stand. To solidify this new era, it was determined they would be crowned jointly at the old Targaryen seat in King's Landing come spring, reaffirming the alliance of dragon and wolf. Once the weather eased, lords would return to their lands to carry out the council's resolutions. The cheering that greeted this announcement was tentative, but real. Many had come expecting war or the Dragon Queen's wrath. Instead, they found a complicated but sincere attempt at peace. As they gathered in a makeshift hall within Harrenhal's battered keep, Jon and Daenerys addressed the delegates. The assembled lords, ladies, bankers, knights, and envoys stood in a ring of flickering torchlight, breath steaming in the chilly gloom. Daenerys wore a dark coat trimmed with white fur, her hair twined in regal braids, while Jon stood beside her in simpler northern attire, though he bore the Targaryen sigil along with the Stark direwolf. Arthur Dayne, cloak shimmering, stood just behind them, dawn gleaming at his hip. Daenerys spoke first. "We have survived an enemy that threatened all life. That unity must not be squandered on petty quarrels. Though we respect each region's identity, we also stand committed to the idea that we share one realm, one land, and one people. My father's sins, the rebellions and wars, the dragonfire that once terrified Westeros. None of that can overshadow the new dawn we have earned with blood and sacrifice." Jon then added, "We do not stand before you as conquerors or tyrants. We are here to protect the living, to foster peace, and to ensure no house fears annihilation by a greater power. If any challenge arises, we will meet it with reason first, steel only if we must. The North, Dorne, the Vale, the Reach, the Iron Islands. Each must find its place under this arrangement. But we vow never to ignore your voices." A hush followed. Many delegates found themselves moved by the sincerity in both rulers' words. The gloom of Harrenhal's vaulted ceilings receded into the flicker of torches, as though the old castle itself leaned forward to witness this forging of history. Outside, the wind carried a faint moan, an echo of the curses that had plagued this fortress for so long. But inside, hope kindled in the hearts of a tired realm. When the final acclamations ended, the Great Council disbanded, sending its representatives back to their scattered corners of Westeros. Some left begrudgingly, uncertain if the settlement would last. Others departed with genuine optimism, pledging cooperation. Daenerys and Jon, exhausted but resolute, planned to return to King's Landing to formalize the crowning and begin the long work of rebuilding farmland, bridging animosities, and enacting the council's edicts. Weeks later, under a crisp spring sky, one that still held a lingering chill, they were crowned in a brief but poignant ceremony in the Red Keep's throne room. The city's inhabitants gathered in the outer wards, uncertain but curious. The surviving lords from the Great Council traveled in smaller retinues, braving the last dregs of winter. Arthur Dayne stood as officiant, in a sense, acknowledging their rightful rule by drawing dawn and reciting an ancient vow of fealty that once belonged to the Kingsguard tradition. Tyrion and Missandei oversaw the formal pronouncements. Though the Iron Throne loomed behind them, neither Jon nor Daenerys rushed to sit upon it. Instead, Daenerys placed a simple crown of silver upon Jon's head, and in turn, he placed a matching circlet upon hers, signifying their shared authority. Cheers rose among those assembled, though they were tempered by the knowledge that much work remained. The city was far from recovered. Entire regions lay devastated, and tensions lingered. Yet for the first time in generations, the realm had a chance to lay down arms and look ahead, guided by a pair of rulers bound not just by marriage or lineage, but by the crucible of mutual sacrifice. Jon cast a glance at Daenerys, reading the same mixture of determination and humility in her eyes. They had faced the darkest night imaginable, standing on the brink of doom. Now they stood on the threshold of a new era, an era not free of challenges, but at least free of the undead horrors that once threatened to consume everything. Arthur Dayne, standing watch near the dais, sheathed on with measured pride, reflecting on the improbable journey that had brought him here. From the Tower of Joy to the final clash with the Night King, from guarding the secret of Jon's birth to witnessing the forging of alliances once unthinkable. In that moment, he felt Rhaegar's spirit at rest. The vow he made to protect Rhaegar's son had blossomed into a realm saved from the brink of eternal darkness. Whatever storms lay ahead, he could face them with the calm certainty that his oath had been fulfilled in the highest sense possible. Outside, spring buds began to poke through the melting snow, heralding a subtle rebirth of the land. Riders delivered letters across the 7 kingdoms, announcing the new monarchy, requesting cooperation in the reconstruction efforts, and reminding all that the true foe had been defeated not by one house's might, but by the unity of many. The red and black Targaryen banners flew beside direwolf sigils across fortresses that once braced for war. Merchants trickled back into King's Landing. Dothraki horsemen rode the King's Road but refrained from pillaging, observing a new code established by Daenerys. The Unsullied quietly maintained order, their presence a calming force more than a threat. In the months that followed, Cersei Lannister never reappeared. Rumors placed her dead at sea or hidden in the Westerlands. Euron Greyjoy likewise vanished, his battered ships rumored to be drifting near the Iron Islands, lacking the strength for fresh conquests. The realm settled into a cautious peace, bridging old wounds with new treaties. A modest but real sense of optimism sprouted among small folk who had only known war and fear. Some named this fragile era the Dawn's Reprieve, after the harrowing night they had all endured. Others remained cynical, believing that ambition and betrayal would inevitably resurface. Yet for now, tranquility lingered longer than anyone dared hope. Daenerys often rode regal to distant corners of the Crownlands, ensuring no enclaves of bandits preyed on the newly planted fields. Jon journeyed north on occasion, meeting with Sansa and Arya, who had returned to Winterfell to keep the family's legacy alive. The leadership at Winterfell stabilized the region, forging a lighter version of feudal rule that let common folk farm in relative peace. Dorne reorganized under new leadership that recognized the Targaryen monarchy but kept local traditions. The Vale provided grain shipments to the capital, forging a new trade route that sustained the city's population. Slowly, the scars of war began to recede, as men and women turned to sowing crops instead of forging swords. Arthur Dayne's white cloak remained a symbol of honor at the royal court, inspiring younger knights to emulate his integrity. Although the tradition of the Kingsguard had once been tarnished by the crimes of mad kings and petty tyrants, now it stood renewed, reflecting the best of chivalry rather than the worst of politics. When not overseeing training or security, Arthur devoted time to advising Daenerys and Jon on questions of justice, drawing on his decades of experience. In him, they found a steady voice that reminded them of the vow to serve the realm before their own ambition. As the seasons wore on, winter's grip lessened, and the land began to bloom with new life. Fields of green replaced the drifts of snow, dotted with wildflowers. Workers repaired roads and reopened trade routes to the free cities, while Braavosi bankers, somewhat mollified by the new monarchy's stability, offered cautious support. The ghosts of the White Walkers and the Night King lingered in campfire stories and old nightmares. But with each passing year of peace, the living found it easier to believe that darkness had been banished for good. Some years later, on a mild spring evening, Daenerys and Jon strolled through the rebuilt gardens of the Red Keep. Lanterns cast a soft glow on budding roses and vines curling along fresh trellises. Night birds called from the ramparts. The distant hum of the city beyond the walls indicated that King's Landing was slowly becoming prosperous once again. Jon paused by a stone bench, resting a hand on Daenerys' shoulder, feeling the warmth of the evening breeze. They spoke quietly of future plans. A new harbor improvement to bolster trade, a festival to honor the day the Night King fell, the possibility of a child who might someday inherit a realm more at peace than any had known in a long time. Each small step was a testament to how drastically Westeros had changed. They did not pretend that all was perfect. Rivalries remained, tensions brewed, and the faint rumor of Cersei's survival occasionally resurfaced. But the horrors of the long night had reshaped hearts and perspectives, forging a shared memory of near extinction. Even the proudest lords who once vied for the throne found themselves reluctant to challenge a monarchy that had literally saved them from an unimaginable doom. The idea of plunging the land back into civil war seemed almost obscene now. Arthur Dayne, reflecting on these transformations, felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Standing on the battlements one evening, he gazed upon the ships in Blackwater Bay, the silhouettes of farmers returning from newly plowed fields, the distant form of Rhaegal circling in a peaceful sky. He remembered Rhaegar's quiet conviction that a prince born of ice and fire would bring a new dawn. So many had doubted, so many had fought, so many had perished. Yet the promise lingered, finding form in the bond between Daenerys and Jon, and the realm's acceptance of their leadership. At last, he allowed himself a moment of solace, letting the memories of the Tower of Joy and the final stand against the Night King merge into one tapestry of destiny fulfilled. In the end, the Seven Kingdoms, while never truly immune to the ambitions of men, had come through its darkest hour under the guidance of two who had inherited the best qualities of House Stark and House Targaryen. They ruled not by fear, but by the memory of what the world had almost lost to an army of the dead. Though the sun might set on any given day with new problems arising, the knowledge that they had already faced and vanquished the ultimate darkness shaped every choice. Over time, the structures of feudalism began to soften, battered by the simple logic that a realm fractured was a realm doomed when calamity struck. The Great Council's edicts laid the groundwork for local autonomy balanced by overarching unity, a system that might endure so long as men remembered the shared nightmares of the past. Thus it came to pass that Arthur Dayne's promise, made so long ago, in the hush of the Tower of Joy, found completion. Jon Targaryen, once hidden under the name Snow, had been proclaimed to the realm alongside Daenerys Stormborn. Their cause had saved Westeros from the White Walkers, then shepherded it through the fragile dawn that followed. Hardship would continue, for no mortal realm is free of strife. Yet the age of endless war subsided into a calmer tide, guided by the shared crown of dragon and wolf, by the wisdom of those who had witnessed the near extinction of all life, and by the unwavering oath of a knight who outlived his time to see a new generation thrive. In that gentle twilight, as Daenerys and Jon walked side by side in the Red Keep's garden, the last rays of daylight painted the sky in streaks of gold and lavender. The soft hum of conversation drifted from the palace corridors, accompanied by the mild fragrance of blossoming flowers. No longer did the threat of undead overshadow the horizon. No longer did the banners of fractious lords threaten to tear the kingdom apart at every whim. Imperfect though it was, a measure of peace had been woven into the fabric of the land, secured by the crowning of the living after the Night King's defeat. And so the wheel did not merely break, but evolved, shaped by the unity of ice and fire. This was the dawn that brought renewal to a kingdom scarred by centuries of conflict. And in the quiet corners of Westeros, small folk told their children of the day when a hidden prince of House Targaryen and a dragon queen stood against the world's end, and won. In that victory, they found hope, weaving legends that would echo through generations, affirming that even in the darkest night, the living could prevail when they stood as one. The remnants of winter still brushed the air in King's Landing, but the season had unmistakably softened, permitting the buds of early spring to push through frost-crusted soil. Within the Red Keep, Daenerys Targaryen had learned to watch the city from the vantage of a stone balcony overlooking the throne room's eastern wing. From there, the sprawl of King's Landing presented a tapestry of winding streets, crumbling rooftops, and narrow squares teeming with new industry. A year had passed since the Great Council at Harrenhal had formally acknowledged Daenerys and Jon as co-rulers of Westeros, and although the horrors of war had receded, plenty of challenges remained. She found herself standing against the balustrade in the late afternoon light, recalling times when she'd envisioned sweeping into the city as a conqueror surrounded by an unchallenged legion. It was humbling to realize how different reality had become. She now oversaw a realm inching toward unity not through the hammer of conquest, but through negotiation, compromise, and the memory of what they had faced beyond the wall. The faint clip of boots on stone heralded Jon Targaryen's approach from behind. She turned, smiling when their gazes met. Jon had cut his hair shorter in the warmer season, and though he wore the black leathers reminiscent of the North, he also carried the Targaryen sigil on one shoulder. Approaching quietly, he stood beside her, resting a hand on the old, weathered stone. Beyond the balustrade, the harbor spread out in a glittering arc, ships coming and going, some from the riverlands or the Vale, others from across the narrow sea. He let out a deep breath. "It's easier to stand here than to sit on that throne inside," he remarked softly, casting a glance over his shoulder at the great doors leading to the Iron Throne. The city's bustle rose as a background hum, accompanied by the screech of distant gulls. "I keep thinking about the day I first arrived in King's Landing as a boy. Everything seemed so vast, so impossible. And now, sometimes I still feel that awe. But it's tempered by the knowledge of what it costs to hold power responsibly." Daenerys nodded, resting her elbows on the parapet. "We have a fraction of peace, but no illusions it's permanent. Every day, ravens bring new petitions, new complaints. Some houses bend willingly to our new order, while others bristle at any hint of central authority." Jon's lips curved in a rueful smile. "And we also have lords who remember only that a Targaryen sat the throne before Robert's rebellion, as if that alone justifies all. I never realized how complicated leadership could be without a single clear threat like the White Walkers." She reached for his hand. "At least we're past the days of war over this city. My father's ghost doesn't haunt the corridors as viciously now. We owe that, in part, to our allies, and to the lesson of what we faced in the North. It's impossible to yearn for constant war after seeing how close the world came to ending." They lingered in a companionable hush, each lost in reflections of the final confrontation against the Night King. Over a year had passed since that cataclysmic battle, yet the scars remained. Jon's side still twinged in cold weather where an icy blade had found flesh, and Daenerys often had nightmares of Viserion's undead visage. Even so, both recognized that the ghosts of the past had gradually receded into stories. Now the realm asked for new kinds of leadership, patient, discerning, and mindful of petty rivalries that could spark if left unchecked. Footsteps from the corridor behind them signaled the arrival of Tyrion Lannister, who announced himself by clearing his throat. "Your Graces," he said, adjusting the black and red doublet that replaced his old battered attire. He looked somewhat less harried than he had during the war, though his brow retained permanent lines from years of tension. "We have a small council meeting in the Solar. Lord Davos has arrived from Storm's End, bearing rather interesting news about trade convoys in the Narrow Sea." They exchanged glances. Duty never ceased. Daenerys gestured that Tyrion lead on, and both she and Jon followed him through the winding corridors of the Red Keep. Since the exodus of Cersei Lannister and the tenuous arrangement that placed Jaime in a role of nominal caretaker, until Daenerys and Jon returned, some sections of the fortress had been left half-repaired. Yet over the past year, new construction crews from the north and the Reach had mended corridors, replaced shattered stained glass, and cleared the neglected storerooms. In that patchwork environment, the tri-sigil banners, the dragon, the dire wolf, and a unified emblem combining both, hung side by side, symbolic of a monarchy that refused to be purely Targaryen or purely Stark. They reached the solar, a room lit by wide windows facing the city. Inside waited a small cluster of trusted advisors. Ser Davos Seaworth, having traveled from a newly stabilized Storm's End. Missandei, now fully versed in Westerosi dialects and serving as Daenerys' principal counselor in matters of foreign relations. Arthur Dayne, wearing his white cloak in his capacity as Lord Commander of a reformed Kingsguard, quietly standing at the back. A pair of local officials from King's Landing, men who oversaw city watch reforms, lingered off to the side. Grey Worm was absent this day, stationed in the newly expanded city guard training grounds, ensuring discipline. Davos offered a courteous bow to Daenerys and Jon, his weathered features earnest. "Your Graces, I returned from Storm's End last night. It seems the storms around Shipbreaker Bay have eased somewhat, allowing for a new route of trade. I've come with a message from the local merchants. They're eager to see if the Crown will provide incentives to rebuild the old harbor. The area's been neglected for years." Daenerys took a seat at the long wooden table, nodding for Jon to join her. "Incentives? Such as reduced taxes or a royal grant?" "Aye, Your Grace," Davos answered. "They're short on ships and skilled labor. With a bit of coin and a decree from you, they could draw in more commerce. Storm's End sits on prime coastline. Perhaps we can tie it into the lines from the Reach." He paused. "Forgive me if I overstep. I merely carried their request." Jon glanced at Daenerys. "It's not overstepping to bring us the request. Storm's End was battered by the wars, and the surrounding farmland is only starting to recover. We have some surplus in the treasury now, thanks to new trade deals. This might be a worthy investment, especially if it strengthens the entire region." Tyrion nodded thoughtfully. "We can't forget that the Stormlands were often overlooked in the previous system. If we show them genuine support, it may prevent any local lords from turning rebellious out of neglect." Missandei took notes, pen scratching on parchment. "And with calmer waters in Shipbreaker Bay, there's potential for a route that bypasses certain bottlenecks near King's Landing. That could help distribute grain from the Reach more efficiently, especially if the city's population continues to grow." Daenerys folded her hands, scanning the faces in the room. "I'm inclined to approve some measure of support. We must weigh it against other needs. King's Landing still requires more funding to rebuild slums. The Riverlands want grants to repair roads. Dorne expects compensation for the damage inflicted in earlier conflicts. Yet if we keep everything balanced, we can manage." Jon agreed, leaning forward. "Let's earmark a portion of the new trade revenues for Storm's End. The exact figure can be determined once we see the final tallies from the harbor taxes. But I want the local lords to match our investment with labor or resources, so they have some stake in the project." Tyrion tapped the table. "Very well. I'll draft a decree to that effect and present it at the next open court. That should satisfy Storm's End." Davos bowed again, relief evident in his eyes. "Thank you, Your Graces. It's heartening to see how swiftly you address these concerns. You'll have the gratitude of many in the Stormlands." Daenerys allowed a faint smile. "We're all trying to move past the legacy of war. If a strong Storm's End helps achieve that, then let's proceed." The conversation turned to lesser topics. Local disputes near Maidenpool, the continuing assimilation of the Dothraki who chose to settle in Westeros, the Iron Islands' intermittent raiding issues. Each matter received measured attention, reflecting the monarchy's determination to shape a stable realm without brute force. Missandei noted the instructions, and Tyrion prepared a flurry of letters. Arthur Dayne, mostly silent, cast his discerning gaze over the group, ensuring everything was grounded in the principle that had guided them since the White Walkers were defeated. Unity could hold if each region felt heard. When the council session ended, the city officials departed, along with Davos. Tyrion escorted Missandei out, leaving Daenerys, Jon, and Arthur Dayne alone. The sunlight through the windows had softened, turning the room a gentle gold, accentuating the lines of age that had begun to grace Arthur's temples. He bore them with the dignified composure of a man who had witnessed too many wars to romanticize them. Jon noticed the faint scar on Arthur's right forearm, a relic of the final battle. And although the older knight wore the pristine white cloak of the Kingsguard, there was a hint of introspection behind his steady eyes. Daenerys turned to him, sensing that he had lingered for a reason. "Sir Arthur, is something on your mind?" He bowed slightly. "I only wish to inform you that Lord Manderley's convoy arrived at dawn. They bring further news from the north. Also, I've heard rumor that Lady Arya Stark is returning from her travels, though the details remain uncertain. She was in Braavos recently, or so I'm told." Jon's face brightened at the mention of Arya. "She never could stay still for long. If she's coming back, I'll be grateful for her presence. The North remains in good hands under Sansa's administration, but Arya's council always had a unique perspective." Daenerys tilted her head, remembering the fierce intelligence she had glimpsed in Arya's eyes. "I'm curious to hear how her time in Braavos shaped her. Perhaps she'll bring new insights." Arthur paused, as if weighing whether to speak further. "I also have news from some of my old contacts, knights who once served under your father or under the Mad King. They remain scattered across Westeros. A few mention hearing whispers of Cersei Lannister in the Westerlands, near Lannisport. I do not know if it's true. She's a cunning woman, and if she is indeed there, she's maintained a low profile." Jon's expression grew pensive. "We've known for a while that she might still live. Jaime remains uncertain. If she's truly in the Westerlands, does she pose a threat?" Arthur lowered his gaze. "Hard to say. She might attempt to rally disaffected lords or hire mercenaries, but the people are weary of war. Her chances of igniting rebellion seem slim. Still, I thought it best, you know." Daenerys let out a measured breath. "Keep us informed, Sir Arthur. If there's solid evidence of her presence, we might send an envoy to parley. No sense letting resentment fester in secret corners." Arthur saluted, his white cloak trailing behind him as he departed. When the door closed, Daenerys and Jon sat quietly for a moment, absorbing the swirl of concerns. Beyond the Great Council, beyond the battered roads and half-mended alliances, the specter of another war always lurked if old grudges flared. Yet they refused to rule by fear alone. The realm had come too far since the fall of the Night King to squander that fragile stability. In the following days, each dawn brought fresh challenges. Daenerys and Jon found themselves presiding over open courts, hearing petitions from lords, merchants, and small folk who traveled sometimes for weeks just to present a grievance. Disputes ranged from boundary quarrels between minor houses, to merchant guilds requesting standardized coinage, to a group of freed ex-slaves from Essos who sought land and protection in Westeros. Daenerys's heart stirred with sympathy at the plight of these freedfolk, recalling her campaign in Slaver's Bay. She instructed Tyrion to arrange a settlement on Crown lands near the Blackwater where they might farm and live under the Crown's direct protection. Some lords balked at foreigners being granted land, but Daenerys's calm explanation soon reminded them that fresh labor could help rebuild ravaged areas. Amid these administrative duties, Daenerys continued riding regal over the countryside, verifying reports of banditry or lawlessness. More and more, she found only scattered troubles easily resolved by local garrisons. The massive, roving armies of the War of Five Kings were a thing of the past. The unified monarchy maintained a presence in each region, ensuring the kind of stability that had eluded the realm for decades. A new generation of children grew up hearing tales of the White Walkers as a cautionary legend about failing to unite, rather than experiencing war's horror firsthand. Though some cynics insisted conflict would eventually return, the present calm felt like a reprieve. One afternoon, while Jon was meeting with the City Watch captains, Daenerys was notified by a breathless page that Lady Arya Stark had arrived by ship in the city's harbor. Daenerys immediately went to greet her at the docks, curious to see how the young Stark woman might have changed. Upon descending from the Red Keep, Daenerys saw a lean figure in practical traveling leathers, a short sword at her side, stepping off a small Braavosi caravel. A slender Braavosi man with a seamed face followed in her wake, carrying a modest satchel. Arya spotted Daenerys and gave a courteous nod, though formality clearly did not come naturally to her. Her posture exuded self-possession and an aura of quiet confidence. Daenerys smiled. "Lady Arya, welcome back to Westeros and to King's Landing." Arya's expression flickered with a hint of amusement. "I still prefer Winterfell's snow, but it's good to be home, or near enough." "Where's Jon?" "He's in a meeting with the City Watch captains," Daenerys answered. "I can take you to him." "How was your voyage?" Arya shrugged. "Long, stormy near the Stepstones, but I've seen worse. Braavos was instructive, though I suppose you've heard rumors about me being a restless wanderer." Daenerys gestured for Arya to accompany her up the wide main street, lined with vendors and city folk who looked on curiously. "I can relate to being restless. For a long time I traveled Essos in exile, learning to adapt. But you returned at an interesting time. The realm is stable, but each region still has old wounds to mend. Are you planning to remain here, or head north?" Arya glanced around, her sharp eyes assessing each alley. "I'll eventually see Sansa, but for now, I'm curious to see how King's Landing fares under your rule. My father once dreaded the corruption of this place. If it's truly changed, I want to witness that." Daenerys took no offense. She admired Arya's frankness. "Then see for yourself. If you have advice or concerns, don't hold back. We welcome honest counsel." They ascended through the city, passing narrower streets until they reached the Red Keep's gate. Unsullied guards saluted, letting them inside. Within the keep's courtyard, they found Jon concluding his meeting. At the sight of Arya, Jon's face lit with a grin he rarely showed in public. He embraced her, ignoring a few startled looks from nearby guards. Arya grinned back, though her eyes glinted with unshed tears of relief. They parted, exchanging a flood of questions about Sansa's progress in Winterfell, about Braavos, about the Northern Lords. Arya gave quick answers, focusing instead on her reasons for traveling south. "I heard rumors that the freedmen from Essos might face backlash here," she told Jon and Daenerys. "Wanted to see if there was anything I could do. I owe a debt to certain Braavosi who taught me a few things, and I told them I'd check if Essosi immigrants were safe in Westeros." Daenerys nodded. "They are safe for the most part. I'm placing them on crown lands with guaranteed rights. Some local trouble has flared. Prejudice, fear of strangers, but we're stamping that out. If you're inclined to help, perhaps you could speak with them, see if any require special assistance or want training. We do need individuals with unique skills to help integrate newcomers." Jon added, "You'll find plenty of opportunity, but if you prefer a quieter life, Winterfell always has a place for you." Arya laughed lightly. "I'll see where the path leads. Quieter never suited me anyway." Her gaze drifted to the courtyard's training yard. "Might I try sparring with some of the City Watch? See how they handle themselves?" Daenerys exchanged an amused look with Jon. "Go ahead. Just be gentle. Some of them might not realize who they're up against." Arya only smirked and strode toward the sparring area, her lithe steps brimming with confidence. Jon and Daenerys watched her go, each recalling how she had grown from the child who once brandished a wooden sword into a worldly traveler who had danced with shadows. If Westeros was forging a new identity, so too were the individuals shaped by the wars. In the weeks that followed, Arya's presence became a minor sensation in the keep. She sparred with the best of the City Watch, besting many with her speed and cunning, though she rarely gloated. She wandered the city's backstreets, sometimes accompanied by a pair of unsullied for safety, ensuring that any hidden pockets of crime or oppression came to light. Her stories of Braavos piqued interest among lords who had never ventured across the sea. Some saw her as a curiosity, a noble lady with the skill of a water dancer. Others viewed her as living proof that House Stark remained formidable and unpredictable. During this time, a rumor spread that the Iron Bank of Braavos was courting new investments in Westeros, a sign that trust in the monarchy's stability had grown. Tyrion and Missandei met with Braavosi envoys to discuss potential loans for infrastructure projects, mindful that incurring fresh debt could be risky. Jon, upon hearing the proposals, insisted that the crown avoid entangling itself in unmanageable obligations. Daenerys backed him up, recalling how precariously indebted the Seven Kingdoms had been under Robert's rule. The final arrangement was moderate, a carefully restricted line of credit for rebuilding the war-torn crownlands, with tangible collateral in the form of minor trade concessions, but no open-ended arrangement that might lead to exploitation. Meanwhile, letters arrived from the north reporting steady progress. Sansa's leadership had improved crop rotations and winter logistic planning, aided by newly introduced techniques from some of Daenerys' associate advisors. The north still felt the echoes of the war with the White Walkers. Everyone lost someone, and the fear of an unknown monstrous threat lingered in many hearts, but tangible signs of revival gave cause for cautious optimism. Arya's presence in King's Landing prompted speculation that the Starks were further entwining themselves with Daenerys' Targaryen monarchy, a rumor that both Jon and Daenerys neither confirmed nor denied. The time for forced alliances had passed. They preferred a balanced arrangement shaped by necessity and choice. Meanwhile, the realm remained mostly calm. Trade continued, local lords busied themselves with reconstruction, and the memory of the White Walkers faded into half-believed legend for those who hadn't witnessed the final battle. Daenerys noticed that Rhaegal grew restless at times, circling the skies above King's Landing, perhaps sensing her own agitation. She tried to console herself with the notion that even if Cersei still harbored malice, the realm's unity was too solid for a single fugitive to break. Yet recollections of how cunning Cersei could be lingered like a faint headache. Finally, after a month and a half, an exhausted messenger stumbled into King's Landing with a sealed letter from Jaime. It read in terse lines, "I have encountered a band of Sellswords claiming loyalty to the former queen. Cersei was indeed with them, though her mental state is erratic. I managed to parley, but she fled. I believe she sees no future under your rule and would rather vanish than yield. She might cross the sea or find some remote hideout. I doubt she has the resources to start a rebellion. I will return once I've scoured the last rumored hideouts." Tyrion read it aloud to Jon and Daenerys, relief and sadness mingling in his tone. Daenerys closed her eyes in thought. So she refuses to face the realm. She poses no immediate threat, only a faint possibility of future mischief. Jon exhaled slowly. Then perhaps that's the end of it. We're near enough. We can't chase every rumor. Let her vanish. If she reappears to cause trouble, we'll handle it then. Tyrion swallowed. Agreed. We have a realm to govern. She made her choice. And so the matter of Cersei Lannister receded into an unsettled footnote, a last echo of the old regime that refused closure. Gradually, even that tension ebbed. The Crown's administration pressed on, ushering in expansions of farmland and new trade pacts. Word arrived from Dorne that a young scion of House Martell had been recognized to lead the region under loose Targaryen oversight, reinforcing the partial independence arrangement from the Great Council. The Vale consolidated its defenses and maintained open roads to the capital. The Iron Islands, under a more moderate chieftain after Euron's defeat, turned inward, focusing on fishing and salvage operations. Westeros found itself in a precarious but genuine era of peace and reconstruction. That summer, Daenerys and Jon traveled north again, visiting Winterfell for the first time in nearly a year. The journey took them through fields of ripening grain in the Riverlands, a testament to how swiftly the land could recover when not ravaged by war. At Winterfell, a joyous welcome awaited. Sansa greeted them in the great courtyard, her hair braided in the northern style, wearing a thick embroidered gown signifying her authority. She and Daenerys exchanged a warmer embrace than their initial, wary greetings so long ago. Sansa then led them into the great hall, where a feast had been arranged. The smell of roasted boar, fresh bread, and spiced wine filled the hall, a stark contrast to the lean times during the war. Bran Stark, seated in a wheeled chair near the head of the table, offered a cryptic smile at seeing them. Though he had grown withdrawn in many respects, his presence carried a calm weight. Many said he saw all truths in dreams, though no one pressed him for details. Arya, who had arrived earlier, recounted her time in King's Landing, praising some of the City Watch improvements. Lords from across the north toasted Daenerys' name with cautious respect. Old doubts about a Targaryen queen had softened, replaced by gratitude that the monarchy had restored order without ignoring northern autonomy. Despite the warm atmosphere, Jon and Daenerys recognized that bridging the cultural divide took ongoing effort. That evening, after the feast ended, Daenerys and Jon slipped outside to the courtyard, guided by the memory of fresh northern air. Snow had vanished except on the highest peaks, leaving a crisp chill under the starry sky. They paused at the spot where years prior, so many had gathered to greet traveling lords, to plan for wars, to bury the old dead. The ghosts of Ned Stark and the younger Starks seemed to hover in the quiet, a reminder of how drastically life had changed. Jon turned to Daenerys, a contemplative look on his face. If someone told me when I was a boy, bastard of Ned Stark as I believed, that I'd stand here as a king with a queen at my side, forging peace among the Seven Kingdoms, I would have laughed. It's all so improbable. Daenerys reached for his hand, the warmth of his fingers offsetting the chill. I know the feeling. I was a frightened girl sold to a call, dreaming of a throne I'd never seen. All I ever had was a name. And now we're shaping a realm that's ours to guide. Neither purely Targaryen nor purely Stark, but something in between. He inclined his head. It's the union Rhaegar likely dreamed of. Ice and fire. A realm saved from the darkness. We owe so many. Arthur, Dayne, Tyrion, the lords who put aside hatred to unite. But we also owe ourselves. We didn't succumb to bitterness. Daenerys stood on tiptoe to kiss him lightly, an expression of mutual gratitude and affection that transcended the burdens of rule. Overhead, the northern constellations twinkled, as if echoing the silent vow that they would continue to shepherd this realm toward prosperity rather than repeat the cycle of devastation. For so long, the Targaryen name had been linked to fire and madness. Now it carried connotations of deliverance. The following morning, they met with Sansa in the solar overlooking the Winterfell courtyard, planning improvements for the North's roads and discussing possible marriages among northern houses to strengthen alliances with the crown. Though some northerners resisted the notion of tying themselves too closely to the south, Sansa recognized that friendly ties might bring trade benefits and avoid future unrest. Daenerys, respecting northern pride, insisted that any alliances be voluntary, not coerced. That approach won further goodwill. During a brief excursion, Daenerys visited the crypts beneath Winterfell, curious about the final resting place of Ned Stark and others. She found the statues austere, each face carved with solemn dignity. Jon guided her along the shadowed halls, naming ancestors and recounting how the North's identity had always revolved around unwavering resolve. Kneeling at the statue of Lyanna Stark, Daenerys felt a pang of sorrow for the mother Jon barely knew, the woman whose union with Rhaegar had led to so much tragedy, and eventually to the child who would help save the realm. In that quiet place, Daenerys whispered words of thanks, as though Lyanna might hear across the veil. Jon stood beside her, silent but moved, reaffirming the intangible bond that had sparked the entire chain of events. When the time came to depart, Sansa and Arya accompanied them to the gates, along with a small retinue of northern soldiers. Arya teased Jon about returning soon if he didn't want her to run the city watch in his absence, while Sansa offered Daenerys a respectful nod, acknowledging a shared devotion to the realm's welfare. They parted with genuine warmth, each recognizing that unity did not require uniformity. The Targaryen monarchy was flexible enough to let regions preserve their character, so long as they upheld stability. The journey south was quieter, marked by a sense that the final pieces of the new era were falling into place. The roads teemed with travelers, merchants, pilgrims, even a few bards who sang ballads of the war against the dead. One such ballad extolled the White Wolf and the Dragon Queen, recounting how they allied to vanquish the Night King. Daenerys, overhearing it sung in a roadside inn, blushed at the romanticized verses. Jon simply shook his head and paid for the bard's supper, a mixture of amusement and embarrassment. Yet in that bit of verse lay a kernel of truth. The realm's memory had already shifted from horror to legend, weaving the events into a tapestry that might inspire future generations. Upon returning to King's Landing, they found that Jaime had reappeared, exhausted and empty-handed. He reported no further sign of Cersei, He surmised she had slipped away, perhaps renting a ship from Lannisport or retreating into remote mountainous terrain. With no fresh developments, life in the capital resumed. Over months, Daenerys and Jon commissioned new architecture. A house of healing to train medics, expansions to the city's sewage system, and a special quarter for foreign artisans to integrate with local guilds. The freedmen from Essos cultivated farmland beyond the Blackwater, forging a multicultural hamlet that, despite occasional frictions, endured with the crown's protection. Rhaegal soared overhead often, though Drogon preferred the wide plains near the Rose Road, only visiting the city occasionally. Seasons passed, and with them came minor disputes among houses, treaties with distant free cities, and the births of a new generation who never knew the old traumas. Daenerys occasionally penned letters to the remaining Targaryen loyalists across Essos, not out of ambition, but to ease old tensions. Jon oversaw the introduction of new winter contingency plans, ensuring the realm would never be caught unprepared should another vicious cold descend. Their marriage, once overshadowed by the urgent threat of the dead, deepened into a genuine partnership that served both the realm and their personal bond. Arthur Dayne continued to stand watch, his white cloak a symbol of unwavering guardianship, training new knights in a code that combined the old Kingsguard ideals with the monarchy's reformed ethos. Eventually, news filtered in that Cersei Lannister had died in some lonely coastal village, undone by an outbreak or possibly an altercation with smugglers. Confirmation was elusive, but reports came from disparate sources, lending enough credibility that even Jaime accepted it with quiet resignation. The last of the old faction vanished, and though a residue of sadness lingered, Tyrion found closure, devoting himself fully to the monarchy's cause. With no single enemy left to battle, the monarchy's greatest foe became complacency or internal squabbles. Daenerys and Jon addressed these threats through constant vigilance, never allowing arrogance to corrode their sense of responsibility. They traveled often, one season to the Westerlands to ensure fair treatment for the houses once beholden to the Lannisters, another season to Dorne to confirm the autonomy arrangement. At each stop, they listened as much as they decreed, reminding people that the monarchy could be accessible and just. Years converged into a tapestry of consistent progress. Ports opened in places long neglected. The City Watch integrated men from different regions. The North refined its agricultural resilience. The Vale boasted secure trade routes. Dorne embraced cultural pride under a recognized leader. The Iron Islands sent delegates to the capital, forging a maritime agreement that prized exploration over reaving. A generation that only heard rumors of the terrifying White Walkers came of age, forging bonds that seemed unbreakable. Though pockets of dissent inevitably emerged, these never gathered enough momentum to challenge the crown's carefully nurtured goodwill. In time, Daenerys felt the stirrings of new life within her. The day she confirmed she carried Jon's child, a hush of awe and excitement rippled through the Red Keep. Memories of the Targaryen line's precarious survival contrasted sharply with this promise of continuity. Tyrion openly admitted a sense of relief, stating that a stable succession could quell countless intrigues. Jon and Daenerys shared a mixture of joy and solemnity, aware that their child symbolized not just their personal union, but the realm's future. A living link between House Targaryen and House Stark, forged in the fires of war but grown in an era of peace. Arthur Dayne, upon hearing the news, bowed deeply, tears glinting in his eyes at the thought that Rhaegar's lineage would not simply endure but flourish. When the child was born, amid the hush of King's Landing's midwives, no dragons roared in the sky, no epic storms battered the keep, yet the entire city seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Jon emerged from the birthing chamber, eyes wet, announcing the birth of a daughter. Daenerys, pale from the ordeal but triumphant, named her Lyanna Rhaella Targaryen Stark, a carefully chosen tribute to both lines. In that moment, the realm's lingering ghosts felt one step closer to rest. Bells rang across the city at dawn, and even in the far-flung corners of Westeros, word spread that a child of ice and fire had entered the world, not amid the terrors of war, but in the embrace of hope. During the naming ceremony in the Great September, rebuilt in a modest form after the destruction wrought by Cersei's wildfire, a hush fell as Daenerys and Jon knelt before the altar, presenting their daughter to the realm. Arya stood close, arms folded, a protective glint in her eyes, while Sansa had journeyed south to witness the moment. Lords from each region looked on, some with tears, some with fervent prayers. At the periphery, Arthur Dayne stood like a sentinel, hand resting on the pommel of dawn. A subtle wind rustled the newly hung banners, and the infant yawned, oblivious to the weight of destiny. The crown's principal herald announced her name, and the congregation echoed it, as though sealing a vow that she would grow in a land free from the horrors that once threatened to consume it. No single event can promise lasting harmony. Yet in that quiet vow made by a realm that remembered tragedy, the seeds of a future blossomed. Over the ensuing years, Daenerys and Jon continued their diligent stewardship. They introduced reforms in the administration of justice, ensuring that local disputes did not escalate into feuds. They welcomed envoys from distant lands, forging alliances that discouraged any opportunistic aggression. The freedmen's settlement expanded, eventually recognized as a free borough under the crown's protection. Rhaegal, aging gracefully, spent more time resting on the keep's towers or hunting in the crownlands. His once fiery roars quieter but no less regal. So it was that the realm carried forward the legacy of ice and fire, shaped by the knowledge of how close annihilation had once loomed. Children grew up hearing lullabies that told of a dark winter, and how a queen and king united men, women, and dragons to cast back that darkness. Though the lyrics idealized events, the core truth remained. Unity had saved the realm from the White Walkers, and unity had continued to preserve the peace. Whether forging roads, establishing trade pacts, or ensuring justice for the lowliest farmer, the crown acted with caution and empathy. The name Targaryen was no longer whispered in fear alone. It bore new meaning that carried the memory of countless sacrifices. Arthur Dayne lived to see the realm transform, his hair silvering as he served faithfully in the Kingsguard. In his private reflections, he often pictured Rhaegar Targaryen, smiling at the knowledge that Rhaegar's child had not only survived, but guided the kingdom into an unprecedented era of stability. No matter what the future held, Arthur felt he had upheld every oath that once weighed so heavily on him. Whenever the bells chimed in King's Landing, or the crier announced some new legislation bridging the old divides, he heard an echo of the vow he made at the Tower of Joy, fulfilled in spirit and deed. In the fullness of time, as each region regained confidence and prosperity, emissaries from the free cities began to treat with Westeros as an equal partner, not a fractured backwater. Bravos, Pentos, and even Volantis sent delegates to marvel at how quickly Westeros had recovered. The unsaid subtext was that they recognized the monarchy's legitimacy. No longer could unscrupulous slavers or sellsword companies prey on Westerosi turmoil without facing swift reprisal. Daenerys, recalling her earlier crusade against slavery in Essos, maintained a firm stance that any realm wishing to deal with Westeros must acknowledge the crown's ban on the slave trade. Over time, these principles seeded a subtle shift in how Essos viewed forced servitude. Progress was slow, but cracks appeared in long-entrenched institutions. Once, Daenerys had dreamed of crossing the narrow sea to claim a throne by fire and blood. She had done so by forging alliances and saving a realm. Now, ironically, she influenced Essos not as a warlord, but as a stable queen who championed the same values she once fought for among the slavers in Meereen. And so the story continued year by year, a careful tapestry of progress. There were setbacks, occasional rebellions by discontented lords, localized famines when harvests failed, fresh rivalries among younger heirs. But each challenge faced a monarchy unafraid to lean on counsel, to extend mercy, or to employ measured force only if no other path sufficed. The memory of the Great Council at Harrenhal lingered like a guiding star, reminding the realm that major decisions must not be the whim of a single ruler. Jon and Daenerys balanced each other well. His stoic northern caution and her passionate Targaryen drive created an equilibrium that neither alone could have maintained so deftly. In the final measure, Westeros achieved something it had rarely known: a stable monarchy that avoided the pitfalls of absolute tyranny, a realm that had confronted oblivion and chosen unity. The next generation grew up intermingled, northerners and southerners, former foes now exchanging goods and wedding vows. Though the realm did not forget the tragedies of old, they harnessed them as lessons, forging laws that prohibited the old forms of cruelty that once festered under weak kings. Local councils in each major region participated in a broader assembly, ensuring grievances could be heard before they escalated to war. The crown's authority was grounded in a moral contract. The monarchy safeguarded the people, and the people offered loyalty and tribute. From the moment Jon Targaryen had been crowned in secret by Arthur Dayne at the Tower of Joy, to the day Daenerys soared on dragons to rescue the living from the Night King, the entire journey had been improbable. Yet that improbable alliance shaped a new dawn. The Song of Ice and Fire, which once prophesied endless conflict, manifested in the union that halted the undead and overcame centuries of feudal strife. Within the labyrinthine corridors of the Red Keep, the air no longer reeked of fear and betrayal but carried the hum of purposeful governance. Far to the north, Winterfell's gates opened to merchants from across the continent. Dorne's parched deserts saw caravans carrying northern pelts. The Vale's high passes guided trade caravans laden with goods from Essos. And at the center, a monarchy that remembered it served the realm, not the other way around. Arthur Dayne, in his twilight years, sometimes walked the Red Keep's walls at sunrise, recalling how the first light once reminded him of the Tower of Joy. Now, it reminded him that each morning brought the possibility of renewal. One crisp morning, he stood at a parapet, the city just starting to stir below. In the east, pale gold light bled into a pale blue sky. Dawn, the blade, rested in its scabbard, seldom drawn now except for ceremonial functions, yet he felt its presence keenly. He could almost sense Rhaegar's voice in the hush. Protect them, Ser Arthur. And so he had. At last, the story settled into a steady rhythm, neither a triumphant flourish nor a tragic coda, but a quiet, enduring harmony. Perhaps future threats would arise. Perhaps new conflicts would test the realm. But in that era, with Daenerys and Jon guiding the hearts of lords and small folk alike, Westeros found a balance it had never before known. Farmers tilled fields unafraid of marauding armies. Craftsmen plied their trades in bustling towns. Children sang songs of dragons not as harbingers of doom, but as majestic protectors who cast out the horrors of the night. And in the Red Keep's courtyard, a small girl named Lyanna Rhaella Targaryen Stark toddled toward her parents, living proof that the lines of ice and fire could intertwine to create something both gentle and strong. The Watchers smiled, seeing in her bright eyes a reflection of all that had come before, and all that might yet be. A realm shaped by unity, memory, and the unbreakable vow that the dawn would always come. A bitter wind, unseasonably cold for early autumn, blew across the courtyard of the Red Keep. The sun hung low on the horizon, caught in a wash of gold and pink, as though it couldn't decide whether to set or linger. Daenerys Targaryen stood with her cloak drawn tight, studying the sky's colors through half-lidded eyes. It had been nearly 4 years since her daughter, Lyanna Rhaella Targaryen Stark, was born. 4 years of a realm adjusting to peace, of slow but determined progress on roads, farmland, and diplomatic ties. At times, that peace felt almost fragile, as if a stray gust might blow the new order apart. Yet with each passing year, it solidified under her and Jon's stewardship. She brushed her silver-gold hair from her cheek and exhaled, a slight smile tugging her lips. Amid the swirl of daily governance, the presence of her child had become one of the few constants, a bright spark amid unending petitions. Lyanna Rhaella, spirited, inquisitive, and quick to laugh, darted around the corridors now, her curiosity leading her as far as the guards would permit. Daenerys found it a mix of joy and worry. Joy that the child had a chance to grow without the looming threat of war, and worry that the responsibilities of monarchy might overshadow a normal childhood. Lately, Daenerys had begun letting the girl attend informal gatherings, just so she could see how people talked and negotiated. The lord seemed charmed by a princess so obviously the product of both Targaryen and Stark lines, though a few eyed her with the old wariness that always trailed the Targaryen name. A soft tread alerted Daenerys to Jon Targaryen's presence. She turned. He wore simple black attire with a silver direwolf pin and the three-headed dragon embroidered on one sleeve, reflecting the unity they had forged. He tilted his head in greeting. "You're out here alone again," he said quietly, stepping to her side. "I thought I might find you in the solar with Tyrion and Missandei, but they said you needed a breath of air." She nodded, glancing down at the stone flags beneath her boots. "The council grows longer by the day. So many claims, so many disputes. But I can't forget we asked for this, that we wanted a realm where people's grievances came before violence. So we hear them, one by one." His eyes studied her face. "Does it ever feel heavier than you anticipated? All these smaller conflicts, with no single threat like the White Walkers to unite everyone." Daenerys managed a small laugh. "Constantly, but I'd far rather mediate boundary feuds than fight an undead army. We used to dream of times like these, just living, shaping better laws, not preparing for the end of all life." Jon sighed, leaning against the courtyard wall. "Sometimes I fear our success was too complete. The realm has grown almost complacent about the dangers that once lurked. The memory of the Night King is already half legend. Yet maybe that's good. People can move on." She nodded, a reflective look in her eyes. "Precisely. And if a future threat ever arises, we've laid the groundwork for a kingdom that stands together. More effectively, I hope, than it did in the past." Her gaze strayed beyond the courtyard to the city. King's Landing bustled with early evening energy. Taverns preparing for patrons, cartmen finishing deliveries, crafters rolling down shutters. Over the years, the scars of war had faded from the city's face. Structures rebuilt, roads repaired, a new emphasis on cleanliness and safety implemented by the Watch. It was not perfect. Poverty remained, and corruption still lurked. But the monarchy had come far in ensuring at least a basic order. "Let's go in," Jon murmured, reaching for her hand. "We promised to dine in private with Arthur, Tyrion, and Davos tonight. Word just arrived from the north about some irregularities in the taxes on shipping. Sansa's not worried, but she wants it addressed." They walked inside, and the warmth of torchlit corridors replaced the crisp air. Daenerys glanced at the storied tapestries depicting Targaryen conquests and rebellions, relics once overshadowed by the threat of the dead. The monarchy had not removed these old pieces of art, wanting to remind all, and themselves, of how easy it was to slip into the cycle of war. She felt Jon's fingers interlace with hers. Despite the day's burdens, that small gesture of closeness stirred reassurance in her chest. They reached a modest side chamber that had become their preferred spot for intimate suppers. A rectangular table with plain but well-crafted chairs occupied the center, the walls lined by a few shelves of books and maps. Arthur Dayne was already there, standing in quiet conversation with Tyrion Lannister and Ser Davos Seaworth. Missandei hovered near a corner, scanning correspondence. A single brazier kept the room comfortable. The flicker of its coals cast dancing shadows across Arthur's white cloak and Tyrion's dark doublet. Steaming plates of fish, roasted vegetables, and a loaf of fresh bread awaited them. Davos spotted Jon and Daenerys first. He bowed slightly, a habit he never quite shook. "Your graces," he said, though warmth undercut formality. "We didn't start without you." Tyrion was just explaining some Braavosi complications. Tyrion made a face. Complications might be an understatement. It seems the Iron Bank wants a more aggressive schedule for the repayment of the Crown's loan. They're not threatening to cut us off, but they are hinting strongly that we should consider new interest terms. We've had peace and stable trade for years, which ironically makes us a riper target for them to push. They know we can pay, so they want better returns. Daenerys closed the door behind her. "We'll settle that soon enough. First, let's eat. Then we can strategize." She gestured for everyone to sit, and they obliged, pulling up chairs around the simple wooden table. Missandei took a seat beside Tyrion, and Davos sat across from them. Arthur Dayne, still in armor, placed Dawn against the wall, its hilt gleaming with faint luminescence. Jon and Daenerys settled themselves at one end, quietly thanking the servants who arrived with a pitcher of mulled wine. For several minutes, they ate in amicable quiet, sampling the fish and carrots lightly spiced with local herbs. These smaller dinners were a tradition they had grown to cherish, an antidote to the hectic open courts and official banquets. Daenerys found her tension easing bit by bit as she listened to Tyrion and Davos banter about rumored trade routes. Arthur contributed the occasional comment on shipping security. Only after the edge was taken off their hunger did Daenerys lean forward, resting her forearms on the table. "All right, Tyrion," she said, voice a touch playful. "Now that we're not starving, let's revisit this matter of the Iron Bank. You said they want to renegotiate the terms. By how much?" Tyrion wiped his mouth with a cloth napkin. "They're proposing to shorten the timeline for repayment by 5 years. Also, they'd like a slight increase in the annual interest. They claim our economy has recovered enough that we should bear a larger burden. It's not entirely unexpected. Braavos always knows how to sense advantage. But we must be cautious. If we refuse, we risk damaging the trust that's finally grown stable, and we rely on that trust if we face a poor harvest or a crisis. If we accept, we might be paying more gold than we can comfortably spare, especially if we want to keep investing in roads, city improvements, and strengthening local garrisons." Davos nodded in agreement. The Stormlands also remain in need of support rebuilding their port at Shipbreaker Bay. We approved partial funds for that some time ago. If we have to funnel more gold to Braavos, it might hamper our ability to finish those expansions. Jon drummed his fingers lightly on the table's surface. "We need a middle ground, perhaps a token concession, agree to a slightly higher interest, but keep the timeline for repayment as is. Or else extend the timeline a bit more but drop any interest increase. Let them pick which advantage they value most." Daenerys tapped her chin. "We could also remind them that if they push too hard, we might shift more trade to Pentos or Volantis. I don't want to threaten them overtly, but we do have some leverage. Our realm is stable, our goods are valuable, and we could conduct certain trades without Braavosi financing if we had to." Tyrion's eyebrows rose. "You're learning well, Your Grace. Yes, we can hint that we're not desperate for their loan, so if they make it too expensive, we'll simply seek alternatives. It's a classic dance with the Iron Bank. Keep them hopeful enough not to pull out, but not so hopeful they think we're pushovers." Arthur Dayne cleared his throat softly. "I'm no banker, but from a security standpoint, I'd caution not to appear too combative. Braavos might not invade with armies, but money can fund 1,000 indirect threats. Sells words, sabotage, or fueling a rival in Essos who might disrupt our shipping. We must show courtesy as well as firmness." Daenerys appreciated his counsel. Arthur had once lived through the complex intrigues of kings landing under the Mad King. He understood how intangible forces could topple stability. "Agreed," she said. "We walk the line. Tyrion, draft a measured response. Offer them a small sweetener but hold fast on crucial points." He nodded, draining the last of his mulled wine. "Consider it done. The letter will be ready by morning. I'll have Missandei review the language so we strike the right diplomatic tone." Missandei inclined her head in agreement. Davos picked at a piece of bread, then glanced at Jon. "And about those shipping irregularities Sansa wrote to us about, some northern merchants claim that unscrupulous traders in White Harbor have been misreporting cargo to dodge taxes. We can't have that if we're to maintain fair commerce. She suggests we send an inspector or a small group of officials to straighten it out." Jon shrugged. "It's hardly surprising. White Harbor is bustling with new trade, and some men always try to bend the rules. We'll send a royal inspector with the Crown's authority to coordinate with Manderly's men. If they find evidence of smuggling, we impose a fine. If it's serious corruption, we prosecute. Let me finalize the instructions tomorrow." Daenerys squeezed Jon's hand lightly. "I'll sign off on it, too. That's straightforward enough." She looked around at the gathered faces, each etched by battles fought in the war's aftermath, each determined to maintain the fragile peace. "Any word on the freedmen's settlement near the Blackwater? I heard they're petitioning for additional farmland." Tyrion nodded. "Yes, the Freedmen's Council is requesting more acreage. Their population grew from incoming Essosi refugees. It's a success, but they worry about the next harvest. We do have crown lands available further upriver, though parts are rocky or forested. If we grant them a new tract, we might need to help with clearing. That's more labor than gold, so it might be manageable. Daenerys smoothed the corner of the tablecloth with a pensive motion. We can't promise farmland that doesn't exist. But if we have an unused area that can be cleared, and if they're willing to do the clearing themselves with minimal support, it could be beneficial. Let's do it. They've proven self-sufficient so far, and I want to ensure they thrive. Davos smiled. You'll have plenty of volunteers from among them, I reckon. Freed people rarely shy from hard work when it promises them true autonomy. Their meal wrapped up on that note of cautious optimism. Missandei collected her notes, Tyrion took mental inventory for the letters he'd draft, and Davos excused himself to confirm details about the White Harbor mission. Arthur Dayne lingered a moment, bowing to Jon and Daenerys before retrieving Dawn and stepping out. The hush that followed felt strangely peaceful after the bustle of consultation. Alone now, Jon and Daenerys stood from the table, exchanging a glance that carried both weariness and contentment. They tidied their plates, passing them to a servant who knocked gently on the door. Jon stretched, rolling his shoulders. Shall we check on Lyanna Riella before bed? She's probably still awake, pestering her nurse to tell her old tales of dire wolves and dragons. Daenerys smiled, slipping an arm around his waist. She has an insatiable hunger for stories. I suspect it'll lead her to do great things one day. They walked together through the corridors, lit by softly guttering torches. Occasionally, a guard bowed as they passed. The route to the royal family's private chambers carried them by windows overlooking the city, where the glow of lanterns marked the main streets. Outside, the sky had darkened to deep cobalt. They found Lyanna Riella in her small bedchamber, perched atop a cushion in front of a gentle fire, wide-eyed as her nurse read from a worn book of fables. The moment the child spotted her parents, she let out a delighted squeal. Dark curls framed a face that held echoes of both Jon's solemn intensity and Daenerys's warmth. She stretched her arms up. Jon scooped her gently, and Lyanna pressed close, prattling about the story she'd just heard of a hidden city beneath the sea. Daenerys felt a surge of love so strong it nearly took her breath away. Whatever trials remained, they had forged a life where a daughter could dream of wonders instead of fleeing nightmares. The nurse, an older woman who had served House Stark in days past, stood and curtsied. Your Graces, she's quite lively tonight, but I was about to settle her in. Daenerys nodded. We'll do it. Thank you. The nurse excused herself with a fond smile for the child. Once alone, Jon carried Lyanna to her little bed, and Daenerys knelt beside them, brushing the girl's hair back. Time to rest, my love, she murmured. Lyanna's gray eyes blinked sleepily. Will you tell me a story, Mama? One about the White Wolves. Daenerys glanced at Jon, who nodded. So she told a short tale, an embellished account of Ghost, the dire wolf that once followed Jon, turned into a comforting bedtime story. Lyanna's lids drooped as the soothing words took hold. After a few minutes, she was drifting into slumber, a tiny fist curled around her blanket's edge. Daenerys pressed a kiss to the child's forehead, and Jon gently tucked her in. They crept out, leaving a single candle on a stand in case the girl woke with a start. Outside, they found themselves exhaling in unison, the hush of the corridor enfolding them. They retired to their own bedchamber, a space not overly grand, yet cozy, with tapestries depicting a wolf and dragon entwined, a gift from some Riverlands artisans. Jon helped Daenerys remove her cloak, and they spoke in murmurs about the next day's plans. Then, exhausted from the day's tasks, they prepared for bed. As Daenerys settled under the blankets, she marveled at how normal and domestic life felt. Once, she could not have pictured this. Nights free from the urgency of war, a daughter safe in the next room, and a realm mostly united. She understood that new storms might come eventually, but for now, she let her eyes drift shut, lulled by Jon's warmth by her side. Morning brought a swirl of letters, visitors, and more complexities. One letter arrived from House Greyjoy, indicating that the Iron Islands had begun building additional fishing fleets and sought official recognition of certain whaling routes near the northwestern coast. Another letter from Dorne hinted at dissatisfaction with the distribution of certain shared tariffs. Apparently, the Dornish lords felt they paid proportionally more than their northern counterparts. Daenerys read these by lamplight in her private study while sipping herbal tea. The flicker of the lamp cast shadows along the walls, which were adorned with maps of Westeros and Essos. She sighed, setting the letters aside. Nudging a stack of blank parchment closer, she prepared to write initial responses. Jon entered, hair still slightly damp from the morning chill, carrying another rolled missive. "From Sansa," he announced, handing it over. "Apparently, there's news of a minor lord near the Neck, Lord Reed's cousin, who's unsure whether to join a new trade coalition. Sansa thinks we could unify the local houses if we clarify what taxes they'd face. She wants your input." Daenerys accepted it, scanning the neat lines. "She's doing so well managing the North's interests. I sometimes forget how uncertain things were right after the war." She recalled how reluctant some northern lords had been to trust a Targaryen. Time and proof of good governance had shifted that perspective, but it had been a process of 1,000 small steps. "I'll draft a response supporting her approach. House Reed is vital to the next stability." Jon gave a small laugh. "I never realized how politics could revolve around so many trifling details. But each detail, if neglected, can spark bigger issues. Do you recall how House Serwyn nearly started a feud over a boundary line? All because a single stone marker got moved by flooding?" She chuckled, shaking her head. "Yes, and we spent 3 days mediating that. It seems a lifetime ago." With a decisive motion, she began writing. Jon moved behind her, scanning over her shoulder, offering small suggestions. The interplay of their voices created a gentle hum of collaboration, the same synergy that had propelled them through crises far worse than petty disputes. They finished the letter and sealed it with the combined wolf-dragon wax stamp, a symbol that had come to represent the monarchy's joint heritage. Jon left to coordinate with Tyrion on shipping matters, while Daenerys made her way to the courtyard for a scheduled session observing the City Watch's new recruits. She believed in a hands-on approach, letting soldiers see that their queen took an interest in their discipline. The yard bustled with men and women drilling in the basics of pike use, short swords, and unarmed combat. Grey Worm, silent and formidable, oversaw them. Spotting Daenerys, he bowed slightly. She returned the nod, stepping near the training ring. A row of recruits practiced thrusts with wooden spears. Most were new to soldiering but possessed enough vigor to be molded into a cohesive force. She noted the variety in their accents, some from the Crownlands, others from the Stormlands, even a couple from across the sea. The monarchy's acceptance of foreigners had gradually increased the City Watch's diversity. Daenerys approved. It prevented any single faction from dominating. Watching them train, she remembered how the Unsullied had once been her main martial strength in Essos. Now, many of those Unsullied lived in or around King's Landing, forming an elite guard, but they worked alongside local recruits, forging a unified defense. Grey Worm led the demonstration with an economy of motion, pointing out flaws in stance. The recruits showed him respect, though some still carried preconceptions that a foreign eunuch was a curiosity or an enigma. Daenerys saw no sign of hostility. The realm had grown used to these once strange warriors who had stood between them and oblivion in the war. After observing, she stepped forward to address the recruits briefly. "You stand here not to terrorize the city, but to protect it. We have no greater calling than to uphold justice for all who dwell under the crown. Take pride in your service, and know that your skill may someday save countless lives, whether from bandits, foreign raiders, or any threat that arises. In that, you honor not just the monarchy, but your families, your comrades, and yourselves." She paused, scanning their faces. "I expect discipline. I expect compassion. Any who violate the code of the Watch will answer to me." A hush followed, broken by murmured acknowledgments. Many had likely never heard a queen speak so directly. She offered a final nod, then stepped back, letting Grey Worm resume. The crisp morning air carried the clang of wooden weapons, and Daenerys departed feeling a renewed sense of confidence in the Watch's future. In the corridor leading back inside, she nearly collided with Arya Stark. The slim, dark-haired figure moved with such quiet footfalls that Daenerys barely caught a glimpse before they were face to face. Arya had returned to the capital some months ago, having spent time in Bravos and beyond, traveling as she pleased. She still refused any formal titles or roles, preferring to remain an unofficial agent who occasionally helped snuff out criminal elements or track rumors that needed verifying. "Apologies, Your Grace," Arya said with a wry smile, stepping aside. "I heard you were out here, but I guess I should have announced myself sooner." Daenerys smiled in return. "No apology necessary, Lady Arya, though you nearly gave me a heart attack gliding around like that. Where are you off to?" Arya shrugged. "I've been doing my usual, exploring corners of the city, seeing if our reforms truly help the small folk. I'm happy to report that the Freedmen's Quarter is thriving. They have issues, some resentful neighbors, occasional disputes, but it's nowhere near as dire as it was. The new farmland grants you approved are making a difference." Daenerys found relief blossoming in her chest. "That's excellent. I worried about pushback from local lords." Arya's expression grew thoughtful. "They grumble, but not enough to defy you. Speaking of local lords, I heard that a minor scion of House Rosby is peddling some outlandish rumor about you returning to Essos to conquer new lands. Don't worry. Most ignore him, but he's stirring up gossip. I can talk to him if you'd like me to set him straight." Daenerys shook her head, the corner of her mouth lifting. "No need for a confrontation. Let Tyrion or Davos handle it diplomatically. If you corner him, he might spin that into a story about how we silence dissent with assassins." Arya's lips twitched in amusement. "Fair point. I'll let Davos weigh anchor on that, then. Should be more than enough to calm nonsense." She peered past Daenerys to the watchyard. "Looks like Grey Worm has these recruits in decent shape. The city might not remember half the battles from the war, but we do, and this readiness matters. Any sign of trouble from the Stepstones?" Daenerys's brow furrowed. "We get occasional rumors of pirate activity, but so far nothing major. We'll keep watch. If they harass our trade lanes, we'll respond." Arya nodded, slipping away with a parting wave, evidently on her next errand. Daenerys reflected that the younger Stark had become a vital, if unofficial, troubleshooter. In a realm that had tasted war and come out stronger, having a skilled, quiet operative who could confirm or deny suspicious rumors was priceless. Daenerys would never order Arya to do anything she disliked, but Arya volunteered often enough, insisting she enjoyed playing a silent guardian. Back inside, Daenerys returned to the swirl of midday governance. She and Jon conferred with Tyrion about the proposed interest renegotiation for the Iron Bank. They drafted a carefully worded letter that refused the shortened timeline but offered a modest interest bump, couching it in polite language about wanting a mutually beneficial partnership. Missandei approved the final text, ensuring no phrase sounded confrontational. By afternoon, they had sent a raven on its way to Bravos. That evening, as they dined in the Great Hall with a mix of Crownland's lords, something unexpected occurred. A courier from the Vale arrived, dusty and exhausted, demanding an audience. Jon beckoned him forward. The courier bowed low, breathing hard, and produced a sealed letter bearing the emblem of House Royce. He stated that Lord Royce had discovered a hidden conspiracy involving certain Vale knights who believed the monarchy had grown too lenient, that it was vulnerable to infiltration by outside powers, and that these knights might be plotting to sabotage the monarchy's next major gathering as a show of defiance. Daenerys's heart sank. She exchanged a quick look with Jon, recalling how each region had its share of holdouts. The letter detailed overheard conversations. A small band of disaffected knights resented the Freedmen's Quarter, the rising role of foreigners in the Watch, and the presence of Targaryen blood on the throne. They believed the realm had lost its purity. The courier explained that Lord Royce was ready to arrest them but wanted the crown informed first. Jon thanked the courier, dismissing him to rest. Then, in hushed tones, he turned to Daenerys. "We knew not everyone supported the new order. The question is how serious these men are. Are they just fools grumbling, or do they intend real harm?" Tyrion, who had listened from the dais, drummed his fingers on the table. We can't dismiss them if they're talking sabotage. Lord Royce is loyal to you. He wouldn't mention it if he lacked strong evidence. Daenerys squared her shoulders. Then let Lord Royce handle it. We'll stand behind him if he arrests them. But we must ensure they get a fair hearing. Unless they're actively plotting murder, we don't want to feed the rumor that we punish all dissent with the sword. Jon nodded firmly. Precisely. Let's send a response that they have our blessing to detain anyone clearly conspiring in violence. Then the suspects can face trial. If they're found guilty, they'll face appropriate consequences. That's how we maintain both justice and stability. With the dinner overshadowed by this news, the mood in the great hall grew subdued. Lords whispered among themselves, unsure if this was a sign of bigger unrest. Daenerys took comfort in recalling how many times small conspiracies had already been nipped in the bud. Each success reinforced the realm's resilience. She prayed this would be no different. Within days, a raven confirmed that Lord Royce had apprehended 4 knights in the Vale who had indeed planned to sabotage a royal envoy set to visit the Eyrie. Documents seized from their belongings indicated a half-baked scheme to cause a scandal or even violence during the envoy's stay. With the monarchy alerted, the plan unraveled easily. The conspirators were taken to the Eyrie for questioning. Daenerys and Jon breathed easier. Another brushfire doused. More months slipped by. The monarchy's daily tasks melded into a tapestry of minor disputes, trade expansions, cultural exchanges, and the delicate dance of alliances. Lyanna Riella grew taller, spouting endless questions about how laws were made, why dragons flew, and whether direwolves still roamed beyond the wall. Daenerys indulged her curiosity, telling her of the war to end the long night in child-appropriate detail. She watched with a bittersweet ache as the girl listened with wide eyes, imagining a threat she would never have to face. Rumors circulated that King's Landing might soon host a grand harvest festival to celebrate the realm's ongoing prosperity. Tyrion pitched the idea, a multi-day event inviting pavilions from all corners of Westeros, featuring arts, crafts, music, and a chance for lords and small folk alike to mingle. Some balked at the cost, but Tyrion argued that a well-run festival could pay for itself in trade and goodwill. Jon and Daenerys tentatively agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to reaffirm unity. Over the coming weeks, planning commenced. Messengers carried invitations far and wide, calling lords, merchants, and entertainers. The Freedmen's Quarter prepared showcases of their Essos-inspired crafts. Even the Dothraki who had chosen to remain in Westeros for various reasons saw a chance to display their famed horsemanship in an organized competition. Summer's warmth lingered, holding off the typical autumn chill. The city bustled with an influx of visitors, wagons piled with goods. Daenerys oversaw the logistics with Tyrion and Missandei, ensuring enough lodging, markets, and security to handle the crowd. Jon spent hours with city watch captains, establishing procedures so no single district would descend into chaos from overpopulation. By the eve of the festival's opening, the capital hummed with excitement. Colorful banners hung from the streets, archways were adorned with flowers, and traveling minstrels plucked out lively tunes. On the morning of the festival's start, Daenerys donned a pale blue gown embroidered with subtle dragon motifs, while Jon wore a well-tailored black surcoat bearing both the Stark direwolf and Targaryen dragon. They stood on a dais in the main square near the Red Keep gates, flanked by Arthur Dayne, Grey Worm, and a retinue of watchmen. As the crowd gathered, lords in fine doublets, merchants in colorful vests, small folk eager to see spectacle. Daenerys felt a stirring in her chest. She recalled how, in Essos, she had once dreamed of leading cheering crowds as she broke chains. Now, a different form of leadership saw these people gathered not in fear or desperation, but in celebration. Tyrion acted as herald, stepping forward to address the throng. Citizens of King's Landing and visitors from all across Westeros, by the grace of their graces, Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Targaryen Stark, we declare this harvest festival open. Enjoy the fruits of peace and prosperity that we have built together. May the stalls, games, and contests bring joy to all, highborn or humble. A cheer erupted. Music sparked to life, and city guards parted to let the crowd flow deeper into the festival grounds. Rows of merchants sold pastries, spiced wines, and all manner of crafts. Jugglers and street performers entertained clusters of onlookers. In a cordoned-off area near the edge of the square, various houses set up displays showcasing their region's produce or unique wares. The freedmen's quarter had a vibrant stall offering exotic spices and cloth, manned by Essosi immigrants who beamed with pride at the chance to partake. Daenerys and Jon descended from the dais to mingle. Arthur Dayne followed at a respectful distance, a symbol of vigilance but not intimidation. Now and then, Daenerys paused to speak with a stall owner or to sample a sweet roll. Jon nodded greetings to lords wearing lesser-known sigils, who introduced themselves with enthusiasm. The monarchy's presence reassured the gathering that this was more than a fleeting carnival. It was a testament to how far the realm had come. Throughout the day, they witnessed a swirl of delights. A puppet show staged by traveling actors dramatizing the old legends of Bran the Builder, musicians performing ballads of the War for the Dawn, children chasing each other with wooden swords, and older folks exchanging news from distant corners of the continent. Scribes sold pamphlets recounting the final stand against the Night King, though embellished with romantic flair. Daenerys found the dramatizations amusing, if inaccurate. She didn't mind if the realm preferred legends of valiant heroes to the more brutal truth. As dusk approached, braziers were lit, bathing the festival in flickering orange. The aromas of roasted meats, candied apples, and mulled cider mingled on the breeze. Daenerys, arm in arm with Jon, made her way to a ring where riders were preparing for a friendly exhibition of horsemanship. Several Dothraki had volunteered to show off their skill. The crowd formed a wide circle, whispering with a mixture of fascination and old apprehension. She spotted an older Dothraki blood rider, Kono, who had once followed her across the narrow sea. He raised his arak in salute, then mounted a lean brown horse. Another Dothraki, younger, did the same. At a signal, they spurred their mounts, galloping around the ring in complex patterns. The watchers gasped at the fluid ease with which the riders stood in the stirrups, switching from upright to crouched, weaving around each other without colliding. One rider flung a spear at a distant target, striking dead center. The crowd erupted in applause. Daenerys felt a surge of pride, recalling how the Dothraki had once been seen as savage outsiders. Now they contributed to the realm's tapestry. She recalled how, back in Essos, none would have guessed the Dothraki could integrate with Westerosi culture. Yet here they were, entertaining lords and small folk, forging new paths. After the demonstration, the Dothraki bowed to the monarchy, and Daenerys gave them a respectful nod. Jon clapped vigorously, stepping forward to commend them. The crowd lingered, discussing how fearless the riders seemed. Nearby, freedmen from Essos cheered loudly, evidently delighted to see a piece of their old continent's spirit recognized in Westeros. Night deepened, and fireworks soared overhead, courtesy of a group of pyromancers who had worked safely under new regulations. The bursts of color lit up the starless sky, mirrored in the wide eyes of children perched on their parents' shoulders. Lyanna Riella had insisted on attending, so Daenerys and Jon found her under the watchful gaze of the nurse. The little girl shrieked with delighted terror every time a firework exploded. She clutched Daenerys's cloak and pointed upward, babbling excitedly about dragons breathing colored flames. Daenerys's heart felt impossibly full, taking in the swirl of music, laughter, and wonder. She leaned against Jon's side. He looked down at her, a soft expression of contentment crossing his features. "Sometimes I can't believe this is the same city that once saw so much bloodshed," he murmured. "Yet look at it now, children laughing, Dothraki showing their skill, freedmen accepted. It's not perfect, but it's alive, truly alive." She nodded. "This is what we fought for, and we can't let it slip away. We'll keep building, day by day, no matter how many obstacles arise." Another firework burst overhead, painting the sky in shimmering blues. The crowd applauded, and Daenerys felt Lyanna's small arms wrap around her leg. She scooped her daughter up, pressing her cheek to the girl's soft hair. Yes, this is what they had prayed for. As the festival continued into the following days, delegations from across the 7 kingdoms renewed their admiration for the monarchy's achievements. Some offered trade deals, others proposed marriages to strengthen ties. Daenerys and Jon navigated these opportunities with measured courtesy. Between the celebrations, they continued to handle everyday petitions, mindful that beneath the festival's glow, real governance persisted. The presence of the freedmen, the Dothraki, and foreigners from Essos was normalized by the festival's open displays. Northern lords who once grumbled about foreign influences found themselves sampling Essosi spices and praising Dothraki horse tactics with surprising curiosity. In that sense, the festival truly bridged differences. On the final night, a grand feast took place in the refurbished courtyard of the Red Keep, complete with musicians from the Westerlands, jugglers from the Reach, and even a pair of Dornish dancers performing for the court's delight. Jon and Daenerys presided from a high table, but the atmosphere remained less formal than a coronation or a traditional royal banquet. People from every station mingled. Indeed, the freedmen's leaders were given seats of honor near the dais, an unprecedented gesture that spoke volumes about the monarchy's inclusive vision. Partway through the evening, a hush fell as a group of musicians began a new composition titled, "When Ice and Fire Rose at Dawn." Everyone recognized it as a ballad describing the final battle against the White Walkers. The melody started soft, building into a triumphant swell. Men who had fought in that war exchanged glances of pride and sorrow. Women who remembered the day the dead almost overran the world dabbed at their eyes or clasped hands with loved ones. Daenerys felt a lump in her throat as the lyrics soared, mixing images of swirling snow with the roar of dragons. Jon stared into his goblet, memories flickering in his eyes. When the final notes drifted away, the courtyard erupted in applause. The musicians bowed, breathless from the intensity of the piece. Daenerys rose, lifting her cup. "To the living and to all we lost," she said, voice tremulous. Jon stood alongside her, echoing softly, "To the living and the fallen." The response from the throng resonated with that shared memory, that knowledge of how close they had come to oblivion. It bound them more deeply than any single monarchy could. That night, after the feast and dancing wound down, Daenerys made a solitary walk along the ramparts. Moonlight drenched the city, revealing a hush of slumber among the festival tents. She paused beneath a flickering torch, letting her hand rest on the ancient stone. Arthur Dayne approached quietly from behind, as if sensing she might want company. He halted a few steps away. "Your Grace," he said, voice respectful. "The celebrations have been a triumph. I never thought I'd see kings landing so full of hope." She glanced at him, recalling how once he had guarded her father, the Mad King, in a drastically different court. "Do you think we've truly changed it, Sir Arthur? Enough to last beyond our lifetimes?" He contemplated that, eyes drifting over the silent city. "I've learned not to trust in illusions of permanence. But I see you and Jon forging a realm that acknowledges its failings and tries to rise above them. That's more than I saw under King Aerys, or even under Robert. The structures you've built, councils, alliances, the freedmen's settlement, open trade, these are scaffolds that remain even if individuals fall." Daenerys felt a subtle weight lift. "Thank you. Sometimes I fear the realm's memory can be short, but each day that passes strengthens the foundation. If that's the best we can do, leave a better realm for Lyanna and all who come after, then I accept it." Arthur's lips curved in a quiet smile. Rhaegar would be proud. He believed in a prophecy, but more so in the idea that the world could be mended by the right union of hearts and wills. "You and Jon have done more than he could have imagined, I think," she exhaled, gazing at the moon. "I never knew him, but I hope our work honors the best parts of his dream. Jon often wonders the same." Arthur nodded. "It does, and it honors Lyanna Stark's spirit as well, fierce, loyal, and unwilling to be caged by old prejudices. You carry both of them forward, forging something new." Daenerys bowed her head, touched by the knight's words. After a moment, she whispered, "Good night, Sir Arthur." He inclined his head. "Good night, Your Grace." Then he departed, leaving Daenerys alone to watch the moonlit sprawl. The hush felt serene, reminiscent of nights in Essos when she had dreamed of returning to her birthplace. Now that dream had morphed into something far more complex and sustaining. A partnership with Jon, a peaceful kingdom, a daughter growing into a realm that valued unity. The swirl of starlight above felt like a benediction, affirming that after the darkest night, dawn could indeed come. Days and months rolled onward. The festival ended, the city resumed normal life. Traders returned home with fresh profits. Crafters carried stories back to their villages. And travelers told tales of how the capital had become a microcosm of Westeros's new spirit. Daenerys and Jon persevered in their daily tasks, from adjudicating land disputes to reviewing progress on the roads linking the Crownlands to the Stormlands and the Reach. Tyrion brokered a compromise with the Iron Bank that satisfied both sides, and the Freedmen's Quarter expanded once again, reclaiming a swampy patch of land upriver. In the Vale, the conspirators faced trial and were punished fairly. The matter ended without further unrest. Dorne and the North maintained their respective degrees of autonomy, content to remain part of a broader union so long as their distinct ways were respected. The monarchy balanced it all with calm determination. A little over 2 years after the Harvest Festival, an unexpected visitor arrived in King's Landing. A Pentoshi noble seeking official recognition of a new trade route that would link Pentos and Maidenpool. Daenerys received him in the throne room. She had rarely used that space for direct meetings, preferring smaller, less intimidating chambers, but the Pentoshi insisted on grandeur. He bowed deeply, offering fine gifts of silks and wines. Daenerys, seated with Jon at her side, listened to the proposition. The noble wanted to anchor large galleys in Maidenpool, eventually building warehouses, in exchange for certain trade privileges. Tyrion and Missandei both saw potential, though they advised caution. Daenerys and Jon asked for time to deliberate. The noble left satisfied that he was at least heard. That evening, in a relaxed gathering of counselors, Tyrion posited that forging a strong link with Pentos could open the door to more expansions in Essos. Daenerys felt a pang of nostalgia for the continent where she had first gathered her forces. Jon reminded everyone that the crown needed to ensure no infiltration of slave trading or corruption. It was agreed that a small delegation, including Davos and a few freedmen representatives, would visit Pentos to evaluate the situation from within. If it looked genuine, they might proceed. If not, they'd politely decline. The freedman's voice in the matter was vital, ensuring no hidden ties to the old slave markets. As the monarchy's global reach tentatively expanded, Daenerys recognized that once again they stood on the cusp of change. But this time it was voluntary, not forced by war. The realm had stabilized enough to look outward, to shape trade alliances and influence other lands without conquest. She had come full circle from the girl who tried to retake her father's throne by force. Now she shaped alliances built on mutual benefit and the memory of a darkness overcome. Amid these developments, Lyanna Riella Targaryen Stark approached her 8th name day. She had grown tall for her age, with hair that was a lighter shade of brown than Jon's but not quite the silvery hue of Daenerys. She peppered everyone with questions, sometimes slipping into the training yard to watch knights spar. More than once, Jon caught her swinging a wooden sword near the Freedmen's Quarter, enthralled by the agility of an Essosi sword dancer. Daenerys sometimes fretted about her restless curiosity, but she also sensed the child was forging an identity that blended the North's pragmatism, Targaryen ambition, and Essosi curiosity. If the realm stayed at peace, maybe that spark would flourish in constructive ways. One mild morning, Lyanna Riella dragged her father to the courtyard, insisting she wanted to see Ser Arthur's famous sword. Arthur Dayne, amused, indulged her. Standing in a patch of sunlight, he drew dawn from its scabbard, letting the child marvel at the pale sheen of the fabled blade. Lyanna gazed at it, wide-eyed. "Is it made of moonlight?" she asked in a whisper, repeating the old rumor. Arthur knelt, holding it horizontally so she could view the edge safely. "Legend says it was forged from the heart of a fallen star, little princess. Maybe that's a cousin to moonlight, but it's as real as any steel and sharper than most." She nodded solemnly, then glanced at him. Did you ever hurt anyone bad with it? His face softened. I used it to protect good people from those who meant harm. Sometimes that meant hurting someone to keep others safe. That's a knight's burden. Lyanna scrunched her nose. I want to protect people too, but maybe with words first and swords second. Arthur chuckled, sheathing the blade. That sounds like the best approach. Keep that in mind as you grow up. Daenerys, watching from a few steps away, felt an odd lump in her throat. The entire realm had become shaped by that principle. Use swords only when words fail. That her daughter understood it at so young an age gave Daenerys a sense of hope. She beckoned Lyanna over, praising her for being mindful of how violence worked. The girl beamed, skipping around the courtyard, occasionally glancing back at Arthur as if memorizing every detail of the legendary sword. Daenerys caught Arthur's eye and smiled. The old knight inclined his head, as if acknowledging that the future was indeed in good hands. Another year slid past, the monarchy continuing to address daily affairs. Pirates occasionally tested the edges of Westeros's coasts, but the Royal Navy, grown with the help of Davos's knowledge, repelled them. Ties with Pentos advanced slowly, with freedmen delegates confirming that the nobles' plan seemed free of overt slaver connections. A new agreement was drafted, opening a trade corridor that promised economic benefit. Bravos remained cordial, their demands satisfied enough that no new friction arose. In the north, Sansa reported robust harvests and successful expansions around White Harbor. House Mormont thrived, and the Vale stayed loyal under Lord Royce's steady leadership. Dorne hammered out final clarifications regarding tariff distributions, reducing earlier resentments. The realm, in short, quietly prospered. For Daenerys, these were good years. She spent time teaching Lyanna Riella about governance, ensuring the child saw both the joys and burdens of rule. Jon supported that wholeheartedly, though he also made sure the girl had time for normal play and exploration. Arya periodically left on her travels, returning with tales of foreign corners or hidden corners of Westeros. Tyrion kept the crown's finances in order, striking a balance between building reserves and funding improvements. Missandei headed a new department devoted to bridging cultural gaps, welcoming travelers from Essos, discussing translations of foreign texts, and fostering respectful exchange. One autumn afternoon, as Daenerys strolled in the godswood that had been cultivated behind the Red Keep, an attempt by some northern folk to replicate their spiritual tradition, she felt a peculiar sense of completion. Red leaves trembled on the branches of a transplanted weirwood sapling, not nearly as large or ancient as those in the north, but still a symbol. Jon joined her, quietly taking her hand. The air smelled of damp earth, a hint of winter coming, though the capital seldom saw true snows. She recalled the real godswood of Winterfell, where the old heart tree once witnessed countless Stark generations. This transplanted grove offered a reflection of that heritage, merged with Targaryen influence in the south. She squeezed Jon's fingers. We've done it, haven't we? Everything we promised. A stable realm, no new wars, open trade, respect for differences. We've kept it going for a decade now. His dark eyes held a gentle pride. We have. That doesn't mean we can rest forever. But yes, we've built something lasting. He gestured at the weirwood sapling. It may not have the weight of ancient centuries, but it's here, alive, growing. Like our union, it needs nurturing. Daenerys's voice softened. And someday, when we're gone, I hope people continue to water it, to prune it. That's all we can do. Build a system that stands even without us. Jon nodded gravely. A realm that learns from the illusions of the past. We can't guarantee perfection, but we can leave them the tools to keep forging unity. They stood quietly then, letting the hush settle around them. No ghostly threat loomed, no mad king or usurper. The monarchy's biggest challenge was sustaining prosperity, a humbler but no less noble task. They turned to go, ready to resume the day's demands, each carrying an awareness that the wheel, once so oppressive, was not broken but fundamentally reshaped. If their child, and every child after, grew up in a land that valued cooperation over conquest, perhaps the realms of men would never again tread so close to the edge of extinction. Stepping from the godswood, They caught sight of Lyanna Riella racing down a walkway, laughing with a friend from the freedman's quarter, a dark-skinned boy around her age, the son of an Associ weaver. The two children dashed to greet Jon and Daenerys, out of breath, delighted by some new game they'd invented. Daenerys bent, smiling, as the boy excitedly explained how they'd hidden behind crates and pretended to be spies from Bravos. Lyanna chipped in, describing how they'd sneak along corridors. Jon knelt, eyes bright with amusement. "You'll both get scolded if you sneak where you shouldn't," he teased gently. "But I'm glad you're playing so well together." Lyanna nodded vigorously. "We want to see everything, because that's how we learn." Daenerys ruffled her daughter's hair. "As long as you don't break anything or cause trouble." She rose, exchanging a knowing look with Jon. The monarchy could enforce laws, draft treaties, broker alliances, but the real sign of progress was these children from different backgrounds forging friendships without fear. Later that night, in their private chambers, Daenerys and Jon prepared for bed, each weighed down by typical end-of-day fatigue but bolstered by the knowledge that every small step kept them on track. As she pulled off her cloak, Daenerys mused, "Do you ever wonder if Rhaegar and Lyanna somehow see us? Whether they know their legacies found peace?" Jon paused in unfastening his surcoat. "Sometimes, and I hope they do. So much blood spilled to get us here, but I'd like to believe they'd be at peace knowing it wasn't in vain." She came closer, resting her head against his shoulder. "Arthur Dayne told me once that Rhaegar believed in a prophecy of a prince that was promised. Maybe that prophecy was simply about uniting the realm against the dead, which we accomplished. And maybe the rest of it is ensuring that unity endures." He wrapped an arm around her. "Prophecies can be interpreted many ways, but what we have now feels more real than any prophecy. We built it with sweat and compromise." She tilted her face up. "I love you," she whispered, voice thick with emotion, "for standing by me, for wanting to rule not by fear, but by service." He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "And I love you for having the courage to break the old cycles. We did it together." They doused the lamps, sliding under the covers, letting the hush cradle them. A faint breeze rustled the curtains, carrying distant echoes of the city. Footsteps of a guard changed in the corridor. Beyond that, peace. Daenerys closed her eyes, grateful for the tranquility. In the months and years that followed, their story remained one of consistent, if unremarkable, progress. No grand wars erupted. No monstrous foes emerged to overshadow the realm. Houses navigated disputes. Some lords tested the monarchy's patience with sly politicking, but were met with firm justice. The freedmen's quarter thrived, forging a second settlement near the Rose Road. Arya Stark came and went, occasionally presenting intelligence about new trade opportunities or potential trouble spots. Sansa Stark remained a steady pillar in the north, forging her own alliances and ensuring the region's voice was heard in the crown's decisions. The Vale continued to stand guard at key passes, while the Reach thrived as a breadbasket shipping grain to every corner of Westeros. Dorne, proud and aloof, still tested certain boundaries but never escalated tension beyond negotiations. The Iron Islands managed peaceful expansion of fishing fleets. The monarchy, bridging these diverse lands, kept forging onward. When Lyanna Riella reached her 12th name day, she was a confident girl skilled in horseback riding, speaking both common tongue and bits of High Valyrian, taught by Daenerys in quieter moments. She studied the realm's laws under Tyrion's tutelage, surprising many with her quick grasp. Some lords began whispering about future marriage alliances, but Daenerys and Jon firmly stated that the child was far too young. They intended to grant her as much freedom as possible before she assumed any formal role. If and when a betrothal was arranged, it would be with her willing input, not a forced match. This stance endeared them to the small folk but startled older houses used to leveraging marriage for power. The monarchy held firm. The old ways of bartering children for alliances must yield to more consensual arrangements. Thus, the realm found itself on stable footing, forging a new normal that might have seemed impossible after centuries of turmoil. And in that serene environment, Daenerys occasionally remembered the flames and blood of the past, the nightmares she had endured, the heartbreak of losing Viserion, the bitter taste of war. Those memories made her appreciate the present deeply. Jon, too, never forgot the battered corpses of friends who had died on the ice fields. He poured that memory into ensuring the monarchy never turned complacent or cruel. Arthur Dayne's constant presence reminded them that once, the Targaryen line had been nearly extinguished by its own misdeeds and the fury of a realm. Now, it endured through compassion and pragmatism, not tyranny. On the 20th anniversary of their victory over the Night King, a date Daenerys and Jon privately commemorated, they walked through the courtyard in quiet reflection. The day was bright, the sky a crisp blue, a faint breeze rattling flags overhead. They paused at a commemorative stone plaque set against the wall, carved with the names of those who fell defending the living. "We should add more names," Jon murmured, brushing dust from the stone. "Every year, I hear of someone else who gave their life that day. We only had so much space on the plaque." Daenerys nodded, heart heavy yet full of gratitude. "We can add new panels, keep the memory alive. Let no one forget what was sacrificed." Jon traced the carved letters. "We won't let them. So long as we're here, and so long as those we've taught carry on the lessons, the realm will remember." Daenerys laid a hand over his. The sunlight cascaded around them, a gentle warmth that chased away shadows. "Together," she whispered, voice firm with the conviction that had guided them all these years. In that promise lay the heart of their rule, the union of ice and fire, forging a dawn the realm once thought impossible. And so the days continued, each small victory a testament to the vow they made, to preserve the living, honor the fallen, and nurture a world where tomorrow's children would only know the White Walkers as old legends, no longer a looming terror. They rode through the black of night, hooves pounding a desperate tattoo on the hard-packed dirt. King's Landing had dwindled behind them, a glow on the horizon, but Jon could still hear the echoes of its uproar as if carried on the wind. Steel clashing, horns blaring, voices raised in terror or triumph. Guilt and fear tangled in his chest, constricting every breath. Yet he pressed his horse onward. Each time the animal faltered, he leaned low in the saddle, urging it to keep running. Beside him, Arya clung to her own mount, her face pale and streaked with tears. The two of them were alone now, unmoored from the rest of their family. Far behind lay the Red Keep, where Ned Stark had made a valiant stand in the corridors, where Sansa, Catelyn, and young Bran had been outnumbered by gold cloaks and Lannister steel. Jon clenched his teeth. If he pictured too vividly how his father, no, his uncle truly, had faced Jaime Lannister's sword, or how the Queen had smirked at them, he feared he would tumble into a black pit of helpless rage. But he could not afford that now. Their survival hung on keeping calm. They fled northeast at first, veering off the Rosby Road soon after clearing the city walls. Jon had no illusions. If the Lannisters whipped the City Watch into action, every main route might be barred. The best chance lay in small, winding paths. He and Arya had no map, no plan beyond escaping the net closing around them. The night offered concealment but also confusion. They could barely see more than the faint outlines of fields and copses of trees in the moonlight. At last, near midnight, fatigue overtook them. The horses had run for hours, lathered in sweat. Arya's mount limped. Jon spotted a sparse patch of woodland on a gentle rise, so he guided them in. Branches scraped their cloaks as they nudged past the outermost undergrowth. Beyond, the trees offered dim shelter under tangled boughs. They dismounted, Arya collapsing to her knees, trembling. Jon tethered the horses to a low branch, stroking their quivering flanks. For a moment, neither sibling spoke. Only ragged breaths and the horses' uneasy snorts broke the hush. Then Arya croaked, "We left them all behind." Tears welled in her eyes. Father, Sansa, Bran, even Mother. We just ran. Jon's throat felt raw. "We had no choice," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "Father told us to go. If we'd stayed, we'd be prisoners or worse." But the knowledge offered little comfort. He recalled the wounded guard who fell off his horse, left to bleed in the street. The memory of that betrayal twisted in his gut. Arya swiped at her cheeks angrily, as though furious to be crying. It's not fair. We're alone. We don't even know if he's alive. Jon swallowed. He's strong. The Lannisters want him for leverage, maybe. They won't kill him out of hand. Not if they hope to avoid open war with the North. Yet, even as he said it, he pictured Queen Cersei's triumphant eyes, Jaime Lannister's sword slicing forward. He forced himself to believe that Ned still lived. If that hope shattered, so would he. They had no food, no water beyond the sweat that trickled down their temples. The night breeze set the horses stamping restlessly. Arya sniffed and rubbed her nose. She looked so small in the gloom, a scrawny girl with a wooden practice sword at her belt, the same she had used to defend Jon in the Red Keep yard. Her hair hung loose and messy. "What do we do, Jon?" He gazed at the slivers of moonlight filtering through the leaves, mind racing. "We can't stay here long. By daybreak, they'll be hunting for us. If we keep going, maybe we can reach friendly lands. But where exactly? White Harbor was across half the continent. Winterfell was still farther, countless leagues away. Alternatively, Riverrun might shelter them, if they could slip west to the Riverlands, Catelyn's kin. Or the Vale, if Jon Arryn's memory meant anything. But Jon Arryn was dead, replaced by Lisa Tully, rumored to be reclusive and paranoid. He wasn't sure that was safer. Arya's lower lip trembled. Mother's family is at Riverrun. Maybe they'd help. But that's across the Blackwater and the rolling plains near Harrenhal. Isn't it? Jon nodded slowly. Yes, and Harrenhal's likely under Lannister watch by now. The roads would be perilous. Still, House Tully might stand a better chance of giving them aid than House Arryn's Vale. The Riverlands are large, he conceded. We could slip through, or we try the King's Road north, but that's the direct route. They might expect that. Arya hugged her knees. Either path is dangerous. But at least if we head west to Riverrun, maybe we find Uncle Edmure or your grandfather Tully. Someone who'd protect us. A faint memory tugged at Jon. Ned had once mentioned that Hoster Tully was aging, ill but still strong-willed. Could Riverrun muster an army to challenge the Lannisters? Possibly. If they could reach those walls, at least they wouldn't face the Queen's men alone. Jon exhaled. Riverrun, then, he said quietly. We'll aim that way. Stay off main roads. Travel by day or night. Night, Arya said grimly. Easier to hide. But we need to rest now, or the horses will collapse. She swallowed a sob. I'm so hungry, too. I wish I had a lemon cake, or even crusts. Jon placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. When morning comes, we'll look for streams or villages. But we have to be careful. Even the mere thought of entering a village, a tavern, or a farm could lead to discovery. A single whisper that a boy and girl from House Stark were roaming the fields might bring Lannister riders. They bedded down under the trees, lacking bedrolls or blankets. Arya curled up near the horses, her scrawny limbs trembling. Jon tried to shield her with the edges of his cloak. He forced himself to stay awake, sword in hand, half expecting the gold cloaks to appear at any moment. But exhaustion claimed him in fits. Whenever he jerked awake, the moon had shifted. Once, he heard Arya crying softly in her sleep. Dawn arrived in pale grays, revealing the sorry state of their camp. 2 filthy horses, a meager patch of ground churned by hooves, no supplies beyond the clothes on their backs, and a single borrowed blade. Jon rose stiffly, joints aching. His mind felt hammered by grief and worry. He gently shook Arya's shoulder, coaxing her to her feet. She rubbed her eyes. I was dreaming about father, she mumbled. Then, raking tangled hair from her face, she squared her shoulders. Let's go. The sooner we move, the farther we'll be before they realize which direction we took. They rode cautiously through farmland, using hedgerows and sparse copses of trees for cover. Once, they spotted a group of 4 horsemen galloping across a distant field. Jon tensed, worried they might be Lannister outriders, but the riders never altered course, soon disappearing over a ridge. Arya's relief was visible, though her face remained drawn. Near midday, they found a narrow stream. The water was murky, but it was something. The horses drank greedily, and Jon and Arya scooped handfuls to their mouths. Arya grimaced at the taste but swallowed anyway. Then they continued westward, avoiding the busier roads. Small hamlets dotted the region, each with a handful of cottages and farmland. They steered clear, not daring to risk questions. Their bellies cramped with hunger. Arya complained of dizziness. Jon's head spun in the heat. By late afternoon, a light drizzle fell. The sky turned a wash of gray. The horses plodded, heads low. At last, in the distance, they saw what looked like an abandoned holdfast. A squat tower, battered by time, perched on a low hill. Jon turned to Arya. "We might find some shelter there tonight, or at least rummage for scraps," he thought. They approached warily, half expecting brigands. But the place was truly empty. Its wooden door rotted off the hinges. Inside, they found a single large chamber, scattered with old straw and debris. Rain dripped through holes in the thatched roof. Jon scouted the corners with his sword drawn, finding no sign of recent habitation. The tower's steps crumbled after the first flight, leading nowhere. Arya discovered a half-intact chest, which yielded a moldy cloak and a few mouse-chewed rags. No food. Disappointed, she slumped against the wall. "I'd kill for a crust of bread," she muttered. Jon knelt beside her. "We'll find something, I promise." Yet he felt no confidence. The caved-in holdfast offered little hope. He tethered the horses in a dry corner, then rummaged outside, scouring nearby bushes. He found only a few withered berries that might have been edible, though they looked half-rotten. In desperation, they sampled them, grimacing at the bitter tang. Arya spat hers out. Jon forced himself to swallow, though it was no real nourishment. Night fell, bleak and damp. They huddled in the holdfast, hearing the patter of rain on the roof. Each time thunder rumbled in the distance, Arya jolted, glancing at the open doorway. "They'll find us," she whispered. "They'll come. We can't keep outrunning them forever." Jon shivered. "We just need to reach Riverrun." He tried to recall the route, sketching a mental map. "If we keep heading west, we'll eventually cross the Blackwater or one of its tributaries. Then we head northwest, skirting Harrenhal if we can." The monstrous ruin loomed in his memory from the earlier journey. "It'll take time, but maybe we can avoid the main roads." Arya gave a humorless laugh. "We have no coin, no food. Are we to beg from peasants? They'll turn us in." "Maybe not all wood." Jon slumped. "But we can't rely on that. We'll hunt if we can. Maybe we can snare rabbits." She stared at him with wide eyes. "You know how to set a snare?" His cheeks reddened. "No, but I've seen it done. In Winterfell, I can try." Despite the gloom, they found a small measure of resolve. Sleep came fitfully again. Rain seeped in, making the straw reek of mildew. Jon dozed upright, sword at his side. When dawn broke, they forced themselves to mount up and continue west, ignoring the gnaw in their bellies. So began a harrowing routine. By day, they sought hidden paths, wending through fields and forests, never daring to approach a settlement. By night, they huddled in ditches or groves, battered by hunger and thirst. Twice they risked sneaking close to a farm, hoping to steal an egg or a half-filled water barrel. The first time, a watchdog's barking drove them off. The second time, they found a battered henhouse and managed to filch 2 eggs. Arya devoured hers raw, gagging but swallowing. Jon forced the other down, ignoring the slimy texture. It was better than starving. Their clothes grew filthy, hair tangled, bodies sore. The horses' ribs began to show. Arya's face hollowed. Yet they pressed on. Gradually, the land changed from the gentle farmland near the Crownlands to more rolling hills, dotted with occasional rocky outcrops. That was a sign they were nearing the Blackwater's broad currents. At least Jon hoped so. On the 5th day since their escape, they stumbled upon a wide river. "The Blackwater?" Arya asked, voice hoarse. Jon squinted at the murky water. "It might be." They reined in by the bank. A small fishing hamlet lay on the opposite shore, sending up thin trails of smoke from a few huts. Arya looked tempted to cross and beg for supplies. Jon vetoed the idea. Too risky. Word might have traveled that we're fugitives. They could have gold cloaks checking villages. In the end, they followed the river upstream, searching for a shallow crossing. That night, as they settled under a cluster of willows, Arya's trembling worsened. She coughed, pressing a hand to her belly. "I can't stop shaking," she muttered. "Feel feverish." Jon touched her forehead, alarmed at the heat. The punishing travel, lack of proper food, and stress had taken a toll. His own limbs felt weak, but he had to be strong for Arya. That evening, he scrounged along the riverbank, managing to corner a small turtle in the shallows. After a struggle, he killed it with his sword and tried to pry it open. The taste was vile raw, but he and Arya forced some down. It might keep them alive a little longer. 2 more days passed in a blur of exhaustion, forging ever deeper into the riverlands. They cut northwest, leaving the Blackwater behind, aiming to cross the rolling plains near Harrenhal. The looming question: how to avoid the monstrous fortress. Harrenhal was said to be haunted, but more tangibly it was a strategic point. Any Lannister outpost might dwell there. If so, they risked discovery skirting too near, but going wide around might add days they couldn't spare. Their supplies, what little they had stolen, were almost gone. The horses labored with each step. Arya had a ragged cough that sometimes woke her at night, each spasm racking her thin shoulders. Jon gave her the lion's share of any food they found, gnawing on bark and the occasional root to stave off hunger. One dusk, as they huddled in a hollow under a fallen tree, Arya's voice trembled. "Jon, I miss them all so much. Father, Sansa, Bran, even Rickon. What if they're—" She couldn't finish. Jon swallowed thickly. "Don't say that. Father's strong. He'll find a way. Sansa has Mother. They'll endure. We just have to do our part and survive." But his words felt hollow. Each day that passed, the dread of Ned's fate weighed heavier. He pictured the Red Keep's dungeon, or the Queen's mocking smile, or Joffrey's shrill command. If Robert truly died, Joffrey was king in name, and the Queen effectively ruled. She could do whatever she pleased to Ned Stark. That night, Jon's dreams churned with shadowy images of a cell. Ned chained, Jaime Lannister raising his sword. He jerked awake at dawn, clammy with sweat. Arya dozed restlessly beside him, face drawn. He squeezed his eyes shut, fighting despair. He'd grown up believing his father's honor could hold the realm together. Now it seemed that honor had placed them all in mortal danger. They continued on at first light, forging through wooded valleys. The terrain turned rockier, the air heavy. Clouds gathered overhead, promising a storm. As they emerged from a patch of dense forest into a clearing, Jon reined in abruptly. Another band of riders was there, maybe 100 paces away. Their cloaks bore a sigil he didn't recognize. He and Arya froze. The riders spotted them. One broke away, galloping closer with a hand raised in greeting. Jon's heart hammered. Could these be brigands? Lannister men in disguise? Or some local lord's retinue? The man approached carefully, not brandishing a weapon outright. Jon noticed a sigil on his surcoat, a blue forked lightning bolt over a white field. He racked his brain. Some lesser house sworn to the trident? Arya breathed hard. "Hail!" called the rider, his voice echoing across the clearing. "We mean you no harm." Jon kept his sword arm tense. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Men of House Dondarrion," said the rider. "We ride with Lord Beric, gathering loyal men to defend the marches. The Lannisters raid these lands." Arya's eyes flicked to Jon. Dondarrion? That was a name Ned had once mentioned, a marcher lord from the Stormlands. "What do you want with us?" she asked warily. The rider cocked his head, looking them over. "You look half dead. We've no quarrel if you're no bandits. We've been scouring the region for Lannister foraging parties." He paused, gaze lingering on Arya's battered state. "I see you bear Stark livery," he said. noticing the small direwolf pin on Arya's torn cloak. "Are you from the north?" Arya glanced at Jon. Should they admit who they were or keep silent? Her face scrunched in indecision. Jon took the risk, spurred by exhaustion and a faint hope that these might be allies. "We are travelers from House Stark," he said carefully. "We need help." He dared not give names yet. The rider nodded slowly. "Lord Beric Dondarrion is nearby. He has set up a camp not far down the next valley. We're gathering men loyal to the crown but wary of the Lannisters' aggression." He gave them a measuring look. "You seem in dire need of rest. We can bring you to our camp for food, if you'll pledge no harm." Jon's mind raced. If these truly served King Robert's cause, they might be friend or foe, depending on how they viewed Ned's stance. But Robert was gone, dead. The throne was in the Queen's grip. Had they turned to Stannis or Renly? Or was this that rumored band of lords who defied the Lannister hold over the Riverlands? If so, maybe they were the best chance left. He exchanged a look with Arya. She gave a faint, desperate nod. "All right," Jon said, letting his sword rest. "We accept." The rider signaled to the rest, and they trotted over. Jon and Arya were enveloped in the group, all armed men except for one or two half-armored squires. Suspicion radiated from them as they surveyed the two ragged youths. But no one drew steel. They escorted Jon and Arya along a hidden path winding into a deeper valley. There, near a shallow river, a cluster of tents stood. Horses grazed in a meadow. Banners fluttered, though not the standard Baratheon stag. These were smaller, varied sigils, perhaps from knights or lesser lords who had joined forces. They guided Jon and Arya into the heart of the camp. Men paused from repairing gear or stirring cookfires, throwing curious looks. Jon's pulse quickened at so many strangers. A tall knight emerged from a central tent, wearing partial plate and a cloak the color of deep wine. He was lean, with sandy hair, and an old scar near his temple. The escort murmured, "That's Lord Beric," then pushed Jon and Arya forward. Lord Beric studied them with a sober expression. "Children, half-starved, but you ride with swords. You said you hail from House Stark." He nodded to the pinned direwolf crest on Arya's cloak. "What's your name?" Arya stepped forward, voice raw. "I am Arya Stark of Winterfell. This is my brother, Jon." She swallowed. "We escaped King's Landing. The Lannisters turned on us. Father he's..." Her voice cracked. Jon cleared his throat. "We are on the run. Our father is Ned Stark, Hand of the King, or he was. But King Robert died. The Queen and her people seized power." Beric's jaw tightened. "I'd heard rumors of the King's injury. So he is dead, then?" Jon nodded grimly. "Yes." A low murmur rippled among the gathered men. Beric exhaled, rubbing the scar at his temple. "Grave news. Then Joffrey sits the throne. The realm is in chaos. And you, children of Ned Stark, I imagine the Queen wants your heads." Arya's eyes burned. "She has my father, my mother, my sister, maybe my brothers. We had no choice but to flee." Beric studied them with compassion. "You're safe here, at least for now. Come, let's get you fed and tended. Then we'll learn more. We've been fighting a shadow war, trying to protect the Riverlands from Lannister incursions. But if the Iron Throne is fully in their hands..." He trailed off. A woman wearing a plain wool dress approached, one of the camp followers. She ushered Arya and Jon to a cookfire, where a pot of thin stew bubbled. The smell of onions and bits of meat made Jon's stomach clench painfully with longing. They sank down on wooden crates, while the woman ladled stew into two battered bowls. Arya's eyes lit with gratitude. She devoured it in ravenous gulps. Jon forced himself to eat more slowly, though every spoonful felt like heaven after days of near starvation. The greasy broth and lumps of carrot and onion revived him. Within minutes, both bowls were empty. Beric watched quietly, arms crossed. Another man joined him, a tall, broad-shouldered fellow with a short-cropped beard, wearing a sigil of the lightning. Bolt, likely Beric's right-hand man. Jon overheard them murmuring about how to proceed. Then Beric stepped forward again. "These lands are in torment," he said, voice heavy. The Queen's forces roam widely, rooting out any who might oppose them. We've struck a few supply lines to hamper them, but more men arrive daily from the west. Tywin Lannister is rumored to be massing an army near Harrenhal. If you intend to reach Riverrun, that path is fraught with danger. Jon and Arya exchanged glances. We have to try, Arya said, chin set stubbornly. Beric nodded. I understand. House Tully is your mother's kin, yes? They'd give you shelter if you can make it. But Harrenhal stands between you and Riverrun on the direct route. Or you could attempt a wide detour, crossing remote fords. Jon felt a surge of relief. At least these men seemed ready to help rather than betray them. We'll do whatever it takes. He hesitated. Could you spare guides? Or supplies? We have nothing. Beric looked pained. We have little enough ourselves. We're no standing army, only a ragged band of knights and bowmen loyal to the memory of King Robert, and perhaps to Lord Stark's sense of justice. But I won't send you off blind. You've risked enough. Let's see. Perhaps we can spare a few cloaks, some bread, new horses. If you linger too long, though, the Queen's huntsmen might catch word of you. Every day we wait is a risk. Arya's cheeks reddened. We're ready to leave as soon as possible, she said, though her voice wobbled with exhaustion. Beric bowed his head. Rest tonight. On the morrow, I'll send a pair of trusted scouts with you, at least for part of the journey. They can show you a safer crossing. He studied Jon's face. But be warned, lad. You'll see horrors out there. War has begun. Lannister outriders burn villages suspected of hiding rebels. Bandits roam, taking advantage of chaos. The path to Riverrun will be soaked in blood. Jon swallowed. Thank you for telling us. We'll face it. Beric nodded gravely. So be it. For now, my men will show you where you can sleep and see to your horses. He paused. You say you are Jon. I notice you do not claim the name Stark, though Lady Arya called you brother. Jon tensed. Arya looked at him anxiously. It's a long story, she said in a rush. He's Ned's son in all the ways that matter. That's enough. Beric surveyed Jon carefully but did not press. As you will. I accept you as part of House Stark's party. Rest now. They spent that night in a makeshift lean-to near the edge of the camp. A young squire brought them fresh tunics, donated by some lesser knight who had spares. Arya reveled in the chance to wash off days of grime in a shallow bucket of water. She coughed less after devouring more stew at supper. Jon found relief in the knowledge that they weren't alone anymore. The presence of armed men around them, at least for one night, meant he could let himself drift into real sleep, sword sheathed at his side. Morning dawned crisp. Beric Dondarrion met them by the cook fires, introducing two men who would guide them partway, Kyle and Harwin. Jon stiffened at the second name. Harwin, that was the name of one of Winterfell's grooms. But no, this was a different man, older, with gray peppering his hair and a long scar on his forearm. Possibly from the same region, though. Harwin greeted them politely, while Kyle gave a cursory nod. Beric explained that these men knew hidden trails leading around Harrenhal's perimeter, used by foragers and outlaws alike. The camp provided Jon and Arya with fresh horses, still not the finest, but better fed than their pitiful beasts. They also received a small sack of dried beans, 2 loaves of stale bread, and a waterskin each, a battered cloak for Jon, a short sword for Arya, replacing her wooden toy, plus a coil of rope. It felt like a king's bounty compared to what they'd had. They thanked Beric profusely. Travel swiftly and quietly, Beric advised. We'll remain in these parts, harassing Lannister forays. If luck holds, we'll draw attention away from your route. Should you reach Riverrun, tell them Lord Beric fights on, if they wonder where we stand. He paused, placing a hand on Arya's head. The Starks are known for honor. I pray you find your family well. Arya's eyes misted. Thank you, she whispered. Jon bowed in gratitude, struggling to find words. Beric gave them a faint, sad smile, as though regretting he couldn't do more. So they set forth again, this time in a small group of 4 riders. Kyle and Harwin took the lead, guiding them west along winding tracks. The day was overcast, the air heavy. Occasionally, thunder rumbled in the distance, but no rain fell. Jon and Arya rode in relative silence, still exhausted. At least they had bread to nibble, dry and tough, but filling enough to steady their shaky nerves. Kyle was a rangy fellow with quick eyes, wearing leather armor patched at the shoulders. He had served House Dondarrion for years, he said, but hated what the realm had become since the Lannisters seized power. Harwin was older and quieter, an ex-soldier perhaps. He spoke little, scanning the horizon for threats. They pressed on until dusk. No sign of pursuit. If Lannister men searched these backcountry routes, they hadn't come this way yet. They camped in a hollow, building a tiny fire masked by boulders. While they chewed strips of dried meat from Kyle's pouch, Arya asked about the war. Kyle explained that House Lannister's outrages in the Riverlands had ignited open resistance. Lords like Beric Dondarrion and others were trying to hold them back. But Tywin Lannister was rumored to command thousands of men, likely planning a major campaign. Everyone waited to see if the North or the Vale would move. Ned Stark was rumored captive. Some whispered that Robb Stark might gather Northern bannermen. Others claimed the Queen had neutralized the North by threatening Ned's life. Jon listened grimly, fists clenched. If Robb rose in arms, it might lead to all-out war. Ned's captivity would be a pawn in that struggle. Even if the North marched, the Queen could threaten to kill Ned, Sansa, and the others. The entire realm hung in precarious balance. On the third day with Kyle and Harwin, the group veered north to skirt the edges of Harrenhal's domain. The land grew marshy in places, dotted with standing pools. A few times, they glimpsed the topmost broken towers of Harrenhal looming in the distance, black silhouettes against the sky. The air felt oppressive, as though ghosts of Aegon's dragonfire still haunted the region. They kept to lesser trails, forging through thick stands of willow and alder. Once, near midday, they heard hoofbeats. Harwin motioned them to hide. They slid off the path, ducking behind thick brush. Through the leaves, Jon saw a patrol of riders in crimson cloaks trot by. Lannister soldiers, about 8 of them. They carried torches even in daylight, scanning the forest. One paused, glancing toward where Jon crouched, but then moved on. The group disappeared around a bend. Jon's heart hammered as he realized how close they'd come. Arya's face was pale. Kyle let out a breath. That was a scouting party. Lucky they didn't hear us. They proceeded more cautiously. By evening, they emerged into drier terrain, a wide meadow with tall grass. A narrow stream cut through, reflecting the orange glow of sunset. Kyle halted, shading his eyes. We camp here. Tomorrow we cross near the fords. That's where we leave you. Jon tensed. You're not taking us all the way to Riverrun? Harwin shook his head. Lord Beric needs us back. The route from the fords to Riverrun is more straightforward. Follow the Red Fork of the Trident downstream. Riverrun stands at the fork of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone. Simple enough if you keep hidden from roving Lannister patrols. Arya exhaled, nodding. We'll manage. They made a modest camp again, finishing the last of the stale bread. Harwin proved surprisingly talkative as the night wore on, telling them stories of old battles near Harrenhal, how the place was cursed. Arya tried to joke that she'd never let a ghost scare her. Kyle only shook his head, muttering that some ghosts wore living flesh. Jon felt a flicker of comfort in the companionship. But morning came with a sense of finality. After quelling the horses, they rode a short distance further. Eventually, the land sloped downward to a shallow crossing of a wide river, likely a branch of the Trident. The water looked calm, maybe chest-deep in places. On the far side, rolling farmland stretched westward, dotted with tree lines. It was a route that might take them toward Riverrun eventually, if they angled right. Kyle and Harwin reined in. We'll depart here, Harwin said, voice gruff with farewell. Stay safe, you two. Arya gazed at them with gratitude. Thank you, she said, for everything. Kyle nodded. We'll pray you reach your kin, and if the realm truly plunges into war, well, may the Starks stand strong. They parted. Jon and Arya carefully urged their horses into the river, water swirling up to the animals' flanks. Cold shock lanced Jon's legs. The current tugged, but the horses struggled on, emerging dripping on the far bank. When Jon turned to look back, Kyle and Harwin were already disappearing among the trees, heading east. For a moment, isolation gnawed at him. Then Arya pressed forward. The crossing had put them in the western Riverlands, though there was still a journey of many leagues before they might see Riverrun's red and blue banners. They wove a southwestern path, using any cover they could. More farmland stretched out here, some of it scorched, blackened patches scarring the fields. The smell of old smoke clung to the wind. Once, they encountered a burnt homestead with charred timbers. Arya clenched her fists, face grim. "It's the Lannisters," she said. "They're punishing these lands because they suspect them of supporting father." The bitterness in her tone nearly turned to tears again. Jon put a hand on her shoulder. If the Lannisters were crossing the countryside in force, it meant war was well underway. They pressed on for 2 days, avoiding roads, surviving on scraps of food left in abandoned barns, foraging for wild onions or half-rotten vegetables. Once, Arya killed a thin hare with her new sword, an awkward thrust that gutted the creature. They roasted it over a hasty fire, devouring every morsel with trembling hunger. Despite the hardships, Arya's health improved a bit with more frequent bites of protein. Jon's own ribs ached from lack of nourishment, but he refused to let despair take root. Riverrun was out there. Near dusk of their second day alone, they stumbled upon a deserted orchard. Gnarled apple trees lined a low ridge. Most fruit had fallen, rotting on the ground, but some half-ripe apples clung to branches. Arya climbed precariously, tossing down a handful to Jon. Though sour and worm-ridden, they ate them greedily. Jon felt a spark of relief. "We might survive this, Arya," he murmured. "We just might." That evening, they heard distant hoofbeats again. They crouched in the orchard, hearts pounding, until the sounds faded. Another patrol, likely. The entire Riverlands was a battleground, or soon to be. Arya settled under a tree, hugging herself for warmth. "We have to be close, don't we?" Jon tried to calculate. They'd traveled for over a fortnight since escaping King's Landing. Barrack's men had said the route to Riverrun from that crossing might take a week if unimpeded. They'd taken a meandering path, avoiding patrols. Possibly they were only a day or two out. He whispered that reassurance to Arya. She nodded, eyes fixed on the horizon. They rose early, forging deeper into the farmland. The first sign they were nearing Tully territory was the presence of scattered outriders wearing House Tully's leaping trout sigil. At a distance, Jon saw 2 men on horseback, the sunlight glinting off the fish emblem on their tabards. He nearly cried out in relief but hesitated. What if it was a Lannister trick? A stolen sigil? But the men seemed to be escorting a small wagon of crates. Jon gambled on trust. He steered Arya toward them, calling out from a safe distance. The Tully outriders reined in, suspicious, hands on weapon hilts. Arya raised her voice. "We're Starks." She brandished the direwolf pin. "Take us to Riverrun, please." The men exchanged uncertain looks, then trotted closer. Up close, they saw a ragged, filthy girl with a small sword and a lean boy with haunted eyes. Both were caked in dirt, hair wild. "Starks?" repeated one rider, frowning. "Word from King's Landing said." He trailed off, scanning them. "Your father's name?" Arya's shoulders squared. "We belong to Ned Stark," she insisted. "He's my father." She glanced at Jon. "And my brother." The outriders looked baffled. "All of Westeros hears Lord Stark's been taken captive. The realm's at war. We ride under Edmure Tully's banner. Are you truly Arya Stark? That child is rumored missing. As for your brother?" Jon spoke firmly. "We can prove it if we speak to Lord Hoster Tully or Edmure. Our mother is Catelyn Tully. Just take us in. Please, we have nowhere else." The second outrider tapped the trout sigil on his chest. "If you are who you say, the Lady Catelyn is indeed of House Tully. But how do we know this isn't a Lannister trick?" Arya's temper flared. Look at me. You think a trick would starve and dirty us like this for a ruse? I can recite the names of my uncles, my mother's home, details about the Godswood in Riverrun if you want. Or do you need me to carve it into your hide? The men blinked. Then the first outrider dismounted, stepping closer. He studied Arya's face, her thin eyebrows, the stark features. Finally, he sighed. By the gods, you do have Lady Catelyn's look about you. Fine. We'll escort you, but under guard. If you try anything... Arya rolled her eyes. We won't. Her tone softened. Thank you. They fell in behind the wagon, flanked by the outriders. The men asked cautious questions. How they had escaped King's Landing, what they knew of Ned's captivity. Arya answered haltingly, choking up at times. Jon supplemented the story, revealing how the Queen turned on them, how they fled for their lives. He left out the nuance of his Targaryen blood, no sense complicating matters. The outriders looked increasingly troubled. We'd heard rumors of chaos, but the reality sounds worse, said one. By late afternoon, the land sloped into a broad river valley. Ahead, the Red Fork glittered. Rising from its confluence with another river stood Riverrun, a great castle poised on a triangular piece of land between the Red Fork and the Tumblestone, its walls stout, its towers proud. Banners of House Tully, silver trout on a rippling red and blue field, fluttered from ramparts. Jon's chest tightened at the sight. Arya pressed her lips together, eyes shining with tears. Finally, real walls that might offer safety. A small group of Tully men-at-arms guarded the drawbridge leading into Riverrun's outer gate. The outriders hailed them, explaining quickly in low voices. Jon and Arya sat trembling on their horses, half fearing the gates would slam shut. But after a hurried exchange, the gate opened, allowing them entry. The bridge clattered under hoof. Once inside the courtyard, servants and onlookers gawked at the new arrivals. 2 ragged children with the Stark name, escorted by armed outriders. A steward came rushing out, followed by a tall man with auburn hair, wearing a surcoat with the Tully trout embroidered on the front. His features bore a resemblance to Catelyn, though younger, more robust, Edmure Tully, presumably. He halted before Arya, scanning her face with wide eyes. Gods be good, he breathed. Arya, is that truly you? By the 7 you look... Arya tumbled off her horse, stumbling. Uncle Edmure? She rasped. We came all this way. Father's prisoner. Mother. Sansa. We're alone. Edmure's expression twisted with shock and pity. He caught Arya as she collapsed into his arms, tears streaming. Jon dismounted stiffly, watching with an aching chest. Edmure's gaze flicked to him. And you are... another of Ned Stark's children? Jon faltered. I'm... Jon. Lord Stark raised me. Arya calls me brother. He left it at that. Edmure nodded, frowning but not interrogating further. Then both of you are welcome in Riverrun. You're safe now. He barked orders to the servants. Fetch them a hot meal, clean garments. Summon Maester Vyman. Then he softened. Come, let's get you inside. My father, Lord Hoster, must hear this. The realm is in turmoil. Arya clung to Edmure's arm, her exhaustion evident. Jon followed as a retinue of Tully guards escorted them into the castle's main keep, along corridors lit by torches. The walls bore tapestries of the Tully crest, scenes of fish-laden rivers, the proud legacy of this house. Jon felt a wave of relief so potent it nearly buckled his knees. They had arrived among family, Catelyn's family. For the first time since King's Landing, he dared to believe they might have a chance. Maester Vyman, a kindly, stooped man, ushered them into an anteroom near the great hall. Servants brought basins of warm water, sponges, and towels. Others placed trays of bread, cheese, and fresh fish stew on a side table. The aroma overwhelmed Arya, who nearly dove for the food, but Vyman insisted on checking her for fever or wounds. She sullenly let him examine her, eyes fixed on the steaming bowls. Meanwhile, a serving woman guided Jon to wash the caked dirt from his face and arms. He hissed at the sting of old cuts and bruises. After a flurry of fuss, they were allowed to eat. Arya inhaled spoonful after spoonful, tears of gratitude slipping down her cheeks. Jon paced himself, though he, too, devoured every bite. Edmure hovered, arms folded, impatient for answers. When they had eaten enough to speak, Arya recounted the harrowing flight from the Red Keep, voice trembling. Edmure's face darkened at mention of Robert's death, the Queen's betrayal, Ned's captivity. She told him they had no idea what had become of Lady Catelyn or Sansa or Bran. Mother might have been with father or maybe out somewhere. "We don't know," Arya whispered. Edmure rubbed his brow, anxiety etched in every line of his face. "My sister, your mother, was last seen in the north, I thought, or possibly traveling. We've had no raven from King's Landing in weeks that wasn't Lannister-controlled. This is madness." He asked about the realm's politics. Jon recounted what he overheard. Robert's final hours, Joffrey's crowning, the gold cloaks turning on Ned. Edmure's jaw clenched. So Joffrey holds the throne. Tywin amasses an army, and the Queen wields the real power. Arya's voice cracked. "Please, uncle, can you help father? They must be hurting him. We have to save him." Edmure grimaced. "We'll try, but you must understand, Riverrun is bracing for war. Tywin's men raid the Riverlands, burning villages, capturing lords. We're half under siege. Father is bedridden, ailing. I rule in his stead, but our forces are pressed thin. We awaited news from the north, hoping Ned Stark would muster armies if the Lannisters encroached. Now you tell me Ned is captive. This changes everything." Jon felt a coil of dread. What about Robb? Could he gather northern bannermen? Edmure shrugged. "If he knows his father is in danger, I suspect so. Word may have reached him. But that's a long march from Winterfell. The neck is not easily crossed if the Lannisters hold Moat Cailin or if they move first. The realm stands on the brink." He lowered his voice, glancing at Arya's exhausted form. "I'll send URG. Ent ravens to each loyal house, including White Harbor. Perhaps we can learn more of Robb's movements." Arya's eyes blazed. "We can't just wait. We must do something for father. If the Queen kills him..." Edmure placed a hand on her shoulder. "Shoo, child. We want the same, but a direct assault on King's Landing is impossible. Our best chance is to unite with other great houses that oppose the Lannisters. We Tullis alone can't storm the capital." Arya bit her lip, tears threatening again. She turned away, fists clenched. Jon set a hand on her arm. "We'll find a way," he murmured, though he, too, felt the weight of uncertainty. That evening, they were given comfortable chambers in a tower. The contrast with their previous squalor was jarring. Each had a small bed heaped with blankets. A platter of fresh fruit, bread, and cheese sat on a table. Arya, for all her stubbornness, nearly wept with relief at the simple comforts. Yet the knowledge of their family's fate remained an unhealed wound. Jon stepped onto the tower's balcony, gazing at Riverrun's courtyard. Torches dotted the walls. Beyond, the rivers glistened under a moonlit sky. This was an old fortress with proud traditions. If the realm truly broke into civil war, Riverrun might become a key bastion of resistance. But would it be enough to rescue Ned Stark? A quiet knock sounded. Jon turned to see Arya peering through the doorway. She wore a borrowed nightrobe, her hair damp from a real bath. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "Jon," she said softly, "I can't sleep. My mind won't stop spinning. I keep seeing that corridor, father fighting Jaime Lannister, and we just ran." She shuddered. "I feel so guilty." He guided her out to the balcony, letting the night air wash over them. "I know," he murmured, voice low with empathy. "But father wanted us to go. If we'd stayed, we'd be hostages, giving the Queen more leverage. This way, maybe we can help from outside. Father wouldn't want us caged." Arya sniffed, blinking tears away. "I just want to fight. If I had a real sword, I'd cut them all down." Jon managed a grim smile. "You're brave, Arya, but war is bigger than a single sword. We must gather allies. He sighed. Edmure Tully will do what he can. Possibly he'll muster forces if Robb marches south. Then we might have an army to face the Lannisters. Arya rubbed her arms, jaw set. I hate waiting. Jon's gaze wandered to the stars. Me too. But we have to trust in the north, trust that Robb or some alliance can bend the Queen's will. As for us, we'll prove to House Tully that we're not children who need locking away. We'll help where we can. That night, they finally slept in relative peace. Soft beds, a roof overhead, no fear of immediate capture. Yet their dreams were uneasy. Jon woke before dawn, heart pounding with images of Ned in chains, the Queen's cruel laughter. He rose, dressed in the simpler tunic a Tully servant provided, and descended to the courtyard, seeking to quiet his mind. Guards recognized him, eyeing him curiously but letting him pass. He found a place by the stables to breathe in the scent of hay and horses. Dull aches from old bruises throbbed, but it was better than the bone-deep hunger he'd endured days ago. He heard footsteps behind him. A stable hand with thinning hair approached, bowing. Lord Stark, the man said, uncertain. Do you need anything? A horse readied. Jon shook his head. No, just clearing my head. Then he hesitated. But, do you know how soon Lord Edmure might muster an army? Are there many knights here? The stable hand shrugged. A decent garrison, sure enough, but we wait on calls from other river lords. Word is Lord Tywin Lannister moves near Harrenhal with thousands. We can't sally out alone. Might just defend the castle if besieged. Jon's stomach twisted. Another siege, another trap. He thanked the stable hand and returned inside. By full daylight, the keep stirred. Arya found him at breakfast in the great hall, where servants laid out porridge, bread, smoked fish. She tore through the meal, ravenous. Jon ate more moderately, listening to the swirl of talk. Maester Vyman passed by, exchanging hushed words with Edmure at the high table. Then Edmure rose, clearing his throat. Jon, Arya, he called. Come speak with me, if you will. They joined him near the dais. Edmure's expression was grave. I sent ravens last night to the north, to White Harbor, to the Vale. We must discover who stands with us. Until replies come, we can only fortify. I'll do all I can to keep you safe here. But if the Lannisters bring war to Riverrun, I cannot guarantee you won't be targeted. Arya's eyes flashed. I'll fight if they attack. Edmure almost smiled. A spirit like your mother's, no doubt. But I prefer you both remain out of harm's way. Maester Vyman suggests you rest and recover. There may come a day we need you to slip away again, should the castle face a long siege. Jon nodded. We appreciate your shelter. We'll do whatever helps. Inside, he felt frustration, a helpless longing to do more than just hide behind walls. But what choice did they have? That day blurred into the next. Arya insisted on practicing her sword forms in a courtyard corner. A few Tully guards teased her, but she glared them into letting her train. Jon tried to help, though his own skill was overshadowed by the memories of actual mortal combat in King's Landing. He found himself jumping at small sounds, haunted by the knowledge that a city's worth of men might hunt them. The castle bustled with activity as Edmure prepared defenses. Archers drilling, masons shoring up walls. Tensions ran high. Rumors of Tywin Lannister's movements spread daily, each more frightening than the last. One afternoon, a horn blast outside the gates signaled the arrival of riders. Jon's heart raced. Would it be Lannisters or allies? He rushed to the battlements with Arya, peering down at the approach. A column of mounted soldiers carried the banner of the Red Trout of House Tully, but also smaller sigils from lesser houses. Edmure quickly rode out to greet them. The gates opened, letting the riders in. Jon recognized the tension among the castle folk, anticipating any news. Word soon spread that these were lords from the lower Riverlands, come to pledge men to defend Riverrun. They brought dire tidings. More burnings, more atrocities by Lannister outriders. However, they also reported that rumors said Robb Stark was indeed calling the banners in the north, preparing to march south. Jon exhaled in a rush of relief, tears stinging his eyes. If Robb marched, it meant the Starks had not surrendered. Perhaps they had found a path around the Queen's threats. Arya cornered one of the newcomers, a grizzled knight from House Vance, and pelted him with questions. Did he know anything of Ned's fate? Sansa's? The knight had only scraps of rumor. Some say the Queen holds your father in the Red Keep's dungeons, trying to force him to confess treason. As for your sister, I heard a whisper that the girl remains betrothed to the boy king, forcibly. But these are just rumors, my lady. Arya's face twisted. Sansa betrothed to that wretch? I'd chop off Joffrey's head if I could. She stomped away in fury. Jon felt sick. The Queen, no doubt, used Sansa as a hostage. Meanwhile, Ned might be pressed to confess crimes he never committed. Joffrey, that smirking demon, had free reign. The injustice burned. But they were stuck in Riverrun, children in a castle about to face war. Days passed into weeks. Tension mounted. Lords trickled in, swelling Riverrun's forces. Edmure tried to keep morale high, patrolling the ramparts, holding councils in the Great Hall. Arya grew restless, sneaking around the castle's corridors, once nearly stumbling into a war meeting she wasn't meant to hear. Jon tried to glean news from any travelers who arrived. They heard conflicting reports. Tywin's main host hovered near Harrenhal, while another Lannister force under Ser Gregor Clegane raided far and wide. If Robb Stark truly marched, he had not yet been sighted in the Riverlands. Some said he was forging an alliance with Walder Frey at the Twins, but no one knew for sure. Then, at last, one morning the horns blared a different call. Not a small band, but a large force approached. The entire castle mobilized. Edmure donned armor, stationing men along the walls. Jon and Arya rushed to the ramparts, heart pounding. In the distance, an army snaked along the far shore of the Red Fork, men bearing direwolf banners. It's the North, Arya whispered, eyes shining. Robb, he's here. Sure enough, the gray direwolf standard fluttered in the breeze above countless ranks of mail-clad soldiers. Jon recognized sigils of various northern houses. Manderly's Merman, Umber's roaring giant, Karstark's sunburst. At their head rode a figure in dark armor, flanked by mounted bannermen. The watchers on Riverrun's battlements cheered as the host spread out along the riverbank. A group of riders peeled off, heading for the drawbridge. Edmure flew down to greet them in the courtyard. Jon and Arya scrambled down as well, breathless with hope. Among the arriving group, Jon spotted a young man with red-brown hair, stern and determined. Robb. Behind him, Theon Greyjoy, his ward brother from Winterfell, along with other northern lords. As they dismounted, Robb glanced around, searching. When he saw Arya and Jon, his face broke into a stunned mixture of joy and relief. "Arya," he called, voice choked. He flung aside the reins, meeting her as she ran forward. She barreled into him, hugging tight, tears streaming. Jon hung back, overwhelmed. Robb's eyes found him, and the older boy reached out, drawing Jon into a fierce embrace. For a moment, none of them spoke, pressed together in that reunion of battered siblings. Jon felt tears in his own eyes. He never thought he would see Robb again. They parted. "You're alive," Robb said hoarsely, scanning Arya's and Jon's faces. "By the gods, I feared the worst. When we heard father was taken, Sansa captive, no word of you two. I marched south praying we might find you somewhere." Arya sniffed. "We escaped. It was horrible. Father, he's still imprisoned, we think. Sansa's probably in the Red Keep. We came here hoping for help." Robb's jaw tensed. "We'll save them, one way or another." He turned as Edmure stepped forward, arms spread in greeting. The two exchanged courteous bows. "My Lord Tully, I bring the northern host, as we discussed by Raven. My mother..." He hesitated, glancing at Arya. "She's not with us. She departed earlier, but we lost track." "Did she come here?" Edmure's face fell. "We have not seen Lady Catelyn. She might be traveling in secret, or possibly she was delayed." Worry flickered between them, but the immediate crisis overshadowed that question. Within the hour, the castle bustled with the arrival of the northern vanguard, thousands of men crossing at the nearest ford, setting up camp around Riverrun's walls. Jon watched in awe from the parapets, noting the scale of their banners. This was an army, a real chance to oppose the Lannisters and save Ned. The logic was brutal. Only a strong threat might force the Queen to bargain. Robb convened a war council in Riverrun's Great Hall that evening. Jon and Arya stood near the back, overshadowed by the gathered lords. Roose Bolton, Great Jon Umber, Rickard Karstark, and others. Edmure Tully presided with Robb at his side, combing through strategic maps. They spoke of splitting forces, one to hold the fords near Riverrun against Tywin, another perhaps to strike at Jaime Lannister's force reportedly encamped near the Golden Tooth or around Harrenhal. No final plan emerged that night. Tension hung thick. The next day, they continued discussions, joined by more river lords. Arya grew impatient, wanting immediate action. Jon tried to reassure her that armies took time to move. On the second morning after the North's arrival, everything changed. Scouts reported a Lannister host marching west of the Red Fork, possibly led by Jaime Lannister himself. That same afternoon, ravens arrived with dire news. King Joffrey had decreed Ned Stark a traitor, condemning him to public execution if the North did not submit. The message apparently demanded Robb's surrender in exchange for Ned's life. The entire hall seethed with anger. Arya turned white with rage, tears glistening. Jon clenched his fists so tightly his nails bit into his palms. Robb raged, "They think to make me yield. My father's life for the submission of the North? Cannot yield. The Lannisters will kill him anyway, or hold him as a permanent hostage. We must fight." Edmure spoke gravely. "If you do not yield, they might kill him at once. This is a vile threat, but how can we comply? We'd be handing all our power to the Lannisters." The hall erupted with clashing voices, northern lords calling for immediate battle, river lords urging caution. Arya trembled in the corner, face twisted in anguish. Jon felt nauseated, picturing Ned kneeling before a headsman. He forced himself to speak. "We must do something. We can't let them just kill him." Robb rubbed his temples, voice choked. "I know. We must defeat them swiftly or force them to negotiate. That means outmaneuvering their armies, capturing enough hostages of our own to trade. If we take Jaime Lannister or even Tywin, we might exchange them for father." Great Jon Umber bellowed agreement. Others cheered. Edmure Tully nodded, though worry shadowed his features. "We must coordinate. Tywin is near Harrenhal with a large force. Jaime leads another force near the Golden Tooth, menacing the approaches to Riverrun. If they link up, it's unstoppable. So we strike Jaime first, perhaps." So the War Council formed a plan. Robb would lead the main northern host across the river in 2 columns, one to bait Tywin, the other to fall upon Jaime's camp near the Whispering Wood. The river lords would reinforce. If they could capture Jaime, they'd have a precious bargaining chip. Meanwhile, they prayed the Queen wouldn't kill Ned Stark before negotiations. Time was short. They marched at dawn. Arya insisted on going. Robb refused, telling her she must stay in Riverrun. Arya fumed, tears in her eyes, but relented when Edmure demanded the same. Jon lingered, unsure. He wanted to fight for Ned's freedom, but was he truly a soldier? The memory of King's Landing battles haunted him. Yet he could not remain idle while Ned's life hung in the balance. He approached Robb in private, near the stables. "I want to come," Jon said quietly. "I know I'm no seasoned knight, but you might have me ride with the outriders or guard your flank. I can hold my own, at least." Robb's mouth tightened. "Jon, we ride into real war. I can't lose you. Father, he'd want you safe." Jon bit back frustration. "He'd also want me to do what I can. I'm tired of running. If capturing Jaime is the key to saving father, I want to help." Robb exhaled. "You're as stubborn as Arya." Then his gaze softened. "But you might be right. At least I know you. I trust you. Fine. You'll ride with my personal guard, behind the main cavalry. But promise me if the tide turns, you'll retreat. I won't lose you for a fool's charge." Jon nodded fervently. Relief and dread mingled in his chest. "I promise." Arya was crushed by the decision but accepted that she had no place in a pitched battle. She embraced Jon fiercely before he left, tears wetting his tunic. "Come back with father safe," she whispered. "I'll do my best," he said, voice tight. He cupped her cheek. "Stay safe, little sister." At dawn, the northern army assembled outside Riverrun's gates. Thousands of men, horses, supply wagons, and archers lined the fields. Robb, in steel and leather, perched on a tall warhorse, brandishing the direwolf banner. The great Jon, Karstark, Bolton, and other lords gathered around. From the walls, Edmure Tully and Arya watched. Trumpets sounded, hoofs thundered, and the army rolled out like a steel tide. Jon rode near Robb, flanked by a handful of guards. Theon Greyjoy was among them, wearing a mocking grin, though tension radiated from him. Theon tried to banter with Jon about who'd kill more Lannisters. Jon forced a thin smile, mind consumed by what lay ahead. For 2 days, they marched swiftly, crossing the plains near the Red Fork's upper reaches. Scouts scurried ahead, reporting Jaime Lannister's positions. Rumor said Jaime had a formidable force camped at the Whispering Wood, intent on capturing Riverrun. Robb aimed to surprise him. On the second night, the northern host camped under minimal firelight, hoping to conceal their numbers. Jon bedded down among the outriders, sleeping fitfully, hearing men mutter about the upcoming battle. Fear coiled in his stomach. Could a single clash of arms truly turn the tide and free Ned? Dawn came with a chill haze. The cavalry formed ranks, creeping along the edges of the forest. The archers and infantry maneuvered to block Jaime's retreat. Robb explained the plan in hushed tones. They would lure Jaime into a trap, fighting among the thick trees where Lannister knights had less room to maneuver. Once the signal was given, the main cavalry would hammer the Lannisters from behind. If fortune favored them, Jaime Lannister himself could be taken. Jon's heart pounded as they waited, hidden behind a screen of pines. The morning wore on, tension building. Then horns blared from the far side of the wood. Shouts echoed. The Greyjoy's forces must have engaged. Robb signaled. "Now!" he roared, spurring his warhorse forward. Hundreds of cavalry followed, crashing into the Whispering Wood. Jon clung to his reins, sword in hand, a roar in his ears. The forest blurred. Green and brown, splashes of color. Men shouted, steel clanged. They barreled into the Lannister flank. Jon's first impression was chaos. Knights in crimson cloaks spinning to meet them, archers scattering. A swirl of swords, horses screaming, men falling. Jon forced himself to keep behind Robb, parrying a spear thrust that nearly skewered his mount. The clang jarred his arm. He slashed back, feeling his blade bite armor. A Lannister soldier crumpled with a cry. Jon's stomach churned, but he couldn't pause. Another attacker lunged. Jon jerked his horse aside, nearly colliding with Theon, who loosed an arrow point-blank into a knight's visor. Blood spattered. Somewhere ahead, Robb hammered through the lines, searching for Jaime. Horn calls rippled across the wood. The Lannisters reeled in confusion, pinned by the Greyjoy's forces from the front and Robb's cavalry from the flank. Tree trunks loomed, forcing them into pockets of frantic combat. Jon glimpsed Karstark men hacking down Lannister standard-bearers. Another group of northern archers unleashed volleys from higher ground. Jon fended off a mounted knight in gilded armor, adrenaline fueling every strike. The knight battered Jon's blade aside, nearly unhorsing him. Then an Umberfoot soldier rammed a halberd into the knight's horse, toppling it. Jon gasped, lurching away. Everywhere was madness. Scattered bodies, the stench of blood and churned earth. He had never witnessed such carnage. Suddenly, a wave of riders in shining gold-trimmed armor emerged from deeper in the wood, rallying around a banner with a golden lion. That must be Jaime's personal guard. They charged into Robb's forward ranks. Jon lost sight of Robb behind a swirl of flashing steel. Fear spiked. Was Robb in danger? He spurred forward, blade raised, following a cluster of Stark men. They smashed into the lion guard with a thunderous clash. Horses screamed. Jon ducked a sword slash, tried to thrust at a rider's exposed side. He felt the jarring impact of steel meeting flesh. The man toppled, blood soaking his surcoat. Another knight swiped at Jon's leg, but Jon's horse sidestepped, reflexes honed by desperation. A second later, a Northman's axe bit into the knight's back. The air stank of sweat and gore. Somewhere to the left, horns sounded a retreat. The Lannisters were buckling under the ambush. Shouts rose. The Kingslayer! The Kingslayer is cornered. Jon's heart leapt. If Jaime Lannister was caught, they had hope for Ned. He forced his horse in that direction. Through the dense trees, he glimpsed a ring of northern soldiers surrounding a single tall figure in ornate gilded armor. Jaime's sword flashed brilliantly, felling 2 men. But there were too many. He was cut off from his lines, forced to yield or die. Jon saw Robb riding up, blood spattered on his armor, face grim as he dismounted. Jaime, breathing hard, sank to his knees, dropping his sword. Northern men roared in triumph. Jon reined in at the edge of the ring, panting. Lannister men either fled or surrendered. The battle was effectively won. He sagged with relief that Robb was alive. Robb stared down at Jaime Lannister with a fierce glint, chest heaving. "Yield," Robb growled, "or die." Jaime scowled, eyes scanning the ring of spears. "You have me," he said through clenched teeth. "I yield. For now." A ragged cheer rose from the northern men. Someone pinned Jaime's arms, removing his helmet. Blood trickled down his temple. The Kingslayer captured. Jon's mind whirled. This was it, the bargaining chip. If they had Jaime, the Queen might be forced to exchange Ned. With luck, Sansa too. The aftermath was brutal. Northern forces scoured the Whispering Wood for pockets of resistance. By dusk, the Lannister camp was in disarray. Many prisoners taken. Robb ordered the wounded cared for, including the enemies. Jaime was bound, stripped of weapons, placed under heavy guard. Messengers were dispatched to Riverrun with the news of victory. Throughout the wood, men built fires, the air heavy with the smell of death. Jon, staggering from exhaustion, found a quiet spot near a wounded Stark soldier. He offered help, ignoring his own battered limbs. The next hours passed in a daze of tending injuries, collecting the dead, hearing the moans of the dying. War was an ugly business. Night came and Robb summoned his captains around a central campfire. Jon, still trembling, joined them. Jaime sat under watch, gagged, feet chained to a stake hammered in the ground. Even so, his bearing radiated defiance. Robb refused to let him speak until they'd decided on their demands. The Great Jon boomed that they should strike out immediately, but Robb insisted they regroup at Riverrun first, gather supplies. Then they would send envoys to King's Landing. "Release my father, or the Kingslayer's head will roll." Jon listened, heart pounding with hope. The Queen might not care about lesser Lannisters, but Jaime was her twin brother. She'd care, or at least she'd have to. Jon recalled her scornful eyes, the smug curve of Joffrey's lips. Perhaps this blow would force them to yield. They had to. Ned's life depended on it. Robb took Jon aside after the meeting, leading him away from the bustle of men stacking corpses. "You did well today," Robb said, voice grave. "You fought bravely." Jon swallowed. "I killed men. Felt a monstrous. But if it helps save father..." Robb set a hand on Jon's shoulder. "It's war. We do what we must. Now we hold the Kingslayer. We'll ride to Riverrun, show them our prize. Then demand an exchange." His gaze flickered with sorrow. "If the Queen refuses..." Jon's throat tightened. "She can't. Surely not. Jaime is too valuable." Yet doubt gnawed at him. Cersei might be ruthless enough to let Jaime die if it meant retaining the throne. That thought chilled Jon to the core. "We have to hope." So they marched back to Riverrun with Jaime in chains. The battered Lannister survivors were corralled as prisoners. News of the victory preceded them, causing cheers among the river lords. Arya was waiting at the gates when they arrived. She stared at Jaime Lannister, hatred in her eyes. Jaime sneered, though bound, as if unimpressed by the entire lot of them. Arya spat. He fought father. But Robb ushered her aside before she could do anything foolish. The entire castle hummed with excitement. In the great hall, Jaime was presented to Edmure Tully. The scene crackled with tension. Jaime half laughed. So, which of you is in charge here? The pup or the fish? Robb's eyes blazed, but he kept calm. Edmure declared that Jaime would remain a prisoner of House Stark and Tully, to be treated fairly but securely locked away. They had the men to guard him well. Finally, in private council, they drafted a message to King's Landing. Ned Stark must be freed unharmed, along with Sansa and any other Starks in custody. In exchange, Jaime Lannister would be returned to the Queen. Any refusal would see Jaime's immediate execution. A messenger was chosen, some swift-riding knight loyal to the Tullys, to carry the demand under a peace banner. The knight would leave at dawn. Arya hovered as they sealed the letter. "What if they kill father before the letter arrives?" she asked, voice shaking. Robb's jaw clenched. "We can only do this quickly and pray. Once the Queen realizes we hold Jaime, she might hesitate to harm father." He tried to reassure her, though the strain in his eyes betrayed doubt. "We'll be ready in case they answer with more war." So it was done. The messenger galloped away. Days turned into nights, a swirl of waiting. The castle prepared for the worst, but also hoped for a swift reply. Jon paced the courtyard, mind racing through scenarios. If the Queen was cunning, she might stall. Could Joffrey override her? Or would the small council push for a deal? Each day that passed felt like an eternity. Arya grew increasingly frantic, snapping at servants. She demanded to see Jaime to spit in his face. Robb forbade it, not wanting her anywhere near the dangerous prisoner. Jon tried to calm her, but she only shrugged him off, muttering that no one was doing enough. "We should storm King's Landing," she'd say. "We have thousands of men. Why wait?" Jon gently explained that thousands wouldn't breach the city walls easily. The city might have tens of thousands, plus gold cloaks. Meanwhile, Tywin's forces loomed. For once, Arya had no retort except to stomp away in frustration. At last, nearly 2 weeks after the letter was sent, a raven arrived from King's Landing. It bore the royal seal. Robb, Edmure, and a handful of lords read it in a tense hush while Jon and Arya stood behind them, hearts in their throats. The letter's contents made Robb's face pale with fury. The Queen wrote that King Joffrey demanded unconditional fealty. She offered no direct promise that Ned Stark would be freed. Instead, the letter implied that if any harm came to Jaime, Ned's head would fall. It was a bald threat, not a negotiation. Arya let out a choked sob. Jon closed his eyes, dread coursing through him. The Queen's refusal to negotiate was a cunning move. She aimed to keep Ned's life tethered to Jaime's, preventing either side from harming their hostage. Meanwhile, she demanded the North and the Riverlands submit. "It's a stalemate," Edmure said bitterly. "They won't free Lord Stark unless we release Jaime first, and we won't release Jaime unless they free Lord Stark. Joffrey wants total surrender. 7 hells." Robb's fist shook. "She's baiting us. If we kill Jaime, father dies. If we release Jaime, father might still die. This is no true negotiation." He glared at Jaime, who stood under guard in the hall. Jaime smirked, as though pleased by the chaos. Arya trembled with rage. "We can't do nothing. If they keep father imprisoned forever?" Edmure sighed. "We can't even besiege King's Landing quickly. Tywin's army is out there, and the city is well defended. We might hold Jaime for months, hoping the Queen relents, but that means Ned remains in chains. Meanwhile, winter creeps closer. Our farmland burns. How many must starve?" A hush followed. Jon's heart twisted painfully. He'd pinned all hope on Jaime's capture. Now it seemed that hope was dashed. Cersei's cunning overcame them. War would grind on with no sure outcome. Ned's life hung in the balance of a brutal game. At length, Robb squared his shoulders. "Then we fight. We will not yield. If it takes all winter, We'll break the Lannisters' power until the Queen has no choice but to free Father. We hold Jaime here as a hostage, ensuring they cannot act rashly. We press the war in the field, bleed them. Eventually, they'll have to make terms." His gaze flickered to Arya and Jon. "Father is strong. He'll endure. We won't let the Queen's threats break us." Arya tried to be brave, nodding jerkily. Jon forced a slow exhale. In the back of his mind, he pictured Ned in a dark cell, day after day, while lords and armies clashed. The agony of waiting was almost worse than the uncertainty on the road. He felt the ancient stones of Riverrun pressing in, like a cage of their own. And so the war deepened. The North's host remained in the Riverlands, skirmishing with Lannister forays. Tywin massed near Harrenhal, causing standstills. Weeks bled into months. Rumors trickled in that King Joffrey continued to rule with cruelty, supported by the Queen and the Gold Cloaks. Sansa Stark was said to be an unwilling lady at court, forced to endure her betrothal. No official word of Ned, except the occasional rumor that he still breathed. The Queen apparently preferred him alive as long as Jaime remained a captive in Riverrun's dungeons. In the gloom of that stalemate, Jon wrestled with frustration. He had joined Robb's war effort, riding in a few minor battles. He'd seen friends die, witnessed the Riverlands ravaged. Every time he asked about a direct rescue attempt, the lords dismissed it as suicidal. Only a united front of multiple kingdoms might breach King's Landing, and that unity did not exist. The Vale stayed aloof, the Crownlands bent the knee to Joffrey, the Stormlands were in disarray, and the Tyrells remained silent watchers. Meanwhile, the Greyjoys stirred in the west, a separate threat. The realm was fracturing. Arya spent her days training with a local master-at-arms who took pity on her. She grew adept at archery and sword work, though she never lost that burning resentment at being left behind. She asked weakly, "When can we rescue Father?" Jon had no answer, and it tore at him. Sometimes, at night, Jon gazed at the stars from Riverrun's ramparts, remembering the simpler times in Winterfell's Godswood. The Targaryen blood in him felt more like a curse than ever, for it had sparked the Queen's hatred from the start. If not for that lineage, perhaps Robert wouldn't have turned so violently paranoid about Targaryen threats. Then again, Robert had always hated the name. The realm had marched inexorably toward conflict. Maybe Jon's existence was merely one thread in a wider tapestry. He tried to cling to hope that Ned would endure, that Sansa and Bran would survive, that Robb's struggle would eventually topple the Lannisters. In the quiet hours, he whispered a vow to Lyanna's memory. He would not abandon the quest to see Ned freed. He was no rightful king, no conqueror. Just Jon, raised among wolves, determined to see his family safe. War raged around them, but so long as he and Arya survived, so long as the North refused to bend, there remained a chance. Sometimes he recalled the Red Keep, that fateful day Ned revealed Jon's parentage, the tension between Ned and King Robert. A lifetime ago. Now the dragons were across the sea, Daenerys rumored to be amassing some Khale's might. The wolves must fight in the Riverlands. The lions roared in the capital. The stags lay dead. The realm splintered, and so the war lengthened. Yet in that protracted struggle, the seeds of a new destiny were sown. Robb Stark's northern host hardened into a formidable force, forging alliances with scattered riverlords. Jaime Lannister languished in a cell beneath Riverrun, a living bargaining chip. Ned Stark waited in the Red Keep's dungeons, each day a testament to his unbroken will. Arya trained in the yard, a ghost of vengeance waiting for a spark. Jon patrolled the ramparts or rode on scouting missions, haunted by nightmares of a father in chains. The Targaryen name weighed on him in stolen moments, a reminder that he was part wolf, part dragon, both and neither. From the vantage of Riverrun's high tower, the waters of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone converged below, shimmering in the morning sun. Once, standing there, Jon closed his eyes, listening to the swirl of the rivers. He imagined them flowing north and south, east and west, weaving across the land to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. The tide of war and destiny could shift as easily as those currents. The realm had been thrown into chaos. Yet he believed, in the quiet center of his heart, that if they held firm, if they kept faith with Ned's honor and the resilience of House Stark, then one day they would break the Queen's hold, free their lord, and piece the kingdom back together. It might take months or years. It might cost them immeasurably. But the wolves refused to bend, and the dragons beyond the sea had yet to truly awaken. In that swirling storm of battles and sieges, in plots and treaties half-formed, Jon and Arya carried on, keeping a fragile flame of hope alive, every heartbeat a testament to the promise made in a tower long ago, that Ned Stark would protect the child of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. Now it fell to Jon to protect Ned in turn, to save them all from the monstrous jaws of the lion. In the end, only time, cunning, and the unyielding will of wolves would decide the outcome of this war. And so they waited, hearts ablaze with longing, certain only that they would not rest until they shattered the Queen's tyranny and brought their father home.